All right, folks, let's get this started. Normally, Riverside Saturdays are relaxing affairs, but for the Season 3 Top 16 of AGE LA, it will be some of the fiercest competition of their flesh and blood careers. Today, in Riverside, California, the magic number is 3. 3 wins to lock top 8 and 3 losses to be sent packing. Here is your lineup. Colin Eriksen has secured the first seed after setting the record for most AGE points accumulated in a single season, which was quickly stolen by Fino Black of New England. He takes on Ryan Brown, the wizard main from Ventura, who narrowly squeaked into the 16th slot. Basilio versus Kassai normally goes a certain way, but if there's anything to upset that dynamic, it's the Centauri Saber of Colin Eriksen. Reigning champion Zachary Wallach, known for his board state play, has brought a pair of sharpened claves to the arena. But that is hardly the most surprising thing today, since Chinn has thrown his lot in behind the underhanded cheat and a rainbow set of pummels. The intimidation factor is real in our next pairing, where Tao Tao Chu has returned to his roots of long-form flesh and blood. There's a huntsman in the building, and he must start the day by dismantling the life and death combo of John Zapata, who is well-versed in Verdance gameplay. Peter Buddensiek is attempting a regional upset as the only non-Californian fighting for the title. Hailing from Las Vegas, he is certain he's got the best deck in the room, but can he go as fast as Tyler Horspool, a man that has been boosting with Dash.io since she came on the scene in bright lights? Besides that, Tyler has a chip on his shoulder and Peter in his sights after their last meeting. Marcus Brown is let loose from the casting booth and trying to outclash the one hero that does it better than Victor. Opposite him is Clark Moore, who makes his first appearance in the Players' Championship this year and keeps alive the dream for Pitch It To Me podcast and the Brute class at large. If you haven't seen enough dark horses yet, here comes Paul Selinske on Marlynn. Anyone from out of town might think this a fringe pick, but if you know Paul like we do, it was always going to go down like this. What we didn't expect is Luke Gilmore on Florian. It's only his first season with AGE and Flesh and Blood in general, but he's fighting alongside the best of the best today. No one would say that piloting Cindra is akin to rocket science, but Travis Wagner is a literal rocket scientist. He immediately runs smack dab into the Riptide expert and team captain of the AGE Pro Team, Anthony Pham, who opted for a round 1 certainty, but perhaps at the risk of his tournament run. We've got titans and newcomers alike at AGE, which could be the title of our final pair. Chris Iaali is a World Championship finalist, and he has yet to miss a Players' Championship, but he hasn't secured the crown for himself. Standing in his way is Patrick Rubalcava, whose play and demeanor have carved him a spot in the AGE Pro Team roster just this season. All this and so much more, ladies and gentlemen, at the AGE Players' Championship in Los Angeles. It all starts right now. It's a beautiful dawn in Riverside, California, where the AGE LA Players' Championship is about to be underway. All 16 players are sitting behind me, and we are ready for a hot feature match to start it all off. I'm here. My name is Bryce Platts, of course, and I'm here with Michael Murray because this is AGE, and this is what we do. Michael, what are you excited to see today?
I'm excited to see absolutely everything, including the very first match, starting out with such a banger. 9 pummels, rainbow in the RKO. I haven't even seen a list like this show up in competitive scene, much less in the finals of AGE Players Championship.
Yeah, spoiler alert, folks. Our first feature match is going to be reigning champion Zachary Wallach versus Chinn on RKO with, as Michael alluded to, a rainbow set of pummels. If we haven't said that enough yet this stream, it's going to be coming at you so many more times. You know, Michael, it is a bright and beautiful morning in Riverside, but it is, in a lot of other ways, a dusky twilight for AGE, because this is the final event of Season 3. We are going to be saying goodbye to our competitive season until we are, of course, back with Season 4 starting in January. But I don't know about you, but I get a little bit of reticent in these moments.
Yeah?
Like, it all feels like it ends too quickly for me.
It does, but we've got an entire game, or an entire day of games, rather, before that happens. And I'm not even going to think about the end until we get there. Right now, we are in the middle of it, and I'm just so excited to see these games unfold before us.
Fair enough. It is time to enjoy the ride. But first, weekend stories. The AGE Players' Championship format is one that is incredibly unique to the world of Flesh and Blood. It's one that we kind of only do here. And I talked about it in the intro there a little bit. 3 wins, and you get to secure your seat in the top 8, and 3 losses, you are asked to leave the building. Sometimes not super politely, depending on how violent Justin is feeling. Let's go ahead and take a look at that format. This is our Swiss format, top 8 advance, and 3 losses means you are eliminated. It also kind of structures the way that we view feature matches. Our first 2 are going to be folks that our first 3 are going to be folks that are doing well. Ultimately, everybody starts at the same playing field, that green rectangle on the left side of your screen, and then we'll be trying to see the first player to ascend into the top 8 bracket. Then we move to where the stakes are highest. Elimination time. Our last 2 feature matches for the Swiss format are going to be folks that have the most to lose. And of course, my favorite match, Michael, Swiss round 5, where it is do or die for every single player that remains in the tournament.
Yeah, we'll be viewing those green boxes to start and the red boxes to end. And as you mentioned, the drama intensifies as we get to those round 4 and round 5. Some of the most exciting flesh and blood there is as the players fight for their tournament lives.
Now, this is the stage that has been set by Los Angeles. Take a look at this metagame breakdown. I see things that make a lot of sense. I see 2 Cindra. I see 2 -IO. Heck, I see 1 Verdance touted as the best deck. What I don't see is a Gravy Bones for miles. And instead, in his place, are dark horses to boot. We've got Arachne Huntsman, thanks to Tao Tao Chu. We've got Arachne Marionette, thanks to Zachary Wallach, reigning champion. We got Marlynn Treasure Hunter, thanks to our friend and cohort from Odyssey Games, Paul Selinske. Talk to me, Michael.
Yeah.
What do you see here that you are most stoked about?
I mean, I just have to say it. The meta spread that we are blessed with today is phenomenal. I'm extremely surprised to see some of these picks, especially I think the most surprising to me was Iaali on Vynnset. He is known to be just an absolute powerhouse of a flesh and blood player, and I remember trying to figure out and guess what decks people were bringing, and I put him on maybe Gravy, maybe Verdance, but then I thought, he's not really a meta slave. He might pick something else. I didn't go that far down the bucket. Vynnset for Iaali, but it is a good deck. It's got power, and I do think that in the right hands, it can do really powerful things. So super excited to see him, and hopeful that we get to see those games on stream as well.
Speaking of good hands for a Dark Horse deck, Anthony Pham, our first ever Players Champion at AGE, is brought Riptide, Lurker of the Deep. If you know anything about Anthony, you know he loves to play Riptide, and that is his choice today. I even though he's such a Riptide simp, I never thought he would actually bring it to a Players Championship.
Yeah, it's a bold play, but I gotta say that, Riptide's really strong into an aggressive meta, and looking at the spread here, there are not a majority of Fatigue decks in the building. There's a couple that he'll want to avoid, but for the most part, he's looking pretty good into the field.
And, Anthony is really good at going into fatigue states with Riptide. That is one of the things that we've seen, say at Calling Shizuoka and other big events, be a real difficulty for Riptide players at large. But Anthony knows how to go to the distance. I will say that about his Riptide play. Now, this metagame is wide open, and this is the real reason why, folks, because everybody that comes to this tournament is invited. They have achieved a threshold of AGE points in order to qualify them as the top 16 players over the course of 8 opens. But what that really means for the Players' Championship is that every single one of these players knows their round 1 pairing. They don't know what deck they're playing until the deck lists are made public, which is just an amazing moment in the AGE Discord when everybody starts freaking out about what they're going up against. The main person I'm pointing to in that regard is John Zapata, who was freaking out about that first matchup against Tao Tao Chu on Huntsman. So there's a lot of head games that go on when players are choosing their deck, and also the way that they prepare for the event. Immediately, John Zapata, after seeing that Tao Tao is on Arachne Huntsman, is asking for people in the team Discord for reps into Huntsman all throughout the last week. So it's just through and through a very special event, and kind of tells us exactly why some folks are choosing, like Anthony Pham, the picks that they have. He's choosing a pretty certain matchup against Travis Wagner because Travis loves to play his Cindra, but that could spell doom for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the way that you spelled it out is really, really key to understanding these picks. There are certain players in this pod that just play one hero. They're known for it. They're comfortable on it. Paul Selinske comes to mind. Colin Eriksen comes to mind. Travis Wagner. We all knew before this started that Colin would probably be on Kassai, and lo and behold, nobody's surprised he is. And so that means that Ryan Brown had a lot of scouting potential. That being said, Ryan is also very known for playing Wizard, and it was unlikely to see him on anything other than Acilio, so that one was a wash, but I really like to see Tao Tao Chu on Arachne Huntsman. Such an interesting way to counter the round 1 of John Zapata, very known for his Verdance play.
You said it all and so much more, Michael. If there's one thing that's more exciting than a Players' Championship going on before our very eyes, it's what we have to look forward to in the future. Folks, we have made a huge leap at AGE this year. We expanded to a new region. We serviced New England all this year, and we also had a Players' Championship with them, which really helped prolong the magic for me. I love the end of the season, and it's one of my favorite times of year, and being able to do 2 Players' Championships, it makes it so much better. But we want to do it again. We want to come to your town. The next stop awaits. Please reach out to us at info@arcanegamesandevents.com if you want the AGE Open Series to come to your neighborhood. The one thing that we are incredibly passionate about here and think is so important to the foundation of Flesh and Blood, the game that we all love, is that people have competitive scenes in their backyards, places to test their mettle against the best of the best, without having to jump on a flight and fly across the world. We think that is our mission, and we would like to bring it to you. We are already talking to several folks around the United States. Heck, I even got hit up by a gentleman from the Philippines trying to start his own grassroots circuit. We highly encourage it, and even if it is not with us, please make it happen in your own backyard. But also, if you want the AGE brand attached to it and everything that we bring, including high production value and great games, please reach out to that email address, info@arcanegamesandevents.com. We've done a lot of bookkeeping. We've done a lot of housekeeping. Should we do a match, Michael? Should we kick this thing off?
Let's skip it. Why don't we do beatboxing for the next hour instead?
All right, lay it down.
No, I'm not going to do that. I could, but it's not good. It would be very mediocre beatboxing at best.
That's
why don't we watch some Flesh and Blood and save me the embarrassment? I've changed my mind.
Michael's going to hold his boots and cats back, and we're going to proceed on down to the match floor, where it is Zachary Wallach, reigning champion, going up against Austin Chinn on KO Underhanded Cheat. Our graphics are a little bit mixed up with the players, but nevertheless, there we go. That's what I'm talking about, Justin. It's still going to be Austin Chinn coming in at the 15th seed, going up against Zachary Wallach, 2nd seed, but also reigning champion. And we're ready to go. The timer's at 0. These rounds are untimed. Players have been reminded to keep a reasonable pace of play. And we're also going to drop our voices nice and low, do some golf commentary, because it is a very empty day here at Top Deck Keep, because it's only 16 players. So we're going to have to make sure that nobody hears what we're talking about.
Exactly.
Okay. Players are happy with the audio level now of my ridiculously loud voice. The fist bump has been extended, and we are finally underway here. Zach has drawn up his first hand. Does seem to have chosen to be on the play. It's important to mention here that the higher seed coming into the tournament is going to have choice of turn order.
Yeah, and I do really like Assassins going first. The ability to react on these daggers and push damage early is one of the advantages of this class, one of the tools in their arsenal, being so tricky as an assassin.
Austin Chinn has already drawn up one of the most fearsome cards in KO Underhanded Cheat. That's Big Bully. I think there's going to be 2 in the main board and 1 being left in the sideboard to be fetched with the oh my gosh, I'm drawing a blank. Outside Interference, which came on the scene from Super Slam. It buys some blocks here, 2 cards out of the hand for Austin Chinn, and that is because Zach has got a dagger slanted build here of Arachne Marionette. Austin knows that there are plenty of pumps for daggers in the list.
See if he commits 2 cards here and just tries to cover all of that. One of them is that pummel. May want to save it so that he can come out swinging.
Okay, it's just Wrecker Romp bought on this turn 0 for the second clave of the turn. Flick Knife's going to confer the mark, and that is because Zach has 2 copies of Orb Weaver Spinneret in the hand, all 2 ready to set up Graphene Calycera and Hunter's Clave, the perfect combo for Arachne Marionette moving forward. And Orb Weaver, the first, buys that Calycera, and out it comes. Going to be coming in for 3, thanks to the Arachne Marionette buff and also that of the Orb Weaver Spinneret itself. 1 is going to leak through as that first copy of Pummel finally hits the arena.
Not bad, only taking 2 damage through that whole turn.
Zach is all too happy, leaking 2 points of damage, turning off automatic boos from the crowd for Austin Chinn, also pocketing an Orb Weaver Spinneret for the future. Important to mention here, too, that Austin Chinn does not have a single copy of Mocking Blow, one of those core pieces that so many underhanded cheat lists are built around.
That's interesting because it's such a value card, but I think it makes a lot of sense in a 9 pummel list because that is not a pummel target. Probably had to make room for some other cards.
He does have a little bit of boo insulation here in the form of boos. An aura card from Super Slam automatically going to boo Austin Chinn whenever it enters or leaves the arena. So Vigor token generated here for Austin Chinn, and he's thumbing a Mandible Claw to keep this turn going. Does have outside interference in the hand, which means that Mandible Claw can be given go again, a la an Agile Windup kind of a situation.
And just to fill people in at home, one of the reasons that Kayo Underhanded Cheat wants to stay above life of his opponent is because there are so many cards in this deck that boo if you have more life when it attacks or when the card is played. So it's very important for Austin Chinn to keep a higher life total as much as possible throughout this game.
So it is another blue in the hand, so Austin is going to be able to do a really nasty thing right here. Discard outside interference, I think find Big Bully, and because Boo's lined up so perfectly, yes, here it comes. Big Bully is going to be coming in for a massive amount of damage.
And this way go again.
Doesn't quite have the resources necessary.
I have been booed this turn, so it's only at 8.
It is going to be 8, but I don't think he has the resources in order to activate KO Underhanded Cheat to push it up to the fabled 12 damage. 8 on 2 is still pretty darn good. It's basically a swing big in this situation. Buys a card from Zach in addition to a Sink Below, but he's happy with the rest of the hand. So Zach has been stripped of a lot of what he had in the hand. Does have an Orb Weaver Spinneret and 1 more card left to work with. It's back over to Zach. 39 plays 38.
Looking at the math there, I wonder if Austin missed a point of value by swinging with the claw where he could have instead used that hero ability.
Could have been influential, yeah. But you're right, it is only 1 point of value missed there. Maybe valuing hiding some information?
Yeah, there's a lot of game to play still, but could be a little bit of a mistake. Tiny.
1 go again here. Flick is happening straight away for Zach because he's got another Orb Weaver Spinneret locked and loaded, so doesn't need the Calycera in the right-handed slot. 1 damage comes across to Austin Chinn. Down he goes to 36 and becomes marked. Going to be super relevant because Zach remains Arachne Marionette. So this Calycera is not just going to be buffed up by Orb Weaver Spinneret, but also the Arachne Marionette hero ability because it does have stealth. 5 go again here.
Yeah, the dagger value in this deck is so high when you pair it with all the ways to buff daggers. A lot of them are 0 for 4s, and they're just so efficient in terms of damage.
Austin is lining up a card. We're going to see a lot of blocking from Austin's list. Even though he's got 9 pummels, and you'd better believe he wants to send them, it is a mid-range game plan that KO Underhanded Cheat is kind of relegated to based on his hero ability.
And we spoke earlier about how important it is for him to stay above the life total of his opponent, and we see a Sigil of Solace in hand to help with that gameplay. Won't quite be enough to get him there, but that's the reason we see healing in the KO Underhanded Cheat decks.
Vigor token pops along with booze, so Vigor token refresh there and a resource floating. So here comes Show of Strength with 2 floating, something that Austin is going to be representing all game long. He is telling Zachary Wallach, I dare you to believe that I don't have a pummel in this hand right here and now. We know it's just a Sigil of Solace and it's going to be placed in the arsenal if Zach decides to overblock. Actually, it's going to be placed there no matter what. But these are the head games that Austin brings to the table at this tournament.
Yeah, it's and you can see Zach stalling, thinking, trying to figure out whether or not to respect the pummel.
No reactions.
And he just says no block.
Down to 31 goes Zachary Wallach. He says, This hand doesn't work if I respect a pummel, so I'm just going to let it come if it does. Down to 31 he goes. Austin Chinn plunks that mystery card that we know as a Sigil of Solace into the arsenal. Can't do any mental damage to Zachary Wallach here if he doesn't give you the respect you deserve. And here comes Hunter's Clave. One go again, surely to be followed up by a Graphene Calistera if it connects.
Life totals currently favoring Austin, but we know that there's a lot of damage coming through. The interesting thing about Kayo, though, is that he blocks pretty well, and he plays on this mid-range axis. So looking at the hand texture of Austin, it seems like a blocking hand, a lot of blues.
One of the coolest cards in Austin Chinn's list, though, is in the left. Part of it there is Pursuit of Knowledge. He's got a full play set of it, and pairing that with pummels is something that's all too hilarious.
Back in the day, I used to try to run this card in every deck I could along with the pummels, and a long time ago, I just gave up on it. It's a card I haven't thought about in a long time, so to see it here again is actually pretty exciting for me.
6 go again is the follow-up here for Zachary Wallach, and it's not just 6 go again from this Graphene Calistera. It is also one beefed up by Savor Bloodshed, so if Zach thought maybe I might lose a card to pummel on Austin's last turn, he's thinking about now going up to 5 intellect instead. And he's got ways to convert the hand too. Sure, there is a Reaper's Call that he was probably all too happy to lose to a pummel, but he's also got Pain in the backside. So almost no matter what he draws, he's going to be able to go a little wider.
And the Savor Bloodshed text, you mentioned that it's kind of like getting an extra intellect. It'll allow him to draw a card when a dagger deals damage to a marked hero, but when you look at the Flick Knives there, it basically just says draw a card whenever the heck you want.
True.
Because you can't stop it unless you have a prevention effect on top of the blocks.
No block, says Austin Chinn. Can't deal with it. No reactions here, and down Austin goes. Normally, I do expect the underhanded cheat to be doing a lot more blocking. In this case, I think Austin is just feeling like he wants to get that Pursuit of Knowledge going. Either that, or the Flex Strength in the hand will get booed thanks to Villainous Pose in the hand, which means that he could be sending a really hefty swing Zach's way.
It's certainly the goal. So far, things have been coming up a little bit more Zach. I think that he's got the edge here, and you would expect that with the turn order preference and being an assassin going first can be very beneficial.
31 plays 27 here. Austin still thinking about what could be coming after, because now a snatch-like effect has gone through, and the context of Zach's hand could have gotten even more scary. Already putting up some serious numbers. Flex Strength finally comes down to the combat chain. Austin has been encouraged to save some life, and it was a surgical extraction drawn from the Savor Bloodshed. A nasty finish up to this already pretty brutal turn.
The silver lining, Zach has no more cards in hand, and Austin has a full fridge. If Austin needs every card, he can keep it all by committing the armor.
Would lose a little bit of value on Apex Bonebreaker because he doesn't have a 6-power attack in the hand, and it's just a Sigil of Solace in the arsenal. The thing about keeping this particular hand for Austin is that he needs so many cards to actually make it worthwhile, and by finishing up with a surgical extraction, Zach is essentially threatening to strip 2 cards from it and make it just a swing of the Mandible Claw.
Yeah, and Austin Chinn decides that it's more effective to block here, prevent the use of his armor, not give up that extra value as you alluded to, and swing back with just 1 or 2 cards this turn.
Kindle Spring Tunic gains a counter there. Vigor Token pops. Does have the option to just send Pursuit of Knowledge on its own.
I'm gonna use
But it seems like.
Yeah, that's the way to go. Okay, Pursuit of Knowledge coming in for 4. If you haven't seen this card in a while, it's a generic, I believe from one of the earlier sets of Flesh and Blood. 4 power, blocks 2. If it connects, though, you gain an intellect until the end of turn. And yep, it is a defense reaction out of the hand for Zachary Wallach. That is the risk of this play, because Zach is definitely one to run, 0 cost, 4 defense reactions.
Yeah, that was exactly the answer he needed. Got to protect the use of the armor and just 1 card block it.
Hunter's Clave coming in for Zachary Wallach, starting as so many more of these turns as Arachne Marionette will. Hunter's Clave comes in for 1 go again. Does have a little bit of Mark synergy in the hand. It's Mark of the Black Widow at the ready to follow this up if he wants to threaten the hand of Austin Chinn.
Yeah, if Austin sniffs this out and blocks it, it would be pretty disruptive to Zach's turn, but
Can activate Flick Knives to flick the Chelsea at you.
Okay, Calistera gets flicked here. Again, because Zach has himself an Orb Weaver Spinneret in hand, so we'll be able to regenerate that knife, I should say. It's one of the cool things about Arachne Marionette, as opposed to his slippery counterpart, is that you don't have to run nearly as many retrieve effects because you kind of have these pseudo retrieve effects in the form of just regenerating a Graphene Callistra. And Arachne Marionette definitely uses this loadout to better effect than any other assassin in the game. Mark of the Black Widow is the follow-up here. Orb Weaver Spinneret buffs it up because it is an attack with stealth. And now it's coming in for a big bad 7 thanks to the Arachne Marionette hero ability on top of the Orb Weaver Spinneret that came before.
Yeah, that's an annoying breakpoint right there. This very likely could convince Austin to reach for the armor, and we do see that first armor block of the game.
Apex Bonebreaker on the combat chain. So far, only blocking 2 is Austin Chinn. He's also got a block card. He's got Steel Victory, which can rip an aura token away from your opponent on defense. Zach doesn't have any at the moment.
Yeah,
And I think I was incorrect. There is another copy of Big Bully in the hand for Austin Chinn. So, oh, no, I was correct.
Yeah,
2 made it in.
Yeah.
Oh, he's seeing a lot of that card already. And
Yeah.
that's, honestly, I think he would rather be using it in an endgame scenario to kind of shut the door on Zach.
Yeah, could decide to pitch stack it, but this game is going pretty fast. I don't know that he'll see second cycle if they can both continue playing like this.
This Mark of the Black Widow must be respected, I think, at this point in the game. Zach has carved out a significant life lead here. He's on the affirmative with 7 on the combat chain, and he's got 6 points of life over the underhanded cheat.
It's always such a tough decision to grab the armor at any point in the game because once it's gone, it's gone. And you really want to keep it as much as you can.
It does seem like Big Bully, and Steel Victory are bought for the blocks, along with the first block of Scab Skin Leathers. So no disruption goes through. The mark remains. And Zach gets his first demi-hero roll of the game, and it's going to be Arachne Funnel Web, so could be coming for Austin's Arsenal on the next turn cycle. That Arsenal, though, remains a Sigil of Solace, which is exactly what you want in your arsenal when the assassin comes knocking at your arsenal's door.
It's a pretty good bait card.
You know, I love it for that exact reason. It also insulates you from Codex of Frailty. In this case, Strength rules all. Excuse me. My mind is working a little bit slow this morning. Comes in, threatens the arsenal of Zachary Wallach, which simply does not exist. So gets no respect, and life totals are at parity here. 25 plays 25. But Zach leads off with Cut from the Same Cloth, which is going to reveal the hand of Austin Chinn. And also, Zach is going to get a little bit of extra benefit if his opponent wasn't already marked, because there is, of course, an attack reaction in the hand. But the information is so useful to Zach here.
Yeah, knowing that a pummel could come. Ooh, that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, it's 2 up, 6, and run to follow after Cut from the Same Cloth. So 12 pump on the next dagger attack that comes in this turn. Looks like Zach is finally using his Tunic resource, probably to swing the Callistra, because it will have go again thanks to that mark.
Yeah, that's... Is that just a dagger coming out, or is that a claymore?
It's sure feeling like a claymore to me. I can't believe it only utilizes one hand to swing, and Zach gets the big dice. 13 power here, buys the rest of the hand from Austin Chinn. Oh, except for one card, excuse me. He holds back the pummel.
I like that because he's going to be able to arsenal it and utilize it later.
On hit, remark you.
Unless Zach decides not to target the arsenal.
Yep, and I think this makes a lot of sense. Without an attack action card, that Arachne Funnel Web doesn't really have any arsenal disruption on it. It's just a whole lot of damage for Zach Wallach. He's very happy with a 4-card 16, I think.
That's all right.
And Austin Chinn is simply going to Sigil of Solace up to 21 and plunk that pummel into the arsenal, which is a little less threatening when Zach knows about it.
It's true. It's true. Definitely something that is better left unknown. Right now, Austin Chinn is kind of treading water, but that is what our Kayo kind of does when he's behind in life. It's a tough spot to be in. for the Arcane, losing a lot of value on the boo effects.
Zach starting off with another clean turn. Every time he gets tempo passed to him by Austin Chinn, he's going to want to find a blue so he can do the bread and butter thing of Graphene Calistera plus Hunter's Clave. Scowling Fleshbag, though, bought from Austin Chinn here, could hit the Scar Tissue in hand or the Tarantula Toxin. Looks like it's Scar Tissue. So Tarantula Toxin's still an option here. Zach can cash that in for a 1-card 5.
Good time to do it. Certainly, I think that this turn just got a little bit weaker, though. I like the timing of the headpiece from Austin.
No, follows up with Persuasive Prognosis instead. Feels like Tarantula Toxin is going to be better used as a disruptive tool here, probably because he knows that Red Pummel is in the arsenal. So if he can strip enough resources away from Austin, it's another turn where he doesn't have to worry about 1 of 9 pummels.
And this does feel like a very telegraphed attack reaction, and Austin has the defense reaction to answer up. So if he blocks this correctly, just puts the right number in front and saves the D-react, he's completely insulated from the on-hit.
Go for it.
If, however, Zach passes on, if Austin says no blocks, passes on reactions, then Zach can just say, okay, cool, I'm great with Persuasive Prognosis hitting. Sure, I will IP a little bit, but that is A-okay with me in certain situations, which would then force the defense reaction out of Austin Chinn, which then could get shredded by Tarantula Toxin.
Yeah, I think Tarantula Toxin looks for stealth and for dagger, right? So he can't get both modes.
Exactly, but the buff mode is on the dagger. The shred effect is on card,
right,
or on stealth attack. So Austin has to block this out, bait out the Tarantula Toxin, then play the Shelter from the Storm.
Yeah, I know it sort of feels wrong, but I think it's a Apex block,
which would be a huge bummer because you're essentially giving away the extra block value. Because after it's shredded, it goes away.
Yeah.
You're giving away the extra block value and also the might tokens that could have been generated by that card.
Yeah. It just depends on how the hand functions afterwards. Do you need all 4 cards? He's got the pummel. It's like the pummels ask for cards. You need cards to play it. It's a 2-cost reaction.
You called it, Michael.
Yeah.
It's Tarantula Toxin on Apex Bonebreaker, which means that it will be gone at the beginning of the next turn, or excuse me, once the combat chain closes. And Austin is leaving a lot of value on the table, and you heard it from Zachary Wallach. He says that is A-okay.
Yeah, but I still think that was the best way for Austin to navigate the turn. I think it was a tough decision to make, but he made it correctly.
Zach becomes Arachne Trapdoor, exactly what he wants when he's staring down a pummel, I think. What is the choice of trap going to be here? It's got to be in the deck. I didn't see it in that first half, but there's another half to go. It is a Den of the Spider for Zachary Wallach. Going to be online, but going to be a little bit irrelevant here because his opponent is already marked. So even if he meets the extra, I guess the triggered trap condition, it's a bit of a moot point.
Yeah, and man, it's a tough spot that Zach is so aware of the pummel in the arsenal because this is he's got everything he needs, all the tools, the D-react and banish that he can play against it. He'll know exactly what the breakpoints are. So whether it connects or not is up to Zach, not up to Austin.
Zach says, this is my trap card in Banish. It's a Scar Tissue into the arsenal from Intimidation on the Scowling Fleshbag. And all of a sudden, Austin has no fridge.
This matters.
This is huge right here. I didn't see this Command and Conquer in the hand.
I just spotted it. This is exactly how you play around that trapdoor.
Okay.
What a find.
So it's just the 1 defense reaction for Zachary Wallach, and it's in Banish. But he's probably still okay with that situation because he dilutes his deck to the more powerful cards. This situation, though, is a really nasty one. Command and Conquer paired with Pummel is one that has been giving Flesh and Blood players an aneurysm since it came on the scene in Welcome to Wraith. Excuse me, Arcane Rising.
It looks like it's buying the hand. I have a question. Did you catch the last card in Austin's hand? Because if that's a blue, which I thought it was, he could have blocked with it.
I know, especially because, one of the things I love about his list so much is that it's basically 2 cost plus pummel dot deck, which means that Fiendal Spring Tunic and all the Vigor tokens that you generate throughout the course of the game gain so much extra value.
Yeah, well, okay, so Austin just buys all of the tempo, holds on to the pummel IPs, but the fact that it's an IP makes me think, like, he could have used that card to block.
Sure.
He didn't have to give up the Bone Breaker.
Yeah.
And it was a blue, too. Oh, another Command and Conquer.
And Zach has just drawn up 2 defense reactions. It's Shelter from the Storm.
Okay.
Oh, was it just one? I thought I saw a Shelter, but maybe it was cut from the same
Yeah,
cloth.
it
Just to
was.
sink below. But still,
That's
a really
tough.
rough
Yep.
situation.
But Austin's going to sort of be IPing himself, too, unless he's got to go again or some other form of starter.
I think he's okay here to either hold back that defense reaction and IP it, depending on what Zach does, or he can simply save the Tunic resource, pitch the blue plus the Shelter from the Storm, in order to send that CNC with pummel and pocket the shoot your mouth off in the arsenal for later.
Is this ever a Scabskin swing? He's got the weakest link to start.
I do not like a
No.
Scabskins here
No.
at all.
Just send it. Do it
Just
again.
send it, exactly.
Okay.
Yep, he's representing the 2 resources straight away. Shelter from the Storm in the pitch alongside Wrecker Romp and a CNC on the combat chain once again.
Reactions? Yeah.
Zach says no
Wow.
blocks this time. Pummel out of the hand.
I wasn't expecting that. But I guess he just has to get through these D-reacts,
Mm-hmm.
just discard them, get him out of the way. He needs the tempo back.
And so the Scowling Fleshbag play from Austin Chinn is looking even cooler based on the way these events played out. He used the Scowling at the beginning of a turn to guarantee that Zach was going to have an arsenal that could be destroyed by Command and Conquer. Luckily, they came in 2s in this case because the first one was stuffed, but boy howdy, some really smart play from our underhanded cheat.
Yeah, that he really just stole back all the tempo here.
And down to 15 is now Zachary Wallach. The 6 life lead is now firmly in the hand of Austin Chinn. Graphene Callistra, the first attack for Zach Wallach here, beefed up by a cut from the same cloth and the Arachne Marionette hero ability. So with only 3 cards in hand after having 2 ripped from him, he's still going to be doing some serious damage.
Yeah, the 1 card, 2 card, and 3 card hands of the assassins are just so oppressive. Sometimes it's like just the Codex on its own is 12 value, depending on how things line up. It can get really, really obscene.
Austin has in hand 2 blues, one of which is outside interference, has to be discarded in order to block because it has an inherent block value of 0. Flex Strength, Villainous Pose, and Show of Strength. 2 cards that pair really well together when you're on a Tunic resource. So Austin could just keep a 3-card hand, regardless of what is in the arsenal, and be able to send, what is that, 5 plus 8, 13?
Takes 6.
Yeah.
15 all.
I will say it is a tough thing to choose when to block, though. When it's just a dagger with no on-hits, you really want to hold back. But that's what's so tricky about Assassin. You never know when the on-hits are going to show up. But here, I think he's grateful that he did hold back. He's going to need to commit at least 1 card. Could go for 2, but he's got a really nice breakpoint on the Scab Skins that he'll just reach in with that 1+1. But now he's out of armor.
Austin's A-okay with this block, though. That's exactly what Scabskin has 1 block left to do, is get rid of a Leave No Witnesses or an effect like it. So over to Austin, it's going to be Villainous Pose, Show of Strength. A huge, whopping hit against Zachary Wallach. Also, of course, a Vigor token generated.
Play Villainous Pose.
Boo, Austin, boo.
Who's going to gain a Vigor?
But he gets a Vigor for it.
Yeah, just the Natty Boo.
Natty
doesn't
Boo.
need to have more life for this card.
Austin Chinn is a Natty Boo, but not a Natty Laboo-Boo. I hate that thing. And I'm sorry, I thought Villainous Pose was for 5. It's for 4, so it is just a 3-card 12, but when you're trading every single card in your hand for 4 value, that is exactly how you grind your opponent into dust, especially when you're at life parity sub 20.
I'm willing to give him the 3-card 13 with the Vigor token.
Fair, okay.
That's efficient.
Michael's saving my casting butt by ascribing value that I didn't anticipate.
Yeah, the Vigor tokens are just so useful in this deck. One of the things that makes Kayo so oppressive is his ability to string together these overrate plays by basically having a Tunic counter every single turn in the form of those Vigors.
And Austin has one of those. I think his bread and butter plays require three things, right? You need resources, you need pummel, you need a 2-cost card. He's got one of those pieces in the arsenal in the form of Shoot Your Mouth Off. That's a 2 for 7 from Super Slam. Zach is becoming Arachne Trapdoor once again, which is probably a good situation here. I don't know if that's what he was hoping for if he's holding onto a 5-card hand, but it will at least stem the bleeding here.
Yeah, it gives him a little bit of protection, insulation, especially against potential pummels for the follow-up turn, but it does look like he's trying to strip every card in Austin's hand, looking for a Hail Mary to strip the tempo and regain control of this game because he just dropped down to, 5 with those blocks?
Mm-hmm.
So still a healthy amount of life to work with, but definitely getting close to the wire.
He would be down to 6 with these blocks, but now it's going to be 9, and he's also...
Sink Blow. Okay.
Sink Blow plus, it should be another Den of the Spider in the Banish there. I believe
Oh,
he
he'll
has
use it
2
now,
in
of
the
course.
arsenal. Exactly.
4, 5, 6, 7, taking 5.
Oh,
But no, the Banish card is not
Is-
used here.
He'll have it next turn too, right?
No, it'll go away at the end of the turn.
Oh, maybe he just didn't. Did he grab a Den of the Spider, or was he out of traps and deck?
He might have
perhaps?
been out of traps.
Okay. Yeah. So definitely a whiff in that case on the trapdoor.
Yeah, he's probably just using it to thin out his deck and make Austin think twice.
My turn. Clay for 1, go again.
And here comes Hunter's Clave for 1, once again, into the 15 life total of Austin Chinn. He's got himself a Sink Below in hand and a pummel. Does have a Vigor token and a blue, so he can simply go 3-card, 7 plus a pummel, 11 with Disruption. This is exactly what Austin wants to be doing.
Yeah.
And he has leeway to do some blocking on this turn, too.
And it's the red pummel as well. That's
for 4, 5, go
that's good.
again. On hit, draw a card.
So this, I have to mention that this turn could have been a little bit awkward if Hunter's Clave didn't connect. I wasn't worried about Zach because I thought he had banished another Den of the Spider. Austin Chinn was not marked going into this turn, which would mean that Graphene Calycera doesn't have Go Again. It would mean that none of his stealth cards in hand could gain Go Again by connecting with a marked hero because he is Arachne Trapdoor, not Marionette. So I do wonder if there was a reason to try to stuff the Hunter's Clave at the beginning of that turn for Austin Chinn.
Yeah, I think in the early game, the reason you don't ever want to do that is because you can just flick the Hunter's Clave and say, who cares? But
Sure.
when it's the last one that you're holding, you can effectively say, no more marking for the rest of the game. And that's huge. So I do see a line where you block that. And I think if Austin maybe had some more reps into Arachne or understood that specific interaction, might have been able to make a bit of a game-ending play there. But instead, just taking some damage.
Reactions come down. Tarantula talks and buffs up the Graphene Calycera. Austin is very happy he didn't block with the Sink Below right there because Zach would have gotten oodles and oodles of value from Tarantula Toxin. Instead, Austin is going to take care of what comes next, which is almost assuredly a Leave No Witnesses out of the hand from Zachary Wallach.
In hindsight, I'll also say he's probably glad he didn't block the Hunter's Clave.
No, instead it's going to be the Kiss of Death because Snapdragon Scalers are at the ready. Kiss of Death is going to get Go Again here and also facilitate the Leave No Witnesses, which will then allow Zach to flick Kiss of Death. Austin is going to have to do some blocking here.
Luckily for him, he only really needs the 2 cards, the blue, the pummel, and then the arsenal.
And now here comes the Sink Below, cleaning it up so perfectly. Austin waited for the exact right moment for every single one of these blocks. You've got to respect that from him.
Absolutely. And I just want to point out, too, the Hunter's Clave block that we suggested would have been destroyed by that Tarantula Toxin. So it's actually a very good thing he did not block.
Well,
in that
not
case.
if he waits for this, if he goes with the Sink Below. But you're
a
right.
sink
You're
on
right.
a 1 dagger on a 1 power.
To stuff your entire opponent's turn? I don't know.
Maybe. That's a very, very calculated play. That would take some thinking.
And here comes the tempo swing that Austin needs. It's 1 blue card that's going to pay for Shoot Your Mouth Off, a 7 power attack, and also the pummel that lies in wait in hand. 3 card 11, and also, well, in reality, more like a 3 card 14 if you subtract the card from your opponent's hand. I'm sorry, it's not shoot your mouth off. It is,
Ah, wah, wah, wah. That's what I read.
I'm so sorry. I didn't
I'm
get to
no help
cast
here.
a limited event here. Not a shoot your mouth off. It's the Brute one. It's 7. If
Yeah.
it doesn't connect, Zach will get a Vigor token.
If only there was some technology that you could just mouse over the card and
Oh, boy,
see
here we
what
go.
it is.
7 power represented here. Zach taking a look through the graveyard, knowing that there are plenty of pummels left at the ready for Austin Chinn. But he's also probably thinking about that earlier play where it was just a Sigil of Solace parked in the arsenal for Austin Chinn.
Yeah.
Are you willing to take that risk when the tournament hangs in the balance, though?
And you can see he's agonizing over the decision.
It was give him a piece of your mind, folks. I apologize. Stats are correct, but the name escaped me. 7 damage still represented here. Yeah, no, it's really good. And honestly, it was one that made incredibly clear when I looked at Austin's list what his deck is all about, because he's just looking for any above rate 2 cost. It doesn't matter if it blocks 2, like give him a piece of your mind. It just needs to be facilitated by pummel and Vigor tokens. So
Down to
damage
5,
comes down to Zachary Wallach. He's going to be relegated to a 1-card hand. Even though the life totals still favor him by 1, Austin's really happy with how that shook out.
And now he's just trying to Kodachi lock his opponent. The last sort of reach here, trying to get him into that Flick Knives range. He can do 3 damage this turn if he wants to.
He's threatening lethal here, actually, because if Hunter's Clave connects, Austin goes down to 3.
it's
Then
plus
Graphene
1,
Calycera
yeah.
gets a +1. If Austin takes that, then a Flick Knives activation will clean up the game. But Austin has got himself a Shelter from the Storm in hand. That's exactly the card to clean this combat chain up.
Clean.
He's also got a Sigil of Solace. He's
He's
super
really
insulated.
insulated. But does he have a clapback? Does he have a response?
That's the good question.
I
I,
think
do
a
believe I saw a
yellow
yellow, which is
pummel,
probably a
yeah.
pummel.
And then, ooh, this is the problem with Rainbow Pummel. He's got nothing.
He's got absolutely
Oh,
nothing but a Mandible
no.
Claw swing.
Oh, horrible timing. He has the potential for all
Yeah,
the
you're fine.
tempo, and he just
up.
whiffs.
Yep, this is exactly what I was worried about when I saw 9 pummels in the list. So far, it's been going pretty well for Austin in terms of the recipe for the perfect turn, drawing up, but he's able to hide some information here thanks to the Sigil of Solace in hand. So might bait out a block from Zachary Wallach here, who I would think doesn't want to go down to 2 on this turn. It's also going to strand the Shelter from the Storm in Zach's hand.
Wow. Both players just whiffing a little bit, but gaining the protection for the end game.
Yep, up to 7 goes Austin Chinn after resolving a Sigil of Solace. So Zach really only has 2 cards to work with on this turn. Neither
turn.
of them,
Look at your
oh no,
hand.
one of them is blue, which is exactly what he needs here. Okay,
Well, that's not a very good hand at all.
Zach says that is not a good hand at all, but he doesn't know about the pummel in the arsenal and the tunic that's about to go up to 3.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
And then
So no mark conferred by
swing clave
cut from the
for
same
5,
cloth.
Go again.
Hunter's Clave could be a very different story. 5 go again here, mark on hit.
No, thank you.
Also,
Go again.
threatens to bring Austin all the way down to 2 at a point where that 3rd Tarantula Toxin could spell victory.
Yeah, the Tarantula Toxin on the dagger is always just such a difficult card to play around. You never want to block a dagger when you know that it could be there because it gets so much value. But
This one is okay, though, because it doesn't have stealth, so it won't get both sides of the Tarantula
Okay.
Toxin. So this is the one to block over Graphene Calycera if you're thinking about Tarantula Toxin.
right, but then if it's disruption on the end, you need to hold a card back. I think a 1-card block makes sense, but you really don't want to get marked if you can help it.
There is one more Leave No Witnesses in the deck for Zachary Wallach. Also, 3 copies of Codex of Frailty. Really 2 because one was pitched on turn 0, but that's got to be in Austin's head as well, because if I have to cover up a Leave No Witnesses
Yeah,
on the
you-
last cycle, then I could be forced to give up my Tunic, which then completely destroys the whole play that I wanted.
Absolutely.
No, Tarantula Toxin's next. Oh, man.
Zach's
Yeah.
cutting to the chase, kind of explaining exactly what we've been going back and forth about in like 3 words. No, tarantula toxin is next, he says.
Play a little bit of poker here. I don't know if he's trying to bait with that. He might be bait the overblock or bait the no block.
No, I think Austin was in his head a little bit about, is this the one I respect tarantula?
Oh, yeah,
And Zach was
right.
helping him out.
Ah, very, very kind.
Zach's so kind when he's murdering you.
I don't know. This is a close game.
It's really
This is a
close.
fight to the death, not a murder.
And you can see that a lot of the other players are up and about because their matches have concluded long before this one. We held this one back to make sure that you got every juicy detail at home. And boy, has it been juicy. This has been such a good match. I was afraid that there might have been a blowout one way or the other, but it has been anything but.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you expect from the Players' Championship. Both of these players, just absolute goated flesh and blood players. They know exactly what they're doing, and they knew their first round, so they knew that they had to pull no punches.
Austin really in the tank here. So many decisions have been pivotal for the rest of this game, but this one reigns supreme. Which dagger to block? This is the thing that assassins are just so good at. This is why a lot of people tout them as better warriors, because you just feel so doomed no matter what decision you make.
Yeah, they're
It's
definitely
actually got
slippery.
one card.
Yeah, one card, and there's so many options still, so many possibilities.
Strength rules all. Seems to be the chosen card here. Block 3 declared by Austin Chinn. No reactions here. 2. Now it's 5 all, but Austin is marked, which means that Graphene Callister is going to get a little bit of a buff, as well as assured go again.
Oh, this is lethal if he doesn't block.
This is if
Oh.
there's a tarantula toxin. We
Yeah,
don't know that
wait.
there is. We
I
don't know
mean-
that there is.
Yeah. Any form of pump. I mean, I'm saying, actually, if he
Sure,
blocks
sure.
and it's a tarantula toxin, he's dead anyway.
Yeah.
If he wants to respect it, he has to give 2 cards.
So Austin perhaps thinking, I can't play around tarantula toxin anymore. There's just no way.
Such a hard spot.
You have it or you don't. But if he donates one more card, he's got to keep the tunic. The tunic is what enables his game plan.
I mean,
Which
we
is
know
send
there's a
swing big with a
follow-up
pummel.
regardless. I don't see how he keeps all 3 of these cards.
So I think what he hopes for here is that it's something like a scar tissue
Yeah.
in hand, something that's not going to steal the game. If he blocks with 1 card, hopes to God it's not the last tarantula toxin, and then does his thing.
No blocks.
No blocks are the
blocks.
declaration from Austin Chinn. Only 2 goes through. That was a risky call there. Mark is removed here. Down to 3 goes Austin Chinn. Does Zach have a follow-up?
Oh my God.
It was the shelter from the storm that was stranded on the last turn cycle.
He gets
Austin Chinn risked it all for this play. That was absolutely ballsy, man. 3 plays 5 here.
Calling to me.
through. Wow, and you can see the relief on his face.
Scav Skin Leathers is calling to him. That's what he was just talking about.
No,
It's calling
no,
to
you
me.
can't gamble
No,
twice in a
please
row. You
don't
just
do
made
it.
out with your life,
Please
sir.
don't do it, Austin. Dude, swing big pummel is good enough. I swear
you
to
don't-
God.
I mean,
I
is-
don't
and
know
he's
though.
got the
'cause
arsenal top,
look,
too.
Zach's got a sink below in hand, and he's got the shelter from the storm and the
he's
arsenal.
so insulated.
He's insulated from the damage, perhaps not the disruption though.
Oh man.
Okay, swing big coming in for 8 here. 1 floating.
He can do
Tunic
the math
resource
on
can
the-
make that pummel
Yeah,
come out
yeah.
of the arsenal.
I think Zach can figure out that this is a pummel and do the math to block it all.
Well, he can't do it cleanly because it would be 4 plus the 8 from the defense reactions in hand unless he's willing to give up flick knives.
That's a good point.
But what does that do? That leaves him with a 2-card hand?
Assassin 2-card hands are pretty darn good. I haven't looked at whether this is one of those.
I'm sorry, a
but-
1-card hand. A 1-card hand was
sure.
what I was trying to say.
Well, it's not a codex, so it's not the cleanest 1-card hand.
Yeah. I mean, if Zach keeps a blue, he can still do the Hunter's Clave Graphene Callister thing. But that is just so not as threatening when it's face up.
Right.
We saw Austin in the tank for 30 seconds at least on that last turn, and that was because he had to think about Tarantula Toxin. If you don't have to think about that,
Yeah.
your decisions become so much easier. And at that point, after Austin has utilized the tunic, he can cash that in on a Graphene Callister.
Does look like because if you commit 2 cards up front, and then there's no pummel, you're once again IPing on those D-reacts. So this is a trickier choice than it might seem.
There is a blue in the hand for Zach Wallach, doubled up by a red copy of the same card, Mark of the Black Widow. It's 1 D-react in hand, 1 D-react in arsenal. Zach has got to know that he can't keep enough cards, the majority of these cards, and live.
So he does look like he's just respecting the pummel, thumbing 2 block cards here. Hasn't committed.
I've only seen...
Pummel is just such a massive tempo play because if your opponent respects it, it sits there lying in wait for the remainder of the game. And furthermore, if they respect it, they're essentially getting red in the ledger just because they have to put so many cards in front of it.
It's true. The one thing, though, is that Zach can seem like he's disrespecting it because of the D-reacts. Wow, and he decides to give up the flick knives here. It's a smart choice, but that's one of his win conditions, too.
And here he goes, Austin Chinn moving to attack reactions. So Zach is going to have himself a 2-card hand after completely blocking up this pummel. He's also going to have a quicken token. Could be relevant or not. Looks like he decides to hold back the command and conquer. So this turn is just going to be Graphene Calycera, swing, command, and conquer. But that could be good enough, but I don't know.
Chip, and then a little bit of tempo.
The sweet thing about this play is that he gets to threaten the Tarantula Toxin on Graphene Calycera again.
Right.
1 go again off the quicken.
Oh, but Austin has got himself a Sigil of Solace, so he can kind of just completely disrespect this.
Yeah. Much safer spot here.
This is such a good
Not
match,
an
dude.
end game.
5 plays 3. Zachary Wallach only with 2 cards after facing down yet another pummel from Austin Chinn. One thing going for him now is that all red pummels have been utilized. There is a yellow in the hand for Austin Chinn, though.
That's why you run Rainbow.
The blue to boot, Pursuit of Knowledge.
And the swing big still in Arsenal. Did you say that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, I don't know if I did, but... Oh, and it's an Arrogant Showboating in the hand for Austin Chinn. A card that he probably would have loved to have on the last turn. It's a bit of a Spreading Plague-like effect. Arrogant Showboating will generate might tokens equal to the number of cards defending. It's at a 0 cost and is only a reviled instant. So no block there, but can really reset the tempo math, which is exactly what Austin wants to be doing, turn cycle after turn cycle.
Yeah. For each defending card. So good in the late game.
Austin has thumbed through the graveyard again, confirmed once again that there are still Tarantula Toxins left in the deck. He says no blocks. Down to 2 he goes. No reactions from Zachary Wallach because the follow-up is, of course, the Command and Conquer that remained in the hand. Austin now does have to give this some respect, but I don't think he even has the block capability to do it. He's got 2 blocks in hand.
2?
And, yeah, he's got Pursuit of Knowledge and in Pummel.
I think he has 1-3, though, is what's important.
No, he doesn't.
No
Arrogant
threes?
Showboating doesn't block, and Sigil of Solace doesn't block.
Well, that sucks.
Yep. Michael Murray is with it here. Right there with Austin Chinn, knows that this sucks. Very unfortunate, says Austin Chinn. That's the risk of putting 2 blocks in your mid-range deck here, Austin. 1 damage comes down. He has to stay alive.
Look
and
at the smile on
Swing
Zach's
Big.
face.
Zach
he is
is-
so happy.
Zach is vibing right now. And you got to hand it to him. He has fought through some really big numbers from Austin Chinn. All 3 red pommels. It all comes down to this. 1 plays 5. Austin Chinn sends Mandible Claw. Goes to pocket a Sigil of Solace once again. Zach's got Surgical Extraction, Sigil of Solace, and
Wait.
an Orb Weaver Spinneret in hand.
Zach is saying, oh no, what does he think?
3.
He blocks 3 on this Mandible Claw. He could be thinking about outside interference to give the Mandible Claw go again. Then Austin's able to get either bask in your own greatness or something else because he had 1 resource floating.
Okay.
So Zach was thinking about a potential follow-up. I think knowing that he was forced to block with 1 card there.
Yeah, spotting the play that did not come to be.
Hunter's Clay for 1 must be... well, it doesn't necessarily have to be respected, actually, because there is a Sigil of Solace in the arsenal. Nevertheless, Austin postures
Weaver Spinneret.
as though he does need to respect it. Or Weaver Spinneret gives Graphene Calypso
Graphene
plus
for
3 here,
4.
so 4. No go again, though. No follow-up from Zach, and it's not even an attack reaction. It's a Sigil of Solace. Both of these players are just posturing sigils back and forth.
This could buy 2 cards. There's got to be a Tarantula Toxin coming up some point, right? Austin must just be thinking to himself, like, is it now?
Well, he's kind of dead to it either way, so I don't know if it's
Well, he
worthy
can-
of his respect at this point.
He can hold on to the sigil by respecting it, but
That's
he could
fair.
also...
But if he holds on to the sigil and doesn't do any blocking, then he just dies to the Calypso on its own.
Yeah.
Alright.
Okay, Sigil of Solace plus a Show of Strength.
Back up to 4.
We're going to bring Austin
Taking
back
1.
up to 4. He takes 1 down to 3.
Down to 3.
3 plays 5, and Austin's got 2 cards. Some of the best 2 cards in the game of Flesh and Blood, Command and Conquer, and a resource.
Yeah, pretty clean.
An interesting choice to hold back the Command and Conquer instead of the Show of Strength, and Zach is going to show him how much of a folly that decision was because it's a Sigil of Solace in the arsenal.
Can completely disrespect this.
Zach says, I see what you did to my arsenal disruption earlier. I'm going to do it right back at you.
And Zach finally has the Codex play, although it is paired with a D-React, meaning he
Well,
can't
it's
get
my
that
turn to be
full
that guy.
value.
My turn to be that guy, says Zachary Wallach.
Up to
Sigil of
8.
Solace
No
gains
blocks.
3.
6,
No
6,
blocks
down
there,
to
though. Down to 2 he goes. Wants to keep the D-React anyway. Could have discarded the Shelter from the Storm for 1 more point of life. But instead, he's just going to overpitch
My
here.
turn. Hunter's Clay for 1 go again.
Zach's got the play-by-play for you, folks. 1 go again on hit mark. Gosh, both these players are in the blender. Late game, back and forth, back and forth. 6
Austin
down to
Chinn.
3, down to 1, down to 2.
Once again,
Reactions,
insulated
we got
with
Scar Tissue up to
the
4.
sink below.
But Zach has found himself some attack reactions, finally. Hunter's Clave gets buffed up to 4. 1 damage should leak through here. But the all-important part here is the mark, because then Graphene Calypso can gain go again. That can eke out some extra points of value before going for Codex.
Sorry, still in reaction.
Yeah.
We've only seen 1 codex.
Yep, Austin, you have only seen 1 Codex, and it was pitched.
Sniffing out the play before it happens.
I
The
saw
mark
him
of a good
shit.
player.
It was the
Yep.
first turn of the game.
Gosh, you see the caliber of play here. Both these players are tracking cards in the pitch zone, in the graveyard, everywhere. They know when they were played, which turn cycle. This is the level of play that we offer at Arcane Games and Events when we have diluted the pool down to just the 16 best.
We are still on the knife's edge here. I don't know.
We're going to take a quick cut
I'll
to
say no.
the caster booth because look at all of our waiting players. They are as fixated as you are at
They
home.
want to know how this game ends.
Who could blame them?
Codex for CNC.
And finally, the first Codex that Zach has been able to resolve this game is going to hurt Austin in more ways than one, because he's going to have to discard a card from hand, which means that Zach is going to buy all of the tempo if he didn't have it with this play.
Yeah, that CNC coming out means that Austin has to discard the D-React.
He's got to.
Oh, I think I didn't do that right.
But he doesn't.
no.
He also doesn't have the block value in the hand in order to survive anyway. I mean, does have an overcrowd? I hope he has an overcrowded in the graveyard. Oh, please have an overcrowded in the graveyard. Oh, I think we only saw them pitched earlier. I don't think Austin has the card from Super Slam that is supposed to be the Codex Insulator. Yeah, it's a Command and Conquer, and that's going to be the game because Shoot Your
Right.
Mouth Off only blocks for 2. 5 on 6, and that's it. The fist bump is extended. Zachary Wallach, reigning champion, has taken down the first round feature match here at the AGE Players Championship in Los Angeles.
Wow, what a game. What an end.
Holy free holies, man. That was a nail biter any way you slice it. The entire player base is back here joining you in the audience. Ladies and gentlemen at home, oh, man, if I'm going to be on the edge of my seat, I'm going to fall off of it by the end of the day.
Yeah, that was just such a great game to start things off. Such a nail biter, such good play throughout the whole thing, and then clinching it out. Those 2 blocks just coming in at the wrong times. and ending the game.
Okay, well, we're not going to be able to do an interview with Zachary Wallach. Instead, we're going to show you how all of the other pairings shook out. We already know Table 2 went to Zachary Wallach over Austin Chinn. Colin Eriksen takes down Acilio Constella Intelligence. Matchup spread, be damned. That boy knows how to play Kassai. John Zapata takes it over Tao Tao Chu, despite how much he was biting his nails over that matchup. Tyler Horspool takes it over Peter Buddensiek. Finally, that chip on his shoulder can be filled. Clark Moore reigns supreme over Marcus Brown, outclashing the guy that loves to do it. Travis Wagner beats Riptide Lurker of the Deep, Anthony Pham, probably taking that choice of deck because he knew he could handle Cindra. Travis proves him otherwise. Paul Selinske on Marlynn is going to the X and O bracket. Oh boy, harpoons are looking good. And so are rune chances. Chris Iaali takes out teammate Patrick Rubalcava on table 8. Wow.
That's some spice.
We have only just begun, and things are getting spicy and nicey. I'm loving what we're seeing already, and we're going to be back with feature match the second shortly. But we're going to take a quick break as players get ready. Don't go anywhere. There's more flesh and blood to be had after this. Claves beats Claws in the first feature matchup of the AGE LA Players Championship, but the story of the second could be very different. There's more daggers. This time, they'll be burning, and they'll be going up against gold-laced harpoons. That's right, it'll be Cindra versus Marlynn Treasure Hunter. My name is Bryce Platts, and I am back with Michael Murray at the AGE LA Players Championship. Here are, your next round's pairings. So, we already saw the stories unfold. These are your X and O's, and the right side of your screen are your not X and O's anymore.
X and ones, O and ones, however you want to slice it. They are in the loser's bracket at the moment.
As I alluded to before, Table 3 is going to be our feature matchup. It's going to be Paul Selinske versus Travis Wagner. Otherwise, Colin Eriksen, definitely one of our people that we're eyeing on for the crown today, is taking on the preeminent AGE Players champion from last year. That's Zachary Wallach, who we just saw win on feature match. Besides that, Chris Iaali, after dismantling Patrick Rubalcava, goes against his old and dear friend Tyler Horspool, who just happens to also be our consigliere here at Top Deck Keep. And then the final X and O matchup is, of course, John Zapata versus Clark Moore, who has just come off the back of dismantling his heavy hitters counterpart, Victor Goldmain.
Awesome spread. Looking forward to the rest of these games.
And I'm excited to get to know these players a little bit better. So let's go ahead and pull up their AGE player profiles. First up is Paul Selinske, hailing from Altadena, and deserves a lot of extra love, not only because he's an extra special guy, but also because his home was completely decimated by the fires in Altadena.
Yeah.
And that is why, if he wins the cash today, he wants to donate it back to other people who have lost their homes.
Yeah, what a wonderful sentiment. Really, really respect that. And love Paul Selinske and the Altadena community for pulling through very tough times this last year with the fires. But the community, I still remember the first time he came back to Flesh and Blood and how meaningful it was for him to have all of these friends, all of these support people. People were bringing in cards and donating to him because he lost some of his collection. It was a really cool thing to see, and I think Flesh and Blood has brought people together in exactly the way that the creators of the game has hoped.
Even when he hasn't faced down a catastrophe, Paul is just one of those guys that is really hard not to love. He's also the only member here who has a negative win rate at AGE, and that just goes to show his journey of improvement. And that has been facilitated by the AGE Open Series. He's become such a strong player in his own right. He also has incredible picks for a desert island. He's taken The Hobbit as his book and Enya, I guess any Enya album as his album.
You got to chill out on that island, I guess.
Who can say what Paul has in his deck list? We can, because we've got it right here in front of us. The most surprising thing I saw as this one came in was the Honing Hood, and I asked Paul about it. He said, that is my Warmonger's Diplomacy Insulator. So it's going to be interesting if he decides to employ it here against Travis.
It's pretty much exactly for this matchup, actually. It's the ninjas and the go-again classes, which can easily deploy the warmongers that it won't disrupt them. If he ends up getting caught with a non-attack in Arsenal, that warmonger's diplomacy will absolutely blow him out. The Honing Hood allows him to take that non-attack action and swap it with a harpoon from hand and then buff it up with the crossbow and actually get like 10 damage out of the turn where he would have otherwise gotten 0. So it's really, really important as an insulator for that, and I think it's a pretty smart tech.
But on the other side of the table is Travis Wagner on Cindra Drakai of Retribution. Travis is an Odyssey Games local, which means he plays with you and I every single Tuesday night. He's also just a stellar, really just illusionist ninja stalwart. I mean, I would definitely call him a specialist of both of those classes. He seems to refuse to play anything else. I think I saw him on Kayo one time.
Yeah.
And he comes into this with a 53% win rate and 4 top 8s, and of course, 70 AGE points. He's probably going to be buying some Fables if he gets the cash, which is an all too common answer from these players when we ask them, what are you going to do with the money if you win? He also is taking the easy way out, taking a basic book on survival to a desert island. But what is a little bit less safe, of course, is that he's a disco fan. He's taken Staying Alive by the Bee Gees, which I don't know what I expected from Travis, but I did not expect him to be into disco.
Yeah, now I've got a picture of him just sort of going, pointing to the sky, pointing to the ground, doing some disco on the desert island.
You do?
I mean, Staying Alive is topical if you're trying to survive, if you think about it.
Okay, that's fair enough. What has Travis got in his deck list, though? It's looking part and parcel with exactly what Peter Buddensiek brought to this tournament. The biggest difference here is that Travis is a little less insulated from arcane damage. He hasn't brought Tide Flippers, but, you know, he's got the one of Yellow Pitch, Brand with Cinderclaw. He's also got the one of Amulet of Echoes, and that's the big difference between the two Cindras in the room today. Travis knew that Nacilio was going to be here thanks to Ryan Brown hailing from Ventura, and he wanted respect for it.
Yeah, that Amulet of Echoes, pretty much just for that matchup, and very, very good when it works.
Without a doubt. But it's time to get down to the match floor because our players are ready. Who's out there ready for round 2 of the AG Players Championship in LA? I know I am. So let's go ahead and hit that button, ladies and gentlemen. It's Paul Selinske dressed up as the dude, and he definitely abides. He's our 7th seed on Marlynn Treasure Hunter versus Travis Wagner, the 11th seed on Cindra Drakai of Retribution, dressing up, I guess, just as a rocket scientist today.
Yeah, smart move, smart move. Cosplaying as yourself.
And we're bringing the volume down once again because we got to be in golf mode. These folks can hear us. We are only about, about 50 feet away from them in a acoustic box.
Yeah, and Jack is already coming off for Paul, and there's that Honing Hood, the tech we talked about.
Guess he's feeling the heat, ultimately. Travis is going first. Paul has the right of turn order selection here, and he's very happy to have it against Draconic Ninja. You definitely don't want them to be going second, as long as your cards can block, because Draconic Ninjas are known for leaking a heck of a lot of damage on turn 1 if they're given leeway to do so.
Yeah, similar to Assassins, lots of little chip and breakpoint opportunities for the Ninja. Far fewer attack reactions, so it won't come as a surprise if you are blocking efficiently, but starting things out.
Travis can just send this entire hand. He's also going to get a little bit of chip damage in thanks to Ignite enabling a Kunai of Retribution swing and, of course, the Flick Knives that are lying in wait in the arm slot. Paul, all too happy to block this out. Turn 0 means that every single one of his cards are going to be devoted to defense if he can use them.
One little piece of insider knowledge I've got before this game kicks off too much is that Paul Selinske and Travis Wagner were testing partners preparing for this tournament, which means that they probably have more reps into each other than any other player, respectively.
Yeah.
No resource generated from blood-splattered vest for Travis Wagner. That makes a lot of sense. But 1 damage does come across to Paul's face thanks to the flick of the kunai of Retribution. Down to 39 he goes. And Travis perhaps thinking about how to best continue to threaten Mask of Momentum, despite the fact that Paul is probably not going to let that trigger go through on turn 0.
Yeah.
Kunai of Retribution here on the combat chain, not flicking its way across the table. Paul instead saying no blocks here, which I can't fault him for. 1 damage. While you do want to protect your life total as much as you can on turn 0, you know Travis is just going to keep throwing haymakers.
Yeah, you need to save that.
Display Loyalty, the follow-up for Travis, generates a fealty token. Things are definitely going Travis's way on turn 0 here, doing a little bit of setup while also stripping the hand of Paul. I think in general, if you are going to push damage on turn 0, you want to try to strip the entire hand of your opponent. You don't want them to filter the cards they don't like.
Yeah, and one really important thing to note about Paul's choice of Honing Hood is that he doesn't start with gold, which means that he's very, very... It's important for him to make gold on that next turn, which means that because he can see that the cards in his hand do create gold, he might be tempted to hold on to one of them.
Those cards, of course, are Big Game Trophy Shot and Portside Exchange, both of which, as you mentioned, can generate gold, but in this case, Paul electing to hold on to Portside Exchange in the hand, a very easy gold generator. If he's able to draw a yellow, though, and there aren't that many yellow cards in the list.
Use our Cindra. Yep. Get back 1 dagger.
Yeah, and without the gold to activate the Marlynn hero ability, it is unlikely.
And Travis decides not to do a full send, pockets Art of the Dragon Blood in the arsenal for later, and I think that's an astute decision because of the fealty token that he was able to generate on turn 0. Paul drawing back up. It's a Lace with Blood Rot. Take aim. Does he have an arrow?
Ooh, I didn't see
Couldn't
one.
quite make it out.
And no gold means no hero ability just yet.
Counter on Tunic.
This could be a
It's a
clunker.
tar pit trap. This is a
Oh, the
clunker,
yellow-
except
no,
for
the
being
tar
able to
pit's yellow.
generate the
Okay.
gold token.
Just made it out. Risky start. That's a risk of Honing Hood, but he made it through his first. It's just, this is the Marlynn gameplay. You need your engine online, and it's such a risk on the first turn of the game,
Tar Pit Trap.
whether you can make that
Drawing a
happen.
card.
The drawn card is a premeditated. It's a 3 buff hand for Paul Selinske.
Because it was a yellow.
Ugh.
He's forced to dig.
We will activate Hook.
An activation of Hook for Paul.
Activate Marlin.
Activation of Marlyn.
There's the
Make a
harpoon.
Goldfin Harpoon in hand.
But he does have Take Aim, which means that he'll be able to send
play,
something.
Take
Take Aim will essentially reload Goldfin Harpoon,
Lace
and
with
the other
Blood
2
Rot.
buffs are coming over the top. This is actually pretty good.
Yeah,
And we'll send
that was scary,
Goldfin
but
I
he
know.
really found the line.
I was so scared.
Blood Rot, Ponder, Gold on hit.
And despite having a very scary start to the turn, Paul is still able to put together 11 points of damage and plenty more on the back end. A Ponder token on hit, a Gold token on hit, and a Blood Rot Pox for Travis on hit as well. Travis has himself Ignite, Breaking Point, and the Glare is making it hard to make out the rest of the cards. But he does have a Draconic starter, and he does have a nasty finisher if he's able to get a resource from Blood Splattered Vest. Heck, even if he's able to just resolve Art of the Dragon Blood at a meaningful moment.
Despite this not having overpower, I would be absolutely shook if this ninja player decided to block here.
Yeah. Travis is in the tank about blocks here, but based on what I could see of the hand, it seems just like a full send back across the table.
Yeah, there may be an opportunity for value block if he's got a 3 block that he can't necessarily take advantage of, but no blocks makes the most sense here, and Travis says just that. Drops all the way down to 29.
On hits.
Okay, Paul has drawn the first real blood of the games, getting himself a gold token, passing a Blood Rot Pox across the table, and refreshing the arsenal, of course. We'll have to see if Paul is able to give us a glimpse of the
We'll
arsenal.
resolve Ponder.
Show us.
Arsenal.
I think it was a big game trophy shot.
Okay, I didn't quite catch it.
It was a fleeting glance,
Yeah.
but if it was a big game trophy shot, Paul is set up to send it. Paul has found himself a tar pit trap and finally one of those big red harpoons. It's King Shark, exactly what he wants against Cindra, who runs a hefty amount of attacks. Ignite is the start off for Travis Wagner. 2 go again. 29 plays 38 in this, the second round, the AGE Players Championship in Los Angeles.
And
2 damage goes across.
This is shaping up to be a fast game. Both players putting together very heavy offensive hands.
1 go again for free.
1 go again. The traditional follow-up from the Kunai of Retribution after an Ignite starts the combat chain.
No blocks here.
No blocks once again from Paul Selinske. One of the amazing things about Tar Pit Trap in this situation is that it turns off Mask of Momentum for the entire turn. I used to love it against Katsu because that technically means that the attack action card has hit, which then makes it so Mask of Momentum can't trigger for the rest of the turn, but also you don't draw the card.
Go again.
Yeah, super, super helpful. Paul also getting a little peek at a D-React that'll be coming up next turn. Shelter from the Storm revealed from that Ravenous Rabble.
And Paul is definitely thinking about that Tar Pit Trap here because it is a difficult break point to cover with. Tar Pit Trap. Because it is defending an attack with Go again, it's going to make it so that the next time an attack action card hits this turn, effects don't trigger. The biggest one on this chain link is, of course, Mask of Momentum. Travis would love to be drawing a card off of that breakpoint.
Yeah,
It's
really
just not gonna
good
happen.
timing. That being said, breakpoint is disruptive.
Yeah. And if Tar Pit Trap eats up the on-hit on this Ravenous Rabble, Breaking Point will still have its on-hit of destroying the
Mask
arsenal.
triggers, but is not used, so it's not valid for this turn anymore.
Yep. Travis laying it all on the line for everybody. All is still going to get disrupted here in a
Go
big
again,
way.
we'll show you
And Travis is
again.
finding
Again.
Yep, hasn't
his
changed.
4 go-agains
No blocks.
at a situation where he really wants it. Down to 30 goes Paul Selinske, taking all that damage. This next one is going to be a
We're gonna
little bit
react,
different, and it was a big game
reactions.
trophy shot. I just saw it flashed in Paul's arsenal.
29 all.
Getting that resource most likely to pay for the breakpoint.
When we do that, we're going to get 1 here.
Sure.
And the first counter put on Blood-Splattered Vest for Travis Wagner. After the Kunai of Retribution
One
flick
chain link,
connects.
This is the dagger. Draconic
And so what is to follow? It's surely the breaking point. And I like the way Travis has structured this turn. He leaves the Art of the Dragon Blood in the arsenal with a fealty token, probably waiting for a moment where his hand otherwise stumbles.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Paul here does have the boots to cover this up. 2 block plus a card from hand.
Does he have enough to send his hand anyway after that?
Yeah,
There's a
he would
Lone
need,
Shark, a Blue, and a King Shark Harpoon.
He would need a way to load that King Shark.
Well, he has it in Big Game Trophy Shot because he'll be able to activate Marlynn, discard the Goldfin Harpoon to Big Game Trophy Shot, but he would have 1 chance to draw a resource card at that point.
Yeah, risky play. But this is what Marlyn does. Marlyn is a Gamba deck through and through.
You think so?
I know so. I've seen a lot of these games. Marlyn gives Brute a run for their money in terms of gambling.
No matter what.
Yeah.
Well, say more about that. Is that because you're gambling on the cards drawn off the top of the deck?
Absolutely. You're gambling on getting the resources you need to activate the Hammerhead. You're gambling on getting the harpoons you need to load up. Every turn you're seeing so many cards, and every turn is a puzzle. You have to hit all of these different mechanics. You have to be able to load because the crossbow doesn't load for you. You have to have on hits that matter. You have to have the resources to send them. It's such a resource hungry deck. So you need 3 things to happen every single turn to send an arrow. But in order to facilitate that, you have the gold piles to go digging. And that's what makes Marlyn such a gambly deck.
And Paul, looking at the gambly line, I think he's at a fork in the road. He either has this choice, which he's making now, or he could have blocked with 2 cards from hand, played out the Lone Shark, and just passed back to Travis.
And
But
if there-
instead, he's going for the throat.
I know that Paul likes to gamble, and it's not because he's a gamble enjoyer, but he has come to learn through all of his play testing and all of his game knowledge on Marlyn that truly the way to win and the way to eke out that value is to gamble as much as possible. It's kind of like the math on scab skins. Technically, if you roll it every turn, you come up ahead.
2 damage conferred to Travis's life total. Down to 27 he goes after the pox comes off of him. Still has one fealty token on his side of the board. And Paul kept 2 cards in hand, 1 in the arsenal. This turn cycle is going to go activate Marlynn, tick up Tunic, activate Marlynn, play out big game trophy shot, discard the harpoon, and hope. And I think the odds are in Paul's favor here because he saw that all buff hand at the beginning of the game.
Yeah, he's got a chance here to find what he needs. He's got the harpoon already in hand. He just needs the resources.
Pitching the blue, he is. Big game trophy shot gonna cost 2. Come on, Paul. Come on, Paul. Draw the card.
Draw.
What is it?
Discard.
It's a 3 of a kind. Okay.
That is resources.
Okay, we're okay. That is still going to be resources on this turn. That is the one red that is okay to draw on this turn. King Shark Harpoon loaded there, and it's 3 of a kind off the top.
Travis laughing. That was
2 blues.
Oh, he's got a blue.
He's got 1.
He's got 2.
He's got 2. Hamstring shot and Eye of Ophidia. I'm not taking favorites, folks. I just really like to watch Marlynn do what she does. Okay, so it's an activation of Hammerhead.
Yep.
To give +4 on this King Shark Harpoon, and he's going to get the opt from Eye of
It's
Ophidia.
a Codex and
It's a Bluefin Harpoon and a Codex of Frailty. I really like keeping Codex
Yeah.
of Frailty on top here.
I think you keep both blue. Or I don't think. Oh yeah, it is a bluefin.
Yeah, I think you keep the blue too.
Yeah, exactly. The resources are just so important.
And the reason being is that the way Marlynn wins these games, especially against aggro decks, is just stringing that King Shark Harpoon over and over and over again. And if he keeps the Codex on top, then all he needs to do is find 1 more blue in the next 2 cards, and he can do just that.
All just dotting the T's, crossing the I's, debating on whether or not he can afford to hook here.
Oh, yeah, you can afford to hook here. Overpower is a heck of a drug against Cindra. I think what is maybe giving him pause is the fact that he saw a Shelter from the Storm on the top of Travis's deck during the last turn cycle. But even so, I don't think Cindra's blocking out 14 with 1 0 for 4 D react.
No, ma'am.
Big game, hook, go fish on.
Okay, so it's 2 gold tokens on hit, and of course the Go Fish effect of King Shark Harpoon, which means that Paul will be able to look at the hand of Travis Wagner and choose a card for him to reveal to go fish. King Shark Harpoon is looking for attack action cards, so Paul is going to choose the best attack action card in Travis's hand and force him to discard it, which means that ultimately, if the Go Fish goes through, Paul's going to end this turn with 3 gold tokens and an arsenal.
Yeah, and at that point, his engine is purring.
Especially because that last card in hand is a buff, so the next King Shark Harpoon is going to be coming in for at least 13.
We do know that there's 1 blue on top, so the odds that he gets a gas hand next turn are very high.
Man, and the Gamba paid off, Michael.
Absolutely. And these are the kinds of lines that you have to solve every single turn playing Marlynn. She is a very hard deck to pilot, and you have to know the context of your deck. You have to know the odds of what you could draw.
Do you not have this?
I had that.
Oh, okay.
The hamstring
Players talking
shot.
about how much Paul was gambling on that turn, and Paul says, yep, I got lucky because I was gambling.
Both would have done the same thing, but this play got me the buff.
Makes sense.
And Travis just trying to come to terms with how could this be 14 overpower,
say
stripping
no
my
blocks.
attacks, no blocks.
Reactions.
We're going to react 4.
Yeah, Shelter from the Storm is the only block here. I think this makes a lot of sense. Travis needs to keep as many cards as possible to go on the offensive. If Ninja starts getting on the back foot and is forced to block, that usually spells doom.
There you go.
And here are the 3 cards that Paul has to choose from. It's Brand with Cinderclaw, Display Loyalty, and Breaking Point. If I'm in Paul's shoes, I kind of want to hit the, well, do I want to hit the Breaking Point?
We will
Because
choose
with only 3 cards, maybe Travis is not going to go wide enough for Breaking Point. I think that's what Paul's probably thinking here in
Yeah.
taking the Brand with Cinderclaw. He also takes the only Draconic starter in the hand.
gold that turn.
Little does he know that Travis is insulated from that pick because of the Art of the Dragon Blood in the arsenal.
Yeah, and the fealty there helping things out even more.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe going to regret that choice once he sees the way this lines up. Taking the breaking point would have been just no blocks, send it, assuming he's got a gas hand to come
Yeah.
up.
Travis still has the opportunity to send it if he generates a resource from Blood Splattered Vest. Well, yeah, because Art of the Dragon Blood will discount the next
Break a field.
3 Draconic cards.
Art of the Dragon Blood.
So-
Go again.
Travis can
Draconic.
flick one of those daggers,
have Draconic.
generate a resource, swing with the other dagger, come in with Display Loyalty, and then finish off with Breaking Point.
Yeah, he's got everything he needs to be disruptive this
Hopefully
turn.
they know what this means. Yeah. Because I don't want to keep the fealty under it. It just gets confusing. Looks like I have extras, so.
Looks dragony.
Yeah.
Just thought we'd listen in on that little bit of board state banter. Travis is a very particular player when it comes down to representation of things on the combat chain and in the arena.
A Draconic token is kind of clean.
Take 4?
Yeah, no, he's been using it since he played Dromai back in the Diz-A. Back when compact discs were still around. Michael, you remember
Wow.
those?
Yeah. I was just talking about them the other day. We were talking about the mini discs that you'd get in cereal boxes, or
Okay.
I guess you'd use them for GameCube.
How about cassette tapes? You remember those?
Oh, yeah, I remember ripping them out and just stringing them around my head as a child.
Yeah, you don't remember. But you don't know how a rotary phone works either.
I'm older than you.
Is that true?
Yes.
You're such a grandpa. Display Loyalty is the second attack this combat chain. 3 go again. Fealty token regenerated for Travis Wagner here.
Counters, it's destroyed.
17 plays 25, but Travis is swinging hard.
Rupture in hand.
Paul does have the perfect 3-card play from Marlynn, which is, of course, Codex of Frailty, and 2 blues.
It's clean. He can block. But he needs to make sure that breaking point
That's the
doesn't
breaking
connect.
point. Which means that in Paul's case, it might be better for him to just let the Mask of Momentum hit, but
I can
try
see that.
to tell that to somebody who's
Yeah.
facing it down.
All right.
He
It's a
doesn't
tough
know
choice.
about the breaking point.
He does, yes.
So if Paul's memory
Times in a turn if you
is better than
You can read it.
Yeah, that's right.
the man who's getting dementia next to me,
Hmm.
then then he'll be able to figure out the best line in terms of blocking.
Who? What? What's happening?
Yeah, thank you so much.
Where am I?
We'll send no blocks.
Come along, Mr. Murray.
We'll react with flick knives.
Sure.
Flick 1.
Left kunai flicks across to Paul. Down to 24 he goes. And yes, a counter is generated here for Travis Wagner.
And then I'll take 3.
Take 3, yeah, sorry.
Down to 21 goes Paul Selinske, making sure that Travis doesn't miss the on-hit of damage.
That's an important one.
Yeah, very generous of Paul. Kunai of Retribution to follow, which means that now we have 3 chain links. And now the rupture effect is going to be active for breaking point.
This has to hit. Oh, no, it doesn't need to hit because it's reduced by
Or I
1.
guess it's always
Does not need to hit. So now, because Paul has not blocked at all, he can simply throw 2 cards in front of breaking point and do exactly what he wants to do. But Paul also wants to stop the mask on this chain link too. That is interesting.
Yeah, because it wouldn't trigger on a weapon.
No, it won't trigger on a weapon,
Huh.
got it.
which Paul does know. Travis mentioned that to
Yeah.
him a second ago. Finish up is breaking point.
3 because of blood.
Yeah, that's the bit
So
that
that's
Paul
why
was
Paul
missing.
blocked. He was
Yep.
thinking about the resource required, didn't quite realize that the
Yeah, blood
breaking
discount
point
me for free.
was free. Still saving a life, but he would definitely have preferred to keep that block around for later if he had calculated that.
Yeah. But the hand seems to be cooperating. Yeah. There's a yellow in hand. What is that? Is that yellow is the Codex of Frailty.
Right.
I forgot about the discount.
So he actually needs to keep.
Ooh. Well,
He needs
is
to
he
keep a
on?
lot of cards here.
I think he's on tunic counter next turn, right?
That's okay.
Is he?
Okay.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
he
a
is,
2,
okay.
So he can skirt that and just send a good old fashioned.
No, he'll still have to because he needs
didn't take
6
the brand,
total
you just
resources.
Yeah. So. Oh,
Probably still the right call. You didn't know this was there.
you're right.
He does have a good amount of gold, so he can use one of those blues to go into the well. Not something you
What is his
want to be
arsenal
doing.
right now?
It's a buff. It's a 0-cost buff.
Buy back the dagger with Cindra, so
It looks like he's just
you don't forget.
thinking about cycling it out to lose a different card and keep the buff.
Well, no. Honing. Yeah. I guess he is thinking
thumbed
about
it,
that.
but I mean, that's his protection against warmongers. That could be really dangerous.
Have gold too.
I think you just let it go.
Yeah, perhaps.
It's tough though. I mean, it's
I think you do need to block with at least 1 card here because you have
Right, for
redundant blues in
efficiency.
hand. Might as well save some life.
Unless you want to go Gamba on some buffs with the gold. The
He
pile of
could be
gold.
thinking about. No, he can't be thinking about Arsenal because he's got to resolve a Codex of Frailty. So any extra card in hand will have to be discarded.
No blocks.
Yeah.
But no blocks, says Paul.
I think he's just going to break some gold.
16, right?
All right.
Yep.
Snag a take game.
Away goes take aim for that breaking point, and Travis wins the end of this turn cycle for sure, especially given the disruption that Paul was able to lay down.
And
But no Arsenal anymore for Travis, which means that Go Fish is going to be that much better of a mechanic at disrupting him.
Yeah, the Codex will strip a card. He will get to choose something from graveyard. Most powerful attack will go into the arsenal, but things are looking good for Paul at this moment.
To crack a gold.
Okay, Paul is cracking gold straight away. Perhaps thinking that if he's able to get a compelling harpoon, then maybe he won't use the Codex on this turn and instead arsenal it for next.
Yeah. Getting another blue is not quite what he wants to see.
No, especially if it was a red fin harpoon, perhaps we would have been a little bit happier. The drawn
Another
card,
blue.
yep, Seafloor Salvage.
Seafloor salvage. Turn a card in graveyard face down. If it's yellow, create a gold token.
Probably going to choose. Well, he does have Travis's brand with Cinderclaw.
That's true. I don't know that it
Oh,
makes a
please
lot of
remember
difference.
Paul. Please remember Paul.
Gold, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Do I take your dagger?
He could flip the dagger.
Or do I want to dig?
Flipping the dagger here is actually kind of spicy.
Wait a minute, where is Travis's yellow brand with
brand, too.
Cinderclaw?
Yeah.
Get an actual choice.
Spicy.
What are your yellows? Just check. real
There are
quick.
plenty in Paul's deck graveyard as well because there's a big game trophy shot.
Now we're gonna
Pretty irrelevant which one he chooses.
we're gonna be conservative here. Trust our game plan. So yeah, we will flip the yellow brand.
The brand?
Yeah.
Okay, Paul trusting his game plan by flipping the yellow brand. I'm not sure exactly what he means by that, if I'm being completely honest.
I think the game plan is gold. You need a lot of gold, and you need to be able to dig to insulate
Gold.
yourself from risks.
We'll activate hook while we're here. So we
Oh,
have
I
to
see.
get
So
later.
he was thinking about getting rid of the
dagger.
the
Yep.
dagger.
Crack a gold.
But he needs to draw
Draw
cards
a
here.
card.
It's another blue.
And Travis also had the blue in hand, so if Paul had targeted the Kunai of Retribution, Paul could have bought it back at instant
Oh,
speed.
yeah.
So thank goodness he didn't. But now Paul might be going for the dagger.
Could exchange this one for another gold as well by flipping a yellow in his graveyard. It looks like he's just digging for that buff. He wants to push.
Gambling. So
right now.
We'll turn Tar Pit Trap face down.
More gold.
It's always so scary to
Selinske.
watch him play this. I think it's correct, but it's so scary.
Paul has been playing so much Marlynn.
Yeah.
Pitch.
Wow. How many gold draws now?
Wait,
Enough
that's
to
really risky. If he
Yeah, yeah.
drew a red
right.
there.
The grand finale. Are you ready?
Catch
Four gold
of the
draws now?
day.
Counter.
Okay, if Paul draws another blue here, then
Yeah.
he's going to be able
What
to
are you
play
looking
out
for?
catch of the day and
fun,
take
you know?
2 cards away from Travis instead of just 1.
I think he's looked at 9 cards, including the starting hand, and he finds the buff.
It's a yellow.
No, that's a good yellow.
Yeah,
That's a
no,
plus
it's fine.
3.
It's fine.
That's exactly
I
what
was hoping that he
wants.
was going to resolve catch of the day. That was my personal hope
Fair
for this turn
enough.
cycle.
Fair enough. That
But you're
would've
right.
been disgusting.
This is a-okay.
Well, hopefully you found what you're looking for.
Travis says, quivering in his bones, I hope you found what you're looking for. I know in his heart he doesn't know that at all.
Yeah, that was a lie, Travis.
Yeah. So gold the tip, plus Codex of Frailty. Find King Shark Harpoon for Paul Selinske. And Travis, forced to discard a card
So how much is it going
and
to
find an attack of his own.
13 overpower. Gold on hit.
So Travis, before choosing a card in his graveyard for the arsenal, wants to know exactly how much that arrow is coming in for. It will be 13 overpower. And Travis has found another copy of Breaking Point. There's only 3 in the deck, folks, because that's how legal Flesh and Blood works. And he's got him in the first 3 turn cycles.
Well, he's not going to be able to resolve it next turn with the way this goes.
Yeah, can I read it real quick? I think it's attack action card is what it pulls, right?
That is
Unfortunately,
correct,
I got a
Travis. It
couple of
is an
those.
attack action card.
You're like
After all the testing you two did, you'd think Travis would have that one memorized.
a naked king shark at you, and it might still hit.
Nevertheless, it
true.
does pay to read the card.
You got to know every in and out. In some ways, this game is a lot like the legal system, and you have to know the rules through and through.
So Travis will have the opportunity to just hold back a Warmonger's diplomacy and hurt Paul in a big way, but Warmonger's diplomacy doesn't hit Marlynn quite in the same way that it did Azalea, or heck, even Lexi, because if all he does on his turn is load up a King Shark harpoon or another harpoon, activate Hammerhead and send it, then he's A-okay.
Yeah. No, it definitely has the potential to whiff, but like here's an example right now of why the Honing Hood is in the list. If that was a buff, then Paul's completely bricked on the Warmongers. But he's got the Honing Hood insulation, so at least this turn he won't be completely fish out of water.
The fish out of water instead is on the opposite side of the table. Travis Wagner trying to decide on a proper attack action card to put in the arsenal here. He's got his eyes on both Breaking Point and Art of the Dragon Blood. Art of the Dragon Blood was instrumental in getting through the previous King Shark harpoon turn, so I don't hate grabbing that one.
With the fealty, opting for that Art of the Dragon, as you mentioned.
Still thinking, though, is Travis Wagner. Is there an argument for anything else in the graveyard, do you think?
Not really. He's already got the Breaking Point in hand, and
It's
that's pretty much your only disruption.
Yeah.
So
Indeed.
getting the discount on the daggers, getting the
choices.
discount on the Breaking
Always
Point
choices.
is pretty much what he's going for here.
I do think that Travis is going to be blocking with the Breaking Point on this turn cycle, because unless he can convert it on the next, I don't like keeping it in hand.
Feels correct. So we'll lose this.
Yep.
Arsenal this.
Losing the Snatch
Dragon
instead is Travis Wagner
I-
into the graveyard. So Breaking Point is still in hand, along with a Warmonger's Diplomacy, the Art of the Dragon Blood
Probably
in
a good
the
idea.
arsenal.
Good. Thank you.
Paul reading the card that tripped him up a little bit
The
2 turns
targets are
ago.
chosen.
So I guess Travis
Like how we just had
could
those
position a
dice out.
similar turn cycle
13 overpower.
as the last
huh?
one.
Hook on hit. Go fish on hit.
Yep.
This is conferring a lot of damage, and at life 16 on Paul's side, it's a steep hill for Travis to climb to get back from this position in the game. There's always the chance of whiffing when you're playing against Marlynn, but as long as things go consistently the way they've gone, Paul is looking very good to close this out in the next turn or two.
Dragon Scalar Flight Path plus, pretty sure the Breaking Point are going to be the blocking cards. Yes.
We will
So
block
4 on 13, 9 damage is going to
Big
leak
9?
through.
Yep.
Down to 8 goes Travis Wagner.
Down to 8.
And Paul Selinske gets to go fishing.
Right.
But he's also going to see
Great,
that
we'll
Warmonger's
process on
Diplomacy
hit, so
in
we
hand
will get
and
our
know that the
bow
Honing
back
Hood
on hook.
is ready to do its
We'll
thing.
go fish.
You get this one.
Yeah, I'll choose.
Travis is making the decision for him. Paul's
Yep.
like, yeah, I know that's the only attack in hand. And here comes
We
Warmonger's
will
Diplomacy.
clean up the board
So
here.
at this point in the game, Travis is out. Is Paul drawing a no harpoon hand,
And
which is possible.
We're going to take a look at the hand, see if he's able to draw it up.
I saw blue going into the arsenal.
Need some more.
I missed it completely.
Didn't see which one.
Oh, I don't imagine.
Codex
you
of
pick anything
Bloodrot.
else. You could.
That's a
King Shark, King Kraken Harpoon.
So
Are
he
you
is
all ready?
insulated, can send at
I'm
least
ready.
10 overpower minimum.
Warmongers.
That's
Well,
A-okay.
hold priority. Respond. Honing Hood.
Yep.
We'll
Oh, Paul
destroy
doing this
Honing Hood
on
and
Travis's
turn
turn just
all
for
cards from my arsenal to my
stunting.
hand, and
Yeah.
then put a card
It
from
sounds
my
really
hand
cool when
face
you say
down
hold
into
priority.
the arsenal.
No, no,
We
no.
will choose
No.
Stop what you're doing. I'm doing something now. Look at me. I am the priority player now.
And there it is, the tech piece. This just got him 10
I
value.
also choose war.
Sounds good.
War chosen by both
And then
players.
I end the turn. Frailty goes away.
Something we all
That's
expected.
for you.
That's for me. My little
Yep.
war token.
But
We gotta do it
King
for
Kraken
Semifinals.
is not the
Yeah.
scariest
They're gonna
harpoon
be talking
for
about,
Cindra.
that's Art of War. And then what's the other side? It's
There's so
Zen
few
State.
non-attack
Zen
action
State.
cards
Yeah.
in the Cindra list.
True, but it is scary when you're at 8 and it has overpower.
You're right.
And these things. Somebody
Ooh,
will
he's
just-
got the Diriac
Counter
though.
on Tunic.
He's got life insulation.
Sink blow in the hand for Travis Wagner. Big bad arrow coming out of the arsenal of Paul Selinske. It's just a matter of time.
Goes.
Yeah, we can still.
Does have a big game trophy shot. This could have been
Thank you.
the turn that put Travis under if not for that Warmonger's diplomacy.
No, the Warmonger's definitely saved his life here.
What am I doing? Where's my dice? Okay. We'll activate Hammerhead.
Hammerhead activated.
And
King Kraken Harpoon given overpower and also an additional +4.
of you covering this.
Paul's still thinking though.
Yeah, this is actually,
Activate hook.
it's a little bit scary. My confidence at Paul's win rate just went down a little bit, knowing that Travis has the D-React in hand, does get to insulate and prevent a lot of this damage.
Travis all too happy to see that it's non-attacks
Big number
being looked
indeed.
for by King Kraken Harpoon. Gold-baited hook generated here. It is a dry hooked activation, though, which means that if Travis is able to block out all of this damage, that annoying arm piece goes forever to the graveyard.
I do like this here. It's tempting Travis to put some armor in front of it, which could be a really great point for Paul to maintain some tempo at this very lackluster turn caused by the Warmongers.
You know, man, I think back to my Azalea days. If I could send 10 overpower when I'm under Warmongers, though, I am so happy.
Yeah.
Travis has got to think about his life total at this point because overpower is a very relevant mechanic against ninjas. It does not dominate light.
No, it's a lot more effective in some ways, but here with the reaction in hand, Travis can cover 7, could even consider giving up some armor. You'd have to give up the mask, though, and that's a very tough
Judge?
ask.
Is that a legal activation?
Yeah, it's not legal.
Yeah.
Oh, he did it
He's trying to
afterwards.
activate hook under Warmongers.
Oh, or that.
Yeah, that's a good point,
That's,
Travis.
Yeah, an incorrect play. I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
Paul's trying to apologize his way out of
Yeah.
it. He's such
What
a
was
sweet
the
guy.
last thing you did, actually? You did hook at what point? Was it before or after the cannon?
After.
We're going to cut back to us, folks, as the judge call gets sorted out. Travis is, I think, also trying to figure out if the hammerhead activation was illegal, too. It is not. As long as you are activating a non-attack action as of a weapon, then it is still legal under the war clause of Warmonger's diplomacy. So we're going to let them clear that up at the table. I think that the easiest way to clean this up, and likely the course that Sleepy Connor will take, is to just roll back to the point where Paul activated gold-baited hook, say, no, 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 you cannot do that, and instead just send the King Kraken Harpoon with 10 overpower.
Yeah.
More vanilla.
Yeah, I'm hopeful for that conclusion, and it does look like that is perhaps what we're doing.
It's all good. It's all good.
So,
Everything cleaned up there. 10 overpower from the King Kraken Harpoon is still on the combat chain. Travis remains at 8 life to Paul Selinski's 16. Defense reaction in the hand for Travis Wagner, along with plenty of other cards to block with. King Kraken is not going to rip a card from the hand of Travis, so he's just got to think about his life total at this point.
yeah, blocking with just the D-React going to 2 is an option, but it would probably mean that he
If Connor lets me
has
do
to
it.
kill Paul next turn, or at least strip his hand.
Do it. No, we're not going to do it.
And I don't love that because Paul could pretty easily just activate Marlynn and close the game out that way.
Yeah, it's possible. I mean, I've seen Paul lose games off of bricks. I've seen Marlynn's lose
Sure.
games off of bricks. It's just such a scary deck to watch because it's always just on the knife's edge, running these super powerful plays every single turn until just it doesn't line up, and then things get dicey. So we'll have to see.
Travis, though, still
Only on hit is King Shark.
pondering this blocking decision. A lot on the line for Travis here. He has been at the Players' Championship once before.
Yeah, if I had a Warmongers.
Did not have a top 8 performance there, so I know it means a lot to him to
Go to reactions.
cross all his T's, dot his I's, play this as impeccably as possible.
No sync.
Does look like it's no blocks, though. Sync below means that Travis is going to send down to 2 points of life. He's confident that he can get it done on this next turn, at least enough to strip some cards away from Paul Selinske and steal the tempo back.
He does have a very powerful turn coming up. Looks like he will be presenting at least 16 damage, which means that Paul will be forced to lose some cards to blocking just to stay alive. And if Travis is able to string together a Mask of Momentum hit too, I think that there is a line that exists that could threaten Paul's life quite substantially.
I choose Oath of Loyalty? I have to leave.
Paul says, I have to choose a target here because that's how
and then
Go
keep
Fish
it.
works, but
Don't make a goal.
Travis is going to keep it.
down
No
to-
gold generated for Paul Selinske. No gold off the gold-baited hook because he was under the
Still
effect
under Warmonger,
of
so
war.
You should have watched me.
It's just going to be
Never know
a
what we're gonna do.
pass from Paul Selinske here. The chosen card for Arsenal, though, it's an interesting choice. I kind of like Codex of Bloodrot here because you can always cycle it, and if you don't have a convenient way to draw a card and load with Marlynn's passive ability.
Yeah, and that's what he chooses. I also like the big game trophy hunter shot in hand for the 3 block.
Exactly.
Yeah. We're tightening it up.
It's, oh my gosh, it is the god hand for Paul Selinske.
As long
it's
as he
2
can keep
blues,
it.
yeah, 2 blues plus King Shark Harpoon, and then also a buff in the hand.
So the blocking here will be absolutely critical for Paul to navigate. He's got 1 block left in the armor in the form of Fiendals. It would not surprise me to see that come down at the right moment.
Mask of Momentum, though, in the hands of the Drakai of Retribution, does force 2 chain links to be blocked, not just the one that you could usually expect from Katsu's or Fi's when they were playing it. Down to 12 goes Paul Selinske.
Sir, thank you.
4 life. Stolen from him by the Oath of Loyalty. The follow-up hot on their heels. 3 go again here, threatening a mark on hit as well. And also a quarter of Paul's remaining life total.
It's always so scary to be down at these points against a ninja. They can just show up with surprise damage out of nowhere and force cards that you really needed to keep for your game plan. And Marlynn needs to keep cards for her game plan.
It is an Art of the Dragon Blood, if my memory doesn't deceive me, in the arsenal for Travis Wagner. I think it was another head jab effect in the hand, right? Not a blaze headlong.
I think it's a blaze.
Was it a blaze? Okay.
We'll have to see.
Unfortunate news if you are a fan of Marlynn here.
Yeah, I think it's a 4. Yeah, it is exactly
Yeah.
a blaze.
4 go again.
But he has the breakpoint cover in Fiendals if he wants to commit
This,
that.
this is lethal here. Travis Wagner will definitely be presenting lethal, and that is without the card draw from Mask of Momentum. Because the Flick Knives gets 1 in here, 4 from Blaze Headlong, plus another 4 from Art of the Dragon Blood in the arsenal.
And as it stands, in order to activate the harpoon and send the King Shark, Paul needs to keep every card in his hand from this point.
You can look.
Yeah, thinking on target.
But he,
Don't care
I think
about
he's
the
a little
dagger.
low on resources now because it was 2 blues, the big game trophy shot, King
Right.
Shark Harpoon. So he's going to have to go into the gold well in order to get the resources that he needs to send King Shark with Overpower.
He is tanking for good reason here. Needs to think about what his potential line is if he gives another block. Choosing the dagger with the sunken treasure, no gold
gold for
generated.
you. Okay, we'll go to reactions then.
Could be a relevant choice here. Flick Knives.
Take 1.
Kunai of Retribution comes across. Paul Selinske descends down to 8. The thing that matters here now is what is drawn off of Mask of Momentum, because I totally expect Paul to say no blocks on Art of the Dragon Blood
Once per turn, attack
and see if he actually has to respect what comes next.
Yeah, I could see that. I can see a world where he says no blocks, but I can also see a world. It's tough. It's tough.
I think Travis is thinking about whether or not to. Never mind. He passed on Blood Splattered Vest. Break of Fealty, Art of the Dragon Blood gets natural go again. No need to, not natural,
Yeah, now that
artificial
it's
go again.
draconic.
And now doesn't require the the Dragon Scalar flight path in order to make use of the card that Travis is going to likely draw off of Mask of Momentum.
And if it's a 4 attack, Paul's in trouble.
So this is the link for the people back home.
Oh, Oath of Loyalty, though, means that it also needs to be draconic. So the outs for Travis here are few.
Cindra's not being
They exist.
They definitely exist. Travis has seen a good amount of 1 costs at this point. I do know he has Art of the Dragon Scale and Art of the Dragon Fire in his deck list. So there's a chance he draws a 1 cost. There's a chance he draws a 0 cost. There's also a chance he draws a Warmonger's Diplomacy, which
That would be backbreaking.
now that Paul doesn't have the get out of jail free card, could be really rough.
I think the play is no blocks, and that's what
I think
Paul
so too.
says. What is the top card of that deck?
No blocks. On 4 for Paul Selinske.
No reactions from me.
The fate of his round 2 hangs in the balance.
Take 4.
Down to 4 he goes. The top of the deck must cooperate for Travis Wagner. Mask of Momentum triggers here.
And we don't have to do these yet, so we're gonna draw with mask first. Sound good?
Here we go. The drawn card, I think, was Ronin Renegade.
Yeah, I think
saw
that's
it for
just
half
3.
a second.
I don't know what I'm.
And that is just not going to be enough.
You send it anyway?
Yeah, 100% you send it anyway.
Take him to 1.
We're gonna use our Cindra though.
You got to.
Wait. Yeah, okay, he already flicked.
He already flicked. Cannot flick again. Only has 1 dagger thanks to the Seafloor Salvage. Or Sunken Treasure that Paul blocked with on this turn.
Could have gotten a resource earlier in the
Yeah.
turn.
To send the kunai.
Little mistake. Really important here.
I think we have to, man. I think we have to.
We have to.
Ronin
what?
Renegade.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we do have to
3
send it.
damage. That's not enough.
It's super free. It pays me to play. No, it doesn't.
But now Paul needs to close the game out, and he still has to gamble to
This is
get
not
there.
discounting, correct?
It is. It's just that it's already free, so.
Yeah.
Is going to have the
One
opportunity
of the discounts
for
gets
a
consumed by this.
somewhat free draw at the cost of 1 gold with that big game trophy shot.
True.
I mean, he could also just
Lethal, you're threatening.
draw off of gold instead of resolving the big game trophy shot. Keep the yellow in hand to try to insulate a bad draw. Now
Is he
Paul's thinking about blocking?
blocking? No.
There's no way. I feel
No.
like no. He's thinking about blocking right here.
He needs to get the overpower off.
I think he does too. He could be thinking that he's going to strip enough cards from Travis.
Oh, no.
He is going to be
I mean, at least he
demanding a
doesn't
question
die to
from
flick
Travis.
knives, yeah.
Yeah, he's not going to die to flick knives. He is demanding a question of Travis, which is going to be
King
asked by
Shark.
the Codex of Bloodrot as well,
That's true.
which
yeah,
will
yeah,
be
yeah.
will be threatening lethal off of the Bloodrot Pox token. Whether or not Paul is able to send this harpoon, obviously he would love to be able to send it with overpower and slam the door in as many ways as possible. That's another Codex of Bloodrot. Less than ideal in this situation. At that point, there is no out from drawing off of gold.
Yeah, you just send 6.
And you know, 6 is not irrelevant against a ninja.
Arsenal to
Might
hand,
demand
hand to Arsenal
3
back.
cards from Travis if the block values don't cooperate. Travis also is forced to put a card into Arsenal, so it's having a bit of a Codex of Frailty effect there. Ooh, and there's another defense reaction in the hand for Travis Wagner, but this hand looks like doo-doo. It's 1 cost abound. No fealty token for Art of the Dragon Fire. So honestly, the Bloodrot Pox token might just do it here.
Crack last gold.
Paul perhaps rewarded to the 9s.
Wait, if he... Oh, my God, that was so risky.
I know if he drew.
Why did he...
Oh, he had 1 floating, I think.
Oh, that's true.
So yeah. Not risky, but also,
Pitch to
is there any value in doing it?
No,
I don't think there's
understand
any value
it.
in doing it.
Maybe an Arsenal target?
Sorry?
But he still has to pitch it no matter what in order
What'd you do?
No, I'm
to
gonna do
send
my
the harpoon.
Yeah.
said I would. I was gonna activate hook, but
Oh,
Yeah,
you were
yeah.
gonna
Okay.
do that.
King Shark harpoon here.
For how
Even
much
though it
here?
doesn't have overpower, and even though Paul won't be able to choose the card from Go Fish, I mean, ninjas run a lot of attacks,
No
right?
overpower?
So it is very likely that Travis has nothing but attacks to reveal to Go Fish, even if he's given the choice.
That being said, he's got the mask of momentum, 2 block plus the 4 from hand.
Shouldn't even
It's a
do it.
clean block.
so close. One less damage, and it would have been 10.
But Bloodrot Pox has to be dealt with, and
Yeah.
Travis simply doesn't have a blue.
He doesn't have the resources, so he would have to kill Paul next turn. With
On
just
hit
3
is-
cards.
You still have to show me a card.
Codex of Bloodrot is looking hot in this Marlyn deck right here.
Wow. Paul showing us how well he knows the deck. We were so concerned about the block.
I
but
was
here
really
he's
concerned.
insulated from the flick knives. He really played that well.
Oh.
Showing us just how seasoned he is at Marlyn.
I still don't agree with the last pop of the gold, though.
No,
I'll take that to my
didn't
grave.
make sense. He's got 2 floating.
Sorry,
I think he was digging for a better arsenal target. No, but he's got ponders.
No, he only had one
I don't know
floating,
what
so he
that
had to
was.
pitch that
makes
card
no
no
sense.
matter what.
It's all right. It's all right. The tension is mounting. The
Yeah,
pressure
without
is
a doubt.
on.
Gosh, and the music in the room is also... It's basically like soft music that you would hear in the elevator. It just chimed in through my headphones in that moment. Does not fit the moment
No.
at all.
The most tense flesh and blood moment.
Gosh, look at Paul. His shoulders are almost up by his ears.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's weird.
And Travis
Weird
is
situation.
seeing how impossible this situation is. The question being asked. He just doesn't have everything he needs to survive. The Codex of Bloodrot, putting that card in Arsenal is key in this moment. It's the one extra resource he needed to live.
Huge. Huge in this moment. Travis is looking for the out, but it simply doesn't exist. Unless, wait a minute. No, he only has 4 block in terms of equipment. Yep, that's pretty bad. Could, hold on. Hear me out. Could block with Art of the Dragon Scale. He could discard the Shelter from the Storm to prevent 1 of the damage from Bloodrot Pox.
That extra
That's
draw
the
got me
out.
to filter out of a sunken
That is a
treasure.
play.
Yeah, yeah.
That is a play. It takes his whole hand.
Oh, Paul was saying that he was able to cycle away a sunken treasure because of that draw.
We got to get better at Marlyn, Bryce.
Well, it was still random, and he has still seen sunken treasures before.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
I
It is cool.
With the ponder,
It
I
is
think
cool,
he
but
would
if
have had a
that's-
better option.
If that's
to-
the positive reason for breaking a goal, I don't know.
Yeah. Questionable.
Questionable. Paul, nevertheless, piloting Marlyn incredibly well this game.
Block 6.
Yeah.
6 block here,
So Travis
no
finds the line to survive barely.
And
but he's gonna have to IP a card essentially.
I guess
He'll
so,
be able to
'cause
send the one in Arsenal.
Right. So no IP here.
He can also.
Yep.
He can also utilize Demonstrate Devotion as a pitch card, Kunai of Retribution. Send awkward numbers Paul's way.
I think there is any choice.
No, there is no
Dagger.
choice, Travis. It is the illusion of choice. Starting off with a Kunai of Retribution. Paul likely going to take 2 true damage on this turn. 1 from this Kunai and 1 from the Flick Knives that follows. Travis is likely going to strip at least 1 card from Paul's hand.
Yeah, 1 does not feel like
I will
enough.
say no box.
I will say, though, no gold right here
Oh,
is,
you got 3
is a
fables, that's right.
dangerous
That's the
spot.
play.
yeah.
That's
For
a play. Go
Paul.
to 3?
Yep.
He needs to make sure that he can load up a harpoon.
4.
Follow up is Blaze Headlong, so a little bit of extra damage there from Travis Wagner. 1 card blocked here from Paul does mean he goes down to 1. But if he's got the overpower, I think it's time to lock and load it. Was that a Lone Shark in the arsenal? I think that could
Was
fix
it?
his gold issues.
Could.
King Shark Harpoon in the hand. Codex of Frailty as well.
He would like to block with
Take
that
your
one if he
time.
could, but because it's
Might be your
not a
last
blue.
block. Don't take it all. Or at least not all 4.
Then again,
Travis
he could
giving-
Just me with ancestral
Travis giving
armor.
sage advice to his opponent. You should probably block this so you stay alive.
I told you I'm a
Smart.
face-up guy.
Travis always
yeah.
really helpful
Haven't seen
in
it.
these endgame scenarios.
absolutely.
Probably took him out. It's not a very good card. See,
Man, both these players' shoulder
It is really
blades
nice
must
to be
be
able to just go
dying.
just
They have
like
been
this.
tense from the moment they
Very
sat
unfair.
down. You can tell just how much the Players' Championship means to everybody that makes it into the top 16.
I think I just respect.
I honestly thought Paul was just going to be happy to be here, but he is putting up a huge fight.
He's so far looking good. It's still a tense moment. Any misplay could cost the game. These players need to be very, very careful with their decisions.
Right here, I want to see him block with the King Shark Harpoon.
It's giving.
Oh, it's
two cards.
premeditate in the arsenal.
Interesting.
Haven't flicked yet.
He needs to find that lethal. The longer this game goes on, the more at risk he
Yeah.
is.
He is perhaps thinking about not going into flick range, but I think it's just, you've got to at some point. You got to know that you have it.
They're not upside down, though, but
Paul could be thinking also, like, how the heck are you going to get out of this Blood Rot Pox token?
Right. So he may be over blocking for that reason, thinking it's just over. I
mean, he has a drill shot in hand. Perhaps he's thinking, like, the only way out here is if I send a zero-cost card. Could also be thinking that this Blaze Headlong is somehow going to be given go again, but there's just no possibility of that. Dragon Scalar Flight Path would still cost a card from
There-
Travis Wagner.
Yeah. There's no pumps that could hit this one.
There's no pumps. Well, I'm sorry. There's Ancestral Empowerment.
That's
probably
not
what
a
Paul's
ninja card,
thinking.
though.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Throw Dagger, maybe?
okay.
But that would get rid of the dagger that he could afflict.
True.
So
And it wouldn't give go. You're right.
it's hard to find. I mean, ninjas have tricks, and I think Paul's just trying to make sure he's thought of every single one. This is really important to get right.
Yeah, it is difficult. We have the benefit of omniscient knowledge here in the booth. Paul Selinske doesn't have that.
Did he see this? No, it never connected.
No, never connected. And also Travis could have... No, he would have had to show the shelter in order to keep the cards.
Paul needs to keep lethal in hand and survive here.
He's doing it. King Shark Harpoon is the only block here.
Reactions?
Flick Knives comes across. Kunai on the chain gets flicked, which means Travis is not going to have any on the next turn cycle.
And take one more.
Yep.
Down to one goes Paul Selinske. He is in Flick Knives range. Travis Wagner has to deal with this Blood Rot Pox token. He discards Shelter from the Storm, prevents one,
The things.
takes one, which means that all Paul has to do is leak a single point of damage in, and it's all over.
1-1.
Premeditate from the arsenal for Paul Selinske.
Pitch. Activate Hammerhead.
Activate Hammerhead, activate Gold Baited Hook, show us the Codex
There
Bolt.
it
Here
is.
it comes, King Shark Harpoon into the arsenal, which means that it's going to be 10 overpowered. Travis Wagner is also going to be stripped of a card in hand. Travis's only out here is 2 defense reactions and a 3 block.
Is that
I'm sorry.
possible in his
No,
list?
it's
I don't
not.
think
It's over.
Yeah. He's already used all his defense reactions.
I think he's still got 2 more. I think he's
Two
got
more?
I think he's got a sink and a shelter left.
Okay.
I
I mean,
think.
it's possible. It's possible he survives.
But
But
even
13
that's
oh,
going
yeah,
to
even
be
that.
it.
Yeah.
And he
Yeah.
doesn't have anywhere close to that
No.
defensive hand.
Attack action.
Which means that Paul gets to do a victory
Wow.
lap as the King Shark Harpoon comes out. He gets to stare Travis down as he chooses a completely inconsequential card for the arsenal to pay for the extra cost of this Codex of Frailty.
Players just playing through the lines here. Dead man walking on the right side of your screen.
It's nothing but pleasantries left in this game. Round 2 is going to mean that Marlynn Treasure Hunter is going to ascend to X and O, the 3-0 bracket in the AGE Players Championship for Los Angeles.
And just one win away from going all the way to that top 8.
Paul can feel it. I see it in his demeanor. He cannot believe that he's getting through right here. He's played so unbelievably carefully, and ultimately, we've chided him so much for that pop of the gold token, but filtering out that Sunken Treasure was massive
Yeah.
for the rest of the way that this game played out.
No, I think I'm seeing how much work he's put in. I've seen him play this deck on camera a few times at this point.
Yeah.
And this play looks different. He looks very, very aware of how to play this deck right now.
13 overpowered. Travis is going to take one more big look, one action, then the piece of equipment, and that's it for Paul Selinske. He ascends to 3-0. Marlynn Treasure Hunter is showing that she is one of the pirate heroes to stay.
Yeah, 2-0 unless you've got the script, but yeah.
Oh, I'm
we've got
fixing
a
that
W.
match for sure. He's going to. I'm sorry. He is fighting for 3-0.
Yeah,
Was the thing that I was trying to say.
There we go. Yeah, don't tell the folks at home that this is scripted, please.
It is not, folks. This is not WrestleMania. We let the cards fall where they may, and the stories just write themselves ultimately.
Wow, what a game! What a game for round 2.
Yeah, we're getting nail biters on the feature match, and I am so. The guys in LA know how to deliver. I mean, we saw it in the metagame. We're seeing it here. The rubber is meeting the road, and the proof is in the pudding. Proof.
Yeah, give me some of that proof pudding.
We've got updated pairings here, folks. We're going to see how the rest of the matches shook out. John Zapata takes down Clark Moore. We know now that table 3 goes to Paul Selinske. Colin Eriksen completes another dominating victory against the reigning champion, Zachary Wallach. Those who believe in Colin are on top of their chairs, shaking their fists at the ceiling and thanking the Lord that their boy is going through. Patrick Rubalcava takes his opponent down on Dash.io. One of the harder matchups, I would say, for Dash.io in Florian Rotwood Harbinger.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Anthony Pham loses to yet another Cindra, probably one of the reasons that he brought Riptide to this event.
Ooh.
We could have yet another Players' Championship where we don't get to see Riptide on stream.
Unlucky. I mean, it's possible. If he wins the next game,
Yep.
that could be a shoe-in for the bottom losers bracket games in round 4.
And Tao Tao Chu falls victim to Victor Goldmane High and Mighty. Huntsman is looking a little less good here than he did in Battle-Hardened Sonoma.
Yeah, the Huntsman has been making waves recently, but not at this tournament so far. There's still no players out, so anything can happen from this point, and anyone can make it into the top 8 still.
The top 8, Michael, I'm so glad you mentioned it, showcases a bolstered cash prize pool compared to what we normally offer at our Open Series. It's $1,100 for the winner today. Second place goes home with $600. Winner, of course, also gets a gold cold foil and PTI, but you all knew that already. Third through fourth gets $250. Fifth through eighth, $100. And just by walking in the door, Michael, you go home with $50. That is not a bad shake.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Players' Championship is an invite-only event. Only the top 16 over the course of the 8 opens that we run during the year are qualifying, which means that there is no entry fee for them. It's all bread and butter when they get here. And, of course, great games of flesh and blood, which we are going to get back to in just a little bit. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with more Burning Kunai. We'll be back with more risky gold token pops, and we'll be back with more King Shark harpoons from Paul Selinske after this. We're back, ladies and gentlemen, with Jeff Bridges? I mean, no, it's Paul Selinske.
The dude.
The dude. Sorry, do you abide, dude?
The gold abides.
All right. Yeah, no kidding. In that last matchup, Paul Selinske pops some serious gold, does a little bit of gambling, and finds the win. It's still a nail-biter against Travis Wagner on Cindra Kai of Retribution. Paul,
Yeah.
before we get into the game, what does it mean for you to be here right now?
It means everything. It means everything. I mean, this has been a crazy year, and this community, saved my life.
Yeah.
It gave me something to look forward to and just show up to, and it means so much to me.
And you mean so much to us, Paul. I mean, you're one of the locals that is not flying around the world doing things in flesh and blood in Shizuoka, and you're not a Jacob Clements, right? You're Paul Selinske. You're a hometown hero, and part of the mission of AGE is to shine a spotlight on people like you who are soldiering on at locals every single year, coming out to regionals like AGE and putting in the reps to try to be one of the better ones in the room. And dude, you're 2-0 at the Players Championship.
Yeah, it's a little surreal right now. I'm on cloud 9 right now.
You're feeling it, huh?
Good run today so far.
Okay, let's talk about the match a little bit, Paul.
Yeah, sure.
You got turn selection. You obviously chose to go second against Cindra, which I think makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Now, the first couple turns of the game, Travis is disrupting your arsenal, which is something that Draconic Ninjas don't usually do.
The breaking points were lining up, and it was a little scary. It was really scary to see that much disruption from Cindra that early. And it was like breaking point, and then a Monger's turn. And it was like, we got to play this tight.
Okay, the Monger's turn now. I'm glad you brought it up because you brought a really significant piece of tech that pretty much carried the day for you. Talk to me about Honing Hood.
Honing Hood is experimental. I've been talking with Taylor Crawford and then Ben, a.k.a. Pseudo, on Discord. They're the Council of Marlins.
Okay.
They've brewed this deck, and they've let me pick their brain on this. And I'm like, if I know a Cindra is going to tech Warmongers into me, is Honing Hood like trash or does it work? And they're like, try it. It's good. It should be good. And it did exactly what we wanted to, which is on the Monger's turn, I can at least send back 8 to 10.
So what you're saying is that you're not Austin Chinn is not the only one that's got outside interference going on here. You brought in some heavy hitters on the outside in terms of the theory aspect of it.
Yes. It was specifically for this matchup.
Okay, let's zoom back out now, Paul, because you've been fighting at AGE for all 3 years that we have been around.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
You have yet to make a Players Championship. You've always been kind of middle of the pack. Part of me thought that you would come to this tournament just being happy to be here, playing for fun, and taking your lickings in stride. You have showed up in a very different way. Are you here to win this thing?
I'm here to win.
That's
I'm
what
here to
talking
win
about.
big time. We tested the last month. Actually, me and Travis have been testing and scouting the field and doing our research, and I'm reaching out to the Marlyn mains around the world to just show up in the best way we can.
Okay, I bet they are showing up in chat for you here today. There's no question that you are their champion because those last 2 matches were looking absolutely fierce, Paul. Talk to me a little bit about your relationship with Travis because you guys were testing partners coming into this. Was it kind of an awkward moment when you paired into each other?
A little bit. We always joke during testing, like, let's see each other in the finals and have that game be the final game. I still hope to see him in finals. Day's not done. But no easy games into Travis. It's really scary.
No, he is a very clean player. Even when there are no outs, he is looking for the outs.
Truly.
And how did it feel to okay, we have to go back into the game because there's a pivotal moment there that was clearly based on the way your body looked, the way you were affecting. It was causing you so much anxiety. And that was when Travis comes in with Kunai of Retribution, Blaze Headlong with a card in hand. Talk to me about what you're thinking. Also, by the way, has a Bloodrot Pox token on his side of the board and only 2 life to spare.
Yeah, I was admittedly in the tank on Ancestral, which not a legal target, but scary.
4 Blaze Headlong, of course.
Yes. So, yeah, I tanked a lot. I didn't need to, but yeah, it's right there. It's like one little trick, and I lose. So you saw me thumbing the Codex. Yeah, maybe a little overly cautious on that line, but sending 13 Overpower King Shark off Codex to win it is...
But nevertheless, let's say that Ancestral Empowerment is a legal target for Blaze Headlong. I want to know how Paul is feeling in that moment. I want to know why his shoulders are coming up to his ears and all that. Well, I mean, like, what is on the line for you at this point? Like, what does it mean to Paul to go from 1-0 to 2-0 at the Players' Championship versus take that one last point of damage to Travis and go down to the X and 1 bracket?
You know, there's a lot of things I don't want to see, but Cindra is the one I wanted to see. So losing the Cindra, it happens. It's a coin toss, but I think the little bit of tech got me over the edge, and we're insulated for the rest of the day. We just got to get one more, and see if we can get to the top 8.
Okay, man. How's your mental moving forward?
I'm feeling great. I made it to Players Champ on Ranger, and that's all I ever wanted to do.
Does it do anything for you if I say that your beloved Samantha Cheatwood is in the chat saying that she loves you and saying, do it for Dina?
Doing it for Dina here. I love you, babe. Yeah, the day could not be any better.
Well, we have much more to go. You're going to have another match in just a moment, so I'm going to let you get prepared for that. Maybe knock back a couple White Russians and smoke a blunt or two.
Yeah,
and then I hope that there are more gold-tipped harpoons for you in your future, and that you have honestly, a lot of fun today. That's really my biggest hope for you, brother.
Thank you, Bryce.
Alrighty, we'll be back with more Flesh and Blood after this. Be on the lookout for Paul and all of our other illustrious competitors. We'll be back with more Flesh and Blood after this.
Losing control, I gotta know who's in control of me. Losing control, I'm gonna explode. Can you bring it back to me? Bring it back to me. Bring it back to me.
Overpowered harpoons are just one of our offerings at the Arcane Games and Events Players Championship here in Los Angeles. My name is Bryce Platts, and I am here with my consigliere in commentary. That is Michael Murray, of course. Michael, are you excited for this next match? Lay it out for me.
I mean, Colin Eriksen is one of my favorite players to watch. He's so good at his deck, an absolute specialist through and through. And yeah, I'm excited for this match.
Okay, before we get to that, let's go ahead and check out our pairings. All of the records of our players are updated here, folks, which means that we only have 2 tables to choose from for our next feature match. That's because we want to see the first player to ascend directly into the top 8. And Michael, if you had told me that one of those players was going to be Paul on Marlynn, I don't think I would have believed you.
Yeah, he's really showing up today. The amount of practice and testing that he has put in, I know he worked hard for this, and it's showing. He's doing great.
Without a doubt. The sad panda bit of this is that one of our dark horses is going to be going home at the end of this round. It's going to be potentially 3 dark horses. No, only 2 dark horses, but 2 really big ones. Arachne Huntsman is fighting for his tournament life. Riptide and Kayo Underhanded Cheat. Austin Chinn from the first feature match are fighting for their tournament lives. So the field is getting a little less interesting next round, to be sure, but that means we likely get to see one of them next round.
Yeah, absolutely.
Without a doubt. So also want to mention at this point that our Swiss format breaks out just like this. We started the day on the left side of your screen. We are now at the top middle of your screen. That's the smallest green circle. 2 players from the top 2 tables are going to advance directly to the top 8 after this one. We're going to crown 3 more next round, and then our eyes are going to be turned to where the stakes are the highest. It's red boxes after this round from here on until we make our top 8 cut. But first, we got to get down to the match floor. Colin Eriksen, you know him, you love him on Kassai of the Golden Sand. There was a little bit of speculation about whether Colin might opt for Gravy Bones instead. He won a Pro Quest on that deck this season. Instead, goes with Old Faithful. He says, I don't want to win unless I'm winning with Kassai.
And he's really good at Kassai. I got to say, I've played his Gravy Bones, and he's really good at the game of Flesh and Blood, but it's not quite as polished as his Kassai. Every time I sit in front of his Kassai, it just feels like he does not make mistakes, ever.
He's coming into this Players' Championship with a 65% win rate, 8 top 8s to boot, and a record 114 AGE points. That is until Pheno Black beat that record by 3 points in the East. Nevertheless, Colin is a player to watch in general. You've seen him on Nationals coverage. You've seen him taking down Pro Quests at big events near you. He also thinks that the traffic in LA is totally worth it. One of the few people that think so, I think.
I mean, I love living here, and there's a price you got to pay.
Furthermore, he least wants to see John Zapata in the finals. John happens to be his next matchup on Verdance Thorn of the Rose. Before we get over to John, though, let's take a look at the deck list of Colin Eriksen. This is something that is pretty standard if you know Colin, very off the wall if you frequent the Purple Discord Kassai chat. Colin is not a big fan of the Draw Swords, Seduce Secrets variant of Kassai of the Golden Sand. Much prefers a mid-rangey strategy, was known for a long time for running Heart of Fjendal and going to the dregs of his deck thanks to the value generated on that card in Valiant Dynamos.
Yeah, it looks like off that one this time. Instead, replacing it with the Authority of Ataya. Super useful into these defensive decks, especially the Earth heroes like Verdance, which he's just about to face.
One of the other things I want to mention about Colin's list is the number of one-ofs, especially in the blue slot. These one-ofs are usually the way that Colin closes out the game, and it's a pretty heads-up deck-building decision considering the fact that he often goes to the very late stages.
I will also take note, 1 Oasis Respite means he has the potential cover for those just back-breaking lethal attacks that Verdance can throw late in the game thanks to the hated Storm Striders.
And now the man that Colin was terrified to see in the finals, it's John Zapata, our 3rd seed on Verdance, Thorn of the Rose, comes in with a 63% win rate, 7 AGE top 8s, and 85 AGE points. Doing really well this season is John Zapata, and that's probably because his Stripes were earned on Icelander, our last battle mage, and now he's found a new one in Verdance, and he's doing really well with her.
Yeah, he's got really good wizard chops and just continues to use them. Loves that mid-range value game. Here, investing in the S&P 500 or buying expensive whiskey to get drunk. It looks like he's really investing for his future either way with that winning if he can get there.
John Zapata has polar opposites within his psyche, and they come out in different ways at different times. Speaking of which, the next question, he thought Tao Tao would fatigue his ass round one, and he also thought that if they spent some time together, they would just sit on a bench in silence, which is something that I don't think I could handle.
Oh, yeah, that sounds like it would be a little too much awkward for me.
The deck list for John Zapata is looking very similar to, this little-known fellow named Majin Bey, who just won out at Battle Hardened Sonoma, but John has very few things that delineate him from the standard Verdance list, and who could blame him at this point? I mean, I think of the Verdance list nowadays, the 80, as the 80 that was brought by so many players on Enigma to Pro Tour London. Like, the deck is basically solved.
Yeah, I mean, there's that one Amulet of Echoes coming in just for the Asilia, which is a very hard matchup for Verdance, but very few spots for tech in this, and it looks like he's used just one of them right there.
The players are ready, ladies and gentlemen, so let's mince words no longer. You know him, you love him. Let's see Colin Eriksen do battle against John Zapata here for glorious victory and riches. Colin is also coming dressed in costume, much like the other competitors here at AGE in honor of a little holiday called Old Howl's Eve.
Yeah, that one centerpiece right in the middle is no costume, though. That is the bling from his previous wins. The gold medal. Is that a Players' Championship medal, or?
I think that's an open.
It's an open medal.
Open. He has not won a Players' Championship. Neither have these players. Our only winners so far are Anthony Pham and Zachary Wallach. Colin Eriksen, though, starting off this game exactly as he would like to, pitching a Riches of Tropaldani. That plus the Crown of Dominion that he brought in the head slot means that he's got 2 gold to boot on turn 0. Also, for Colin, he's got 2 Arcane Barrier. Goes to show that he doesn't want to take any evasive damage if he can help it from John Zapata.
Right here, we just saw Colin Eriksen actually draw up Raise an Army. Do you think we could see that this early in the game with 2 gold?
It's possible. Colin might not want to wait for the next one to come around. Verdance is not great at answering allies, which is why she has a less than stellar Gravy Bones matchup. Enlightened Strike, the follow-up for John Zapata here. Choice is Buff Power. Doesn't want to go for the drawn card in the refresh of the Arsenal, likely because there are so many dead Arsenal cards for Verdance.
Yeah, the typical don't draw with E-Strike play comes off of the back of any deck that isn't Redline. You just can't risk basically getting your Arsenal stuck.
Life totals are now 38, plays 43, thanks to the Heartbeat of Candlehold that John Zapata resolved on his turn. But Colin Eriksen is starting off really hot here as Spoils of War into red slice and dice. And of course, a Centauri Saber to follow.
Yeah. The aggression is the important part of this matchup. If you take too long, Verdance will just whittle you down. So Colin Eriksen just taking all of the damage on that turn, keeping the 5-card hand here, and sending a Haymaker towards John Zapata.
John hoping to draw up Rootbound Carapace in order to get his Verdance hero ability online, but in this case doesn't have the prerequisite Decompose cards in the graveyard yet. Does have a pair of Scours, an Autumn's Touch, and 1 red Rootbound Carapace. Likely not going to be able to deploy the Rootbound Carapace on this turn, but does he want to block with the other 3 cards? Slice and Dice beefing up the second Sword Swing might help him do just that. But John's hand doesn't do a whole lot on offense.
That is one of the tough things about Verdance. If you're not blocking, you're not typically doing very efficient things, and she really needs her opponent to be fairly aggressive, not too aggressive, but somewhat aggressive in order to get the full value out of the hands and convert them efficiently.
So it's 4 block total for John Zapata, but kind of 5 thanks to the text on Stonewall Gauntlet. Colin will close the chain here so that Stonewall Gauntlet goes by the wayside, doesn't reduce the power of anything else moving forward. And what is moving forward is a hot streak 4-5. Colin has a card in hand and a card in arsenal. John, all too happy to do some blocking here. Keep the Rootbound Carapace for the arsenal, but in the swing is going to get over the top here of the defenses of John Zapata. 8 on 6, 2 damage likely to leak through, and 2 copper tokens generated for Colin Eriksen. But no, John Zapata says, just deploy it now. I am scared of that copper. Get it out of here, and Colin Eriksen plunks that Raisin Army in the arsenal.
Yeah, saving it for later, hoping maybe to get a little more gold, or at the very least the resources to support it. Looks like he's got a 4 blue hand, which is not exactly what you want when you've got the tempo.
And John is stoked that he utilized that Rootbound Carapace on the previous turn because Colin drew up Authority of Ataya.
Pitching Authority of Ataya.
Now that John is without defense reactions, he is A-OK to block with all the cards in hand if he so chooses. But does his hand do a little more on offense? I do see a blue and I see a Light Up the Leaves. I also see a Cadaverous Tilling, whose Decompose effect would definitely be online now.
Colin just doing Kassai things, gets that go again in the form of Blade Runner. I'm still questioning if we're going to see that Raisin Army this early in the game. It could be something to do when you have all these blues in hand, and it looks like it.
Here we go, Raisin Army cashing in 2 gold tokens for 2 mercenary dudes.
This is a great way to convert those extra blues in hand. What looked like a brick was really supported by this Raisin Army play.
So now that Colin has swung with a weapon attack this turn, these Centauri Cell Swords can come in for their 3 power with Go Again. So John is at least going to be staring down another 8 damage on this turn.
One of the tough things for John about this is now he has to think about clearing them. It's early enough in the game that he really needs to get them off the board, but I don't think he has Go Again support in this hand to efficiently clear them next turn. So he's going to take a few rounds of licks from these Centauri Cell Swords before he can get them out of his path.
John is not happy to see this one bit. Scrunches up his face a little bit, says, I don't want to deal with these. That's exactly why Colin decided to resolve Raisin Army for what some people might think a little bit less than its major potential. Mental block discarded for John Zapata here. And a Provoke comes out of the hand for Colin Eriksen. Some blues are built better than others, and this is one of them. John Zapata tried to keep a 2-card hand, which is exactly what Verdance likes to do, and Colin just says, absolutely not here. I'm going to force you to block with one of those cards. And Verdance on 1 card is a very different story.
Yep, that's a tough spot to be in. Oh, wait, hold on. Thinking again about blocks. Yeah, commits to it. He's going to have to put a blue Autumn's Touch in his arsenal, or just IP.
Or IP. I think going for the Ponder token is probably better here. He'll get to see the card drawn off of Ponder. No, wait, it's a Cadaverous Tilling.
Is it?
Yeah,
Oh,
it's a Cadaverous
sorry.
Tilling.
I think I saw a Heartbeat of Candlehold hit the arsenal there. Could have missed it.
Yeah, he had one in hand, so I'm pretty darn sure that's the one that made its way into the arsenal.
Go again.
And man, Colin Eriksen finding the reds after 1 turn off with the blues, unsheathed, plus Slice and Dice, both in the red. The Centauri Saber for 6 Go Again.
Yeah, he's finding the damage here.
And even if Colin is left with a blue in hand, he's still able to send those Centauri Cell Swords.
Yeah, the one question I have is whether he can even really utilize them with his resource base. I'm not sure how likely that is. We see it here, though. Has the Go Again and just swings his Cell Swords.
31 plays 36. The first Cell Sword of 2 for Colin Eriksen comes in. John says no blocks. Down to 33, he's going to go. And the follow-up for Colin Eriksen is, yes, another Cell Sword. Tunic looks even sweeter than it normally does when you can just sink it into 3 Go Again.
Sure.
And there we go. It was a red in the hand for Colin Eriksen, but because he had full tempo, he's able to swing out entirely. So this hot streak for 5 is the capstone of a really magnificent turn, all thanks to some extra gold generation and an early raise the army.
And we talked about at the beginning of this game, Colin playing a more mid-range style. That was 17 damage presented, showing you don't need draw swords to get a ton of damage out of this deck.
This is why Colin is so endeared to Kassai. The game plans can shift just based on your draw sequences and also based on what your opponent does. Kassai in the hands of Colin Eriksen is just such a flexible hero.
Yeah, he really knows his matchups. He really knows his lines. And he's got a lot of resources here to keep utilizing those sellswords if he wants to.
John Zapata sends the Cadaverous Tilling that was in Arsenal. First decompose of the game for John. 2 Earth cards and an action go into the Banish Zone in order to give Cadaverous Tilling an extra juice of power. 8 damage coming Colin Eriksen's way.
He's got a CNC. That can be useful when you got a bunch of go again. But decides to block and slow things down just a little bit, using the resources.
A Truce and a Slice and Dice are the cards blocked with there on the Cadaverous Tilling. Colin Eriksen only takes 2 damage. Follow-up is Command and Conquer. Colin asks, how much do you like that arsenal, John Zapata? Also, if you have a Rootbound Carapace in hand, nuts to that.
Huh.
John just happens to have that card.
He also has that Channel Millennium Tree, but no blue earth cards to keep it around.
Likely going to be blocked with here. Also a Cadaverous Tilling and a Mental Block. So really inconvenient blocks on this Command and Conquer. Does have the option of Crown of Providence.
If he does that, though, he doesn't really have a good way to convert a 5-card hand after filtering it out.
I think John, like, if he goes for Crown of Providence, he's hoping so much for a blue Earth card on the top.
That would be clutch. The odds of that are low. Definitely a gamble.
Can cash in one of the blocks of Barkskin and the Millennium Tree, but that would be less than ideal based on the ceiling of that card.
Yeah, it can block for 7 or more when it's online.
Colin, probably not expecting John to be in the tank so much about a Command and Conquer. I mean, blocking with 2 cards and sending 2 is exactly what Verdance wants to be doing, but when the hands draw up like this, John has to take a beat. John Zapata, one of the members of the AGE Pro Team, and a prolific one at that, known best for drawing up a full hand of cards and saying, this is terrible, and then murdering you with whatever he had drawn. Also just a stalwart player, really putting in the reps, trying his best to perform at this Players' Championship.
Life totals are still very even. We're going very back and forth here. John working on that Banish Zone, 2 currently in there. He's really hoping to get to 8 as soon as possible. That's when the value really turns on for Verdance, and the reason you want to play slow and keep the life totals high.
And furthermore, that is when Verdance actually gets quite good at removing allies, because she turns any life gain basically into a Gatling gun of arcane damage. And it's important to mention, Verdance pings can target anything, any target. So Centauri sellswords are going to die pretty quick when you start resolving things like Heartbeat of Candlehold and you're online.
Interesting choice here, resolving the felling with a card in hand that he could have blocked with, or was it an instant?
No, he blocked with the block card. It was a Rootbound Carapace. He was kind of damned if he did, damned if he didn't, because he would have lost the card in Arsenal with the Command and Conquer. I think that's why John was thinking so much.
Yeah.
He was going to get an IP penalty no matter what. He just didn't want to.
Fair enough. Who does?
First Kassai activation for Colin Eriksen. 21 plays 28, and 2 red cards and 2 yellow cards go into the Banish Zone to give weapon attacks on hit gold for the next time they connect this turn. Here comes Hot Streak. 4-2 doesn't have go again as of yet, but if I know Colin Eriksen, there's a Blade Runner or a run through in the hand.
Could even save it if John decides to block with an attack card. Attack action gives Hot Streak go again, one of the fun little features of that card from heavy hitters.
And John has drawn up yet another clunker of a hand. It's all reds. Shelter from the Storm going to do some defensive work, but John not getting the ideal draws on this round 3 of the AGE PC. Colin, however, drawing up incredibly well. John does have a little bit of insulation here thanks to Enlightened Strike, which has been fixing all red hands since it's coming on the scene in Welcome to Wraith.
Making another gold, Colin Eriksen connects with that Hot Streak.
The follow-up is Centauri Sellsword for 3 go again, accepted readily by John Zapata. Shortly followed by his brother.
Sword's going to come in for how much?
And man, just seeing how these cell swords convert what would otherwise be pretty clunky hands into an extra 6 damage.
Down to 19.
And the second channel, the Millennium Tree, in as many turn cycles, goes into the bin just as block value. So John keeps 3 cards, likely going to Enlighten Strike a 3rd card away and pocket the Felling of the Crown for the next turn cycle. Those Centauri Sellswords are putting in serious work and require an answer from John sooner rather than later.
That being said, John is doing a great job of keeping his life in parity with Colin, and we all know that parity is victory for Verdance. Those Storm Striders just staring you in the face.
It's not represented here, folks, but this Enlightened Strike is coming in for 7. Chosen mode +2 on this one. And Colin Eriksen has a little bit of offense in the hand. I think that's a second copy of Spoils of War. So go again, not at issue here, which means run through can do a little bit of blocking. And Colin takes 4, down to 17. This is a mid-range grind if I have ever seen one. John is making the best of some really difficult hands and 2 Centauri Sellswords on the board for Colin Eriksen. Spoils of War comes out of the hand, and Centauri Saber comes in for 4 go again. All sword connections are going to generate 2 copper tokens for the rest of this turn.
And John definitely doesn't want that to happen. If you think that these cell swords are doing damage, wait till you see a Blood on Her Hands with 4 copper on the board. That can go absolutely wild, and John needs to protect the possibility by blocking here.
John moves directly to reactions, plays out a Rootbound Carapace from hand, this time able to do so because there's no Command and Conquer on the chain. And it is 3 Earth cards out of the bin for John Zapata into the Banished Zone. Verdance is online, and maybe now he can finally find some space to deal with these Centauri Sellswords. Glint the Quicksilver from Colin Eriksen will draw a card and also give double go again to the Centauri Saber, which is not particularly relevant, but it is fun. 3 go again here for the Centauri Saber. Also will make it so that, Glint the Quicksilver will also make it so that Hot Streak can be swung for free.
Yeah, and the important thing here with the Tunic counter, Colin can effectively swing everything he's got without needing that extra blue. So I really like cycling it out there, Glint the Quicksilver, hoping for something a little more meaningful, at least a better arsenal target.
Hot Streak for 2 finishes off this turn. Another great one for Colin Eriksen, but John's kind of happy that Colin had a really good turn and that he could convert some of these cards on offense because the follow-up is assuredly going to be pitch a blue, send Felling of the Crown from the arsenal. Bread and butter Verdance play, and one that just represents so much stinking value.
Yeah, this is the anchor for the deck, the thing that makes Verdance hum, and it's just every time it gets played, just guaranteed 11 value minimum.
So it's going to be 8 power coming Colin Eriksen's way. Colin will be forced to bottom a card from the hand. Has not done so as of yet, but it looks like Blood Follows Blade, the new card from Super Slam that got so many people back into Kassai, is the one Colin Eriksen has chosen to put on the bottom of the deck. Also, of course, Blood on Her Hands and Blade Runner. 2 damage gets across for Colin. Down to 15 he should be going.
There it is.
I'd like to draw gold.
Drawing off the gold. Swords are now free for the turn, thanks to the Kassai ability.
Colin is too sneaky. An activation of Kassai, the Golden Sand. 2 yellows and 2 reds go into the Banished Zone. Colin, as quickly as he lost it, is looking for another gold token. Here comes Hot Streak. Colin did block with a Source of Go Again, which is one of the bread and butter recipes for a Kassai of the Golden Sand turn. So I kind of think that he's got a redundant one lying in wait in the arsenal.
Yeah, I don't think he makes that play without it, and right you are. Yellow Blade Runner comes out, +2 to the next sword attack, which will be free.
But all Colin Eriksen wants to do from here until the end of the game is swing 1 sword, give it go again, and then start the Centauri Sellsword chain.
And those have been here since turn 2, and they just keep accruing value. 1 resource for 3 damage, twice per turn. And you can see just how important it's been as their life totals still remain fairly even. John now just dipping below Colin, going to 13.
One of the most contentious parts of Colin Eriksen's list in general is that he packs Fiendal Spring Tunic in the chest slot. Most people that play Kassai tend to think that Grains of Bloodspill is the de facto best in slot. In this case, Colin Eriksen does leave 2 value on the table by not converting those resources into Vigor tokens for the next turn. It bears mentioning, I mean, Colin Eriksen is a fantastic player in his own right, and a lot of people love what he does, but you know, you gotta give the devil their due. In that case, Grains of Bloodspill would have looked better.
Yeah, and here we see the 3rd copy of Felling of the Crown almost back to back to back. So I guess silver lining, we're through it. We've gotten through the storm and still have life parity at this point now. Just 2 cards to work with, so Colin will have to fight back for some tempo. But the one thing that I'm really keeping my eye out for at this point in the game is that 1 copy of Oasis Respite. If Colin can find that and park it in the arsenal and insulate himself from the kill shot, he's going to be feeling pretty darn good with this life parity.
You mentioned it, so I do want to talk about that kill shot. Normally, the kill range for the Verdance Stormstriders combo is 9. That's because it shakes out with one of these 3-cost 6 arcane damage spells that she has, thanks to recent additions to the game, means that it's 6 arcane damage with a follow-up of Waning Moon at the cost of 2 blues and your Storm Striders. So that gets to a total of 9. Colin Eriksen, however, has 2 AB on his side of the board, so that number in reality for him is 12. John has to get 12 damage in. Colin Eriksen has a little bit more life insulation than we would otherwise expect against John Zapata.
And we were just talking about how much value Colin accrued with the Cell Swords, this army of humans with swords. But Verdance online, she's got an army of arcane pings now peppering Colin. And this is the first time we've seen that hero ability get off, and Colin takes it going down to 10.
No blocks, he says. Take it on the chin. One of Colin's favorite tech choices into things like arcane damage. Going to prevent 2 damage immediately, and also is one of those go-again enablers. John still has more to say on this turn, though. Pulsing Aether Life, making it really difficult for Colin to hold on to cards and also stay outside of kill range. John finally finding his footing.
Yeah, the holding onto the cards part is what is so difficult at the late game as the damage ramps and the efficiency ramps. Here we see 5 more arcane. You talked about that kill window, and Colin will be 1 point above it after this connects if he says no blocks.
A quick check of the graveyard for Colin Eriksen. Just goes to show that if you try to outvalue the value master in the game at the moment, even when you kind of do a bit of a high roll and get 2 Centauri Cell Swords on the board turn 2, it can be a really uphill battle.
I just redid my math, and I think 5 actually is the lethal range. So if Colin drops to 5 here, he is potentially dead to 6 plus 3. 6 goes to 4, 3 goes to 1.
It should be 7, because it's normally 9, but he has AB2.
Right, but he can AB both sources.
True. You're right. You're right. So down
he
to
does
8
block.
instead goes Colin Eriksen. We're so right, Michael. That's why they pay you the big bucks.
And I like this position for John now. 8 to 17 is a really scary spot, and Colin will need to claw his way back into the game while preserving his life. Any damage he takes is getting him closer to that lethal range. He needs to find the Oasis now.
And Take It on the Chin, though, is a fantastic way to facilitate go again, which is why we see Blood Follows Blade going into the pitch zone. Colin needs to threaten John Zapata's life, but he also needs to hold cards back and dare John to go for the combo when he could be holding back a blue. The game then becomes a very different posturing this way, that way kind of scene when Stormstriders is no longer on the table. And I love that in this case, Colin doesn't have to use more cards from hand in order to give go again to the Centauri Saber.
Yep, taking 2 down to 15, making a gold, and 2 more Centauris likely coming in. He's got the Tunic as well to support that.
Dude the first. 3 go again here. Tunic resource at the ready for Colin Eriksen. John does have a piece of the combo in hand. It's a Burn Bear. No blocks, says John Zapata. Down to 12. I do think that this is going to be a set up the kill shot turn for John Zapata. Usually you want to have the big arcane spell sitting in the arsenal So that way you have as many cards as possible to fuel the turn and also block with here and there if you need to before deploying them. And Colin pitches a red, a massive tell for John Zapata, and you can see he's head in his hands now, wondering if this is the moment to go for it.
Is the last card in his hand red?
I think it is. It's a Blade Flurry.
Right.
Blade Flurry in the hand for Colin Eriksen.
So this...
Which does mean that if John Zapata has the combo, which he doesn't because he doesn't
Yeah.
have enough resources, it is lethal.
Wow.
If he had 2 blues in hand, that would be lethal.
So Colin just narrowly avoiding death here.
Because with the way that Colin has pitched this, he's also telegraphing that he doesn't have access to Oasis Respite. Because Pandal Spring Tunic is no longer online. There's no left floating in the pitch, and Oasis costs 1.
But we've seen a lot of the deck so far, and it's bound to come up sooner or later. If it could be next turn, that could be Colin Eriksen's ticket to protection.
John's really in the tank here. What could he be thinking about based on this hand?
How to
Yeah.
play all of it out, I guess.
All pass priority.
Seems to be. Down to 7 goes John Zapata. Not afraid of those 2 extra points of damage there. And Colin has saved himself a Blade Flurry for next turn. But does he have enough space? Because Stormstriders effectively make it so that John gets 2 turns in order to close out a game. And yes, it is going to be Cadaverous Tilling with an overpitch, sure, of a Sink Below and Ring of Roses. But it's going to be 8 damage that Colin has to answer on this turn. And then also the combo, likely, as long as the resources cooperate for John Zapata.
Yeah, going to 7 with 2 cards in hand, 1 in arsenal. He is now so exposed.
Colin going to draw off gold. John says that is A-okay. Outland
the
Skirmish
Oasis.
drawn. Colin Eriksen has 2 reds in hand and 1 floating. But his sabers are free for the remainder of the turn. Does have a lot of damage here. He's going to have to coax the combo out of John Zapata, who does have the requisite resources, if I'm not mistaken. I know I saw an Everbloom Life. There's a Plow Under in hand, so not exactly 2 blues. If those other 2 cards are red, he can still combo off here. Doesn't want to do it too soon, though. Unsheathed.
I think Colin needs to keep a card in hand. He needs to at least bluff his way out of John's combo.
John thinking about responding to the Unsheathed. Outland Skirmish out of the hand for Colin Eriksen. All is laid bare here. Only 1 resource for Colin Eriksen to Arcane Barrier. Either that or he's bluffing the 1 of Oasis Respite in his deck.
I think that's what it is. It's the Oasis Respite bluff. And we will know for sure if he skips the Centauri Sellsword activation. But first, John's got to navigate his way through these blocks.
So, oh, John has 2 blues in hand.
Yeah, he's plenty covered.
he's fine,
he can
yeah.
afford to block
Yep.
and still threaten combo. And I can even see a world where you send the combo out just to get the Oasis and then chip him down.
The tell for Colin Eriksen will be the follow-up. John can fish for more information here. If he's blocking, it doesn't mean he's not going to combo this turn. It just means he wants to wait for the last possible moment. He could dare Colin Eriksen to swing a Centauri Saber and tell him that there's no Oasis in that arsenal.
Yeah, that would be a big mistake. I don't think Colin would make such a play, but it's possible. We'll have to see how much he's respecting the combo.
John has blocked 5 on 8 here thanks to the Embodiment of Earth token generated by Barkskin of the Millennium Tree. 3 damage going to leak through here. Colin Eriksen having to think, though. Do I reveal the Blade Flurry in Arsenal? He does.
Wow.
There's no Oasis Respite here anymore. Colin says, if you have it, you have it. And there's nothing I can do to play around this any longer. No further blocks, says John Zapata.
1 foot.
Should be taking 5 here.
And John spots
And here it goes. Burn Bear with the Storm Striders.
You need 1, 3, 4, 5. You need 1 more. Okay.
And that's it. The fist bump is extended. The Stormstriders combo of John Zapata is just too much after a long-standing mid-range game. Colin Eriksen stumbling one too many times after developing 2 Centauri sellswords on turn 2 of the game. Just cannot deal with the overwhelming value of the Earth Wizard.
Yeah, and we saw back-to-back felling of the crowns. I would definitely say that John Zek was cooperating as well, but that was, you know, kind of what we expect seeing Kassai into Verdance. We know that Kassai sort of struggles into the Wizard, doesn't have the blues to support blocking or necessarily the aggression to kill her quick enough to get there before she comes online, but Colin's still navigating it really well. Getting those sellswords made it look like he stood a chance and just didn't quite get there in the end.
You know, Colin is really good at turning the Wizard matchup on its head. He is known for defeating Majin Bay on Kano. I mean, heck, he took down Ryan Brown on Acilio earlier, and that is one that we normally expect Acilio to be favored into. But, man, John Zapata has been playing Wizard for a long time now, and he has found a vestige of a home in Verdance Thorn of the Rose, which means that John Zapata ascends to the first player locked for top 8 at the Players' Championship here. Also alongside him, Tyler Horspool finally stops the onslaught of harpoons for Paul Selinske, who is now fighting it out in the yellow bracket. So Tyler Horspool and John Zapata are your first top 8 competitors at the AGE LA Players' Championship.
Congratulations to both of these players, and for the rest of them, good luck.
There are a lot of matches still being played out here. Unfortunately, Anthony Pham on Riptide is dropped from the tournament. Austin Chinn ascends to the slightly less scary 1 and 2 bracket, which does mean that we can revisit KO Underhanded Cheat if we so choose. Next feature match, Zachary Wallach does take down the Constella Intelligence. Arachne Marionette remains alive, and barely limping along is Ryan Brown. A lot of matches still being played, but Peter Buddensiek shows that Cindra is indeed the best deck, not KO Armed and Dangerous, as Clark Moore also descends on down into the red.
A lot of really interesting unfoldings here. Just a few left to finish, but before that comes, we've got an interview coming up with the winner of that game, John Zapata, piloting Verdance.
And we'll be back in just a moment with that, and of course, some more Flesh and Blood after this.
Welcome back, folks. We're joined here with John Zapata. Congratulations on taking it down and being the first player to lock in to the Players' Championship. You want to come in just a little bit, get on screen with me? First of all, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Yeah, a little bit tired. It's pretty early morning. It's
Yeah.
a long drive for us, but no, I feel good right now.
Awesome.
Actually, I'm pretty hungry, so I wanted to win that game so I can take my Chipotle break here.
There
so.
you go. Getting
Yeah,
that
yeah.
Chipotle break as soon as
Although I think
possible.
it might be just, I don't know if there's anything left.
Oh,
'Cause
there better
I didn't
be.
want
I
to eat
haven't
in
eaten yet
between the
either.
first 2 rounds. So. yeah. So that
Oh.
was my motivation to win that game so I can take a break and eat some food.
Well, that's fantastic motivation.
Yeah.
So, walk me through the game. I think we started things
Mm-hmm.
out in a really rocky spot for you. 2 gold into 2 Centauri
Yeah.
Sabers. How were you feeling when you saw that come out turn 2?
Yeah, that was pretty scary. 2 Seltzers early just chips me down right so fast. So I can clear it because I have photon slicings, but it didn't quite line up. So I just figured like just go face with, if hopefully I draw like Fellings in a row and just go face and get him low. And that's exactly what happened because he brought in no blocking equipment too.
Mm-hmm.
Or except for Tunic, and he's not going to block with that early. So I figured like if I just send big attacks early, I can chip him down. So yeah, his style is a little bit more aggressive towards me. I saw his list. So like,
Yeah.
I played the Pro Quest the other week against the Kassai, and they brought in AB4 with a Skull Cup, and I just got completely fatigued. So,
Oh,
but now with
wow.
open deck list, it's easy to see if they're not on that style. So
Well, you kind of brought it up that he didn't bring any blocking cards, but instead brought the AB. And with the open deck list, there was probably one card that you were particularly aware of, the Oasis Respite, jumping
Yes.
from the front of the game all the way to the end. He had one floating resource.
Yeah.
Were you thinking about that Oasis in that spot?
yeah, so either Oasis or take it on the chin. But he's at 7, so if he swings the Sellsword there, then he has no floating, and then I'm just free, and he's just dead. So
Yeah, we
Yeah.
expected him not to send the Sellsword, but instead tipped his hand by playing the Blade Flurry and letting you know exactly what he had and what he could and could not do. Kind of gave you the green light to end the game on the spot.
yeah. My previous hand was awkward too because I had like 2 reds, a yellow, and a burn bear. So I didn't know if I should just try to sink into a blue, but just take all the damage and try to send 8, and hopefully it can kill him the next turns.
Sure. I mean,
Yeah.
it sounds like you're pretty comfortable with the matchup. How did you feel going into it, knowing that it's Colin Eriksen?
Yeah, I think it's much easier to me with open deck list. Yeah, I know it's AB2. I know how much prevention he has, and like what can go over the top. So I felt pretty comfortable in the matchup. Obviously, still have to execute, but yeah, I felt pretty comfortable with it.
Does knowing the deck list and knowing the prevention numbers affect your sideboard options and game plan going into the game?
Yeah, game plan for sure. Sideboard maybe not too much. I brought in the Millennium Trees. Maybe I should have just didn't bring it because if he only has AB2, but he can still switch to like a Fabtcg game state. And
Sure.
yeah, it was still good. I brought it in. I took out CNCs. Yeah.
You kind of outlined it earlier, but just to recap, your game plan, it sounds to me like your game plan is just resolve Fellings, get ahead, and then win. Is that kind of what it
Yeah,
is?
once I saw no blocking equipment, just send a lot of physical damage, and hopefully he takes a bunch of it and get him low enough in the single digits or tens, and he's just dead to Arcane. Yeah.
And it sounds like it seems like he played right into that game plan. The first attack you sent was an Enlightened Strike for 7, and he took all of it, plus the 2 Arcane.
Oh
which,
yeah, once a Verdance player and you see they take all physical, you feel pretty good. I think. Yeah. Like you
Yeah.
see that life total going down. All right, good.
Awesome.
yeah.
Anything else about this matchup that the viewers at home might want to know from your perspective?
No, I think because it's an open deck list. But I have seen like I've lost to Kassai before by fatiguing me, and so you have to watch out for that. If they're bringing Skull Cup AB4, plus just block everything you do. I think it's hard if you don't have rampant. So you kind of want to hedge siding in rampants and Millennium Trees, but in this one I didn't have to put in the rampants because I know he's not in that
Yeah.
type of. He didn't have Skull Cap in his list. So.
You mentioned that one of the potential game plans you can run into is this very high AB fatigue you out type of game. Do you side in the combo when that happens, or is that too risky because of the aggressive potential that Kassai has?
I would just put in rampants over no pots. I think with Millennium Tree and rampants you can still get over it.
Okay,
yeah.
noted. Well,
Yeah.
you are now the first player locked
Yes.
into the finals of the Players' Championship, but it has been a long road to get to this moment. You've played 9 months of AGE Opens. Talk to me about how your experience has been.
It's been great. Last year, first year I made the Players' Championship. Last year I couldn't. I was very close. I think I was like 17th or 18th. I just didn't have good performance all year. I kept finishing like outside of the top 8. And this year, I actually missed quite a few opens, at least 2, because they lined up with other things. And one of them I got sick. So I only played, I think, 5 opens, and was still able to get in 3rd seed. So I guess it's more the quality, not the quantity.
Yeah,
Because last year I went through every single one. I didn't even make it. So
absolutely.
maybe just, my gameplay this year is a little bit better. Yeah.
There are 2 paths to the Players'
Yeah.
Championship.
Yeah.
One is quality, the other is quantity, and
Yes.
you opted for the former.
Yes.
Obviously, you've been very successful so far. You had a successful AGE, season. How was it to play in the season? And do you have any recommendations for people that might be looking to play next season?
No, I think just come in and just try to go as much as you can. I know it's a commitment to come here on a weekend. Things come up, but if you can, it's really a fun place to play. I think it's a good environment here, and a good place to learn as well. Yeah, so you learn a lot. You get better as a player by coming up and playing
Awesome.
first stakes in these circuits. Yeah.
Yeah. And there is one other very important question I have for you.
Okay.
Did your family fudge?
Oh, okay. I haven't had it yet.
Haven't
It's
had
in
it
my
yet?
backpack. Yeah.
I actually
yeah.
haven't seen many people eating it yet. We might be
Okay.
saving it. I know that the meta in the East was you save the fudge for the end as a reward, and you're not allowed to eat it beforehand.
Okay. I guess I'll have some lunch and try it right now.
Well,
Yeah,
if
so,
we're
yeah.
out of Chipotle, you might be stuck
Okay,
having
yeah,
fudge
yeah.
for lunch.
It might just be just chips over there.
Yeah.
But,
Well,
vegetarian. Okay.
yeah, we've
I'll
got the
take it, yeah.
vegetarian options. We got the Chipotle, of course, the fudge.
It was worth it. I had to wait because I felt like if I ate it, I would have probably lost. So.
Well,
Yeah.
now that you've got this long break, you've got a lot of time to sit and think and ponder and eat. You got any plans for the next couple hours?
I guess food first, and I'll just maybe watch some of the other games and see how they're going. Oh
Yeah.
yeah, my round 1 matchup was against Arcane Huntsman, which I thought was pretty tough. So
Yeah.
I just want to scout out the other players as well. And see.
Well, we did see how you didn't want to see that.
Yes.
In your player's profile, you specifically said, please don't
Yes, I
hurt
knew
me,
he would
Arachne.
he would try to fatigue me.
Yeah. How did the game go? What it did? Yeah.
Yeah, so my game plan coming in is not to attack the first few turns. And I completely forgot at turn 1 I attacked with a felling at the ground, and he did the hunted and got all my rampants right away.
Wow.
So I said I messed up already.
Uh-oh.
I forgot it. So he got all the rampants turn 1.
Uh-huh.
So I attacked him with a felling. But throughout the game, I was still able to chip him down with Millennium Trees and just big arcane spells. And at the end, I was down to my very last card, and I killed him with
Wow. So he got you all the way down to last card, and you
last
got there?
card and deck. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So your fear of that deck was founded.
Yes, it's
And-
very scary. I think the real strategy is just don't attack the first few turns other than with CNCs or Plow Wonders.
Okay.
Because they can just get the rampants because they can name life, and he found the pulsing aether and then got all the rampants.
Yeah, that's a tough hit. I know that.
Taotao's scary. He's like the assassin master. So.
Yeah. I think he's is he still in the bracket? I forget if he dropped out. He wasn't.
He's still. I think he
Yeah.
might be O2, but yeah,
Okay, and he
yeah.
might have still been playing. So, we've got
okay.
updated standings right here.
03.
And it looks like he dropped. So Riptide, Anthony Pham, and Arachne Huntsman Tao Tao Chu, the first 2 to drop from the tournament. In part thanks to you.
Yes. Sorry, Tao.
And what was your second round? How'd that one go?
My second round was Kayo, Clark more. I think that from my experience, it's a favorite matchup
Sure.
for Verdance. Yeah.
Yeah, the KO really needs to have a lot of aggression and a lot of consistency on
Yeah,
that
yeah.
aggression.
Yeah, just defend so well, and then they can't do anything about your big arcanes and big attacks. So.
Awesome, man. Well, thank you so
Yeah,
much for joining
thanks.
us. We've
Yeah.
got some more Flesh and Blood coming up soon, so folks, don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Bring it back to me.
So far, the only places the dark horses are running is straight into the shadowy toilet of defeat. What's funny? Nothing's funny about that.
That's true.
We're back at the AGE Players Championship in Los Angeles. My name is Bryce Platts, and I'm here with Michael Murray, and I made him lose his laugh a little bit, so I'm feeling pretty darn good.
It was the toilet word.
Yeah, I know. Toilets are
got me with the
really
toilet.
funny. We see loser Anthony Pham walking through the background of the frame, dressed as Toad, and also Aladdin at the same time. That's kind of an interesting...
Toad Latin.
Toad Latin. Okay, well, I lost my train of thought. Let's hit the pairings, ladies and gentlemen. As we can see, Tyler Horspool and John Zapata have not actually won a fourth game. They do get an essential bye because they have ascended into the pantheon of the top 8. And we have also sent packing Anthony Pham as well as Tao Tao Chu, who died in the most miserable fashion. He was in pit stack as Huntsman against the Florian. Florian had about 18 or so rune chance. Tao Tao's had 8 life.
Oh.
He has just resolved 2 surgical extractions against the Florian opponent, who now only has 3 cards left in deck, the 2 in hand and the 1 in the pile. They send the 18 rune chance. Tao Tao draws up 3 reds.
Oh.
And that's all she wrote for the Huntsman, ladies and gentlemen. That's our first dark horse, along with our second Riptide Lurker of the Deep. But there is still one alive. Austin Chinn takes on Travis Wagner. The Kayo underhanded cheat deck is still around, ladies and gentlemen. But will it make top 8? That remains to be seen.
Yeah, lots to see as it unfolds this round. The first time we go to the bottom tables.
And the bottom tables are going to be what we're looking at from here on out. We want to be where the stakes are the highest, of course. Last round, it was the players going for the first ascension to top 8. In this case, it's going to be everybody that is fighting for their tournament lives. This matchup for feature is going to be Clark Moore versus Patrick Rubalcava, both of which have taken 2 L's, but also a W and have still a small chance of making their way into the top 8. One of them, however, is going to have to be voted off the island and go home. One of those competitors is, of course, Clark Moore of the Pitch It To Me podcast. He's on KO Armed and Dangerous, sporting a 54% AGE win rate and 1 top 8 to boot, and that was the Hunted Limited. So Classic Constructed seems to not be his forte here at AGE so far, but nevertheless, he's secured 67 AGE points, and he's here with the best of the best.
Absolutely. Clark Moore, just a seasoned player, and love the guy and his podcast. If he had to spend a day with his round 1 pairing, he would go frolicking through the English countryside before finding a pub and getting absolutely shit-faced.
Oh, you said it. Oh, my
Thought about
gosh.
not.
All of a sudden, our rating goes from
Yeah.
teen to R.
You know how I decided on that is I heard you talking about blunts earlier in one of the interviews, so I was like, this is probably okay.
Did I say that?
Yeah, we were
Oh
talking
my
to Paul and the dude.
All right, well, let's start talking about my shortcomings and talk about the 80 right here. Clark Moore is bringing a pretty standard KO list, nothing crazy to speak of. The thing that I always look at first when I'm looking at KO Armed and Dangerous list is the number of misses, the number of non-attacks or the number of non-6s that could be drawn and discorded accidentally at an inopportune moment. There's 3 Blood Rush Bellows, there's an Authority of Ataya, and there's the 3 Tear limb from limb. So that is 7 misses, and that's exactly the number that Noah Bagelman won the whole Players' Championship with at New England earlier this month.
Yeah, and I think, looking at that list compared to this one, there's just a little bit less tech, although 2 No Fears is maybe more tech now that I think about it. I do recall seeing a lot of one-ofs in that list. This one a little bit more even, maybe finding which tech cards are useful and trying to get more of them into the deck.
The ones I want to highlight here are the Command and Conquers and the Weakest Links in Clark Moore's list. Noah Bagelman is a huge proponent of the brute attacks only strategy to maximize the capability on your Blood Rush and Savage Sash turns, leaving by the wayside these really disruptive generic attacks that don't get the buff on Blood Rush.
Yeah, the Weakest Link is one of those cards that I haven't really liked ever since it was printed. On its face, it seems so good. You hit them, you make them discard a card, and then you draw a card. The value is through the roof, but because it's targeting instants or non-blocking cards, it often just, they can play the instant, who cares, and then it's cleared.
Yeah.
So it can be hard to connect with that card.
That one was much more interesting back in the Mistveil days, but
Yeah.
all of those heroes have gone away from the meta, at least for now. His opponent is Patrick Rubalcava. We talked about him a little bit earlier today. He is a new member of the AGE Pro team, known for his really hyper-efficient and super fast -IO gameplay. He's got a 55% AGE win rate, 5 top 8s to boot, and 72 AGE points, also known as a Fang gamer, much like myself, so I got to give him a nod for that.
Absolutely. Tao Tao Chu is a buzzsaw, but unfortunately got clamped down and got no W's this, so lucky for Patrick, won't be seeing him in the finals, but unlucky for Patrick, fighting for his life for that very spot as we speak.
I love his choices for the Desert Island. They Can't Kill Us Until They Kill Us by Hanif Abdurraqib and Discovery by Daft Punk are going to be his choices for the book and album on a desert island. And is he trembling in his Achilles accelerators? The 80 tells the story. Immediately when I see -IO lists, I'm looking straight for tech items. We've got 2 null time zones for Patrick Rubalcava, and what is that? Is that a TikTok clock, Michael?
That is the very first place my eye went, and that one is a very interesting, really out there to target the item users, maybe to target the other -IO in the field. It's a little bit of a clunker sometimes. It's a boom grenade that does a little bit less damage and can even hurt yourself if you don't kill the item with it. But man, when it goes off and you blow up the item, the value is through the roof.
And that's the really fun part about the AGE Players Championship. It's like you get these tech choices that otherwise wouldn't be there because you know the players in the room. I'm sure Patrick was 100% certain that Tyler Horspool was going to bring -IO, probably even thinking that Chris Iaali would bring -IO.
Yeah.
But will it be useful? That is the real question, and the only way to answer that is to head over 50 feet behind us to the match floor. Let's go ahead and get into it, ladies and gentlemen, for round 4. Patrick Rubalcava has been taken over by Snoopy of the Peanuts, and he's really vibing. I don't know what he's listening to in there. Perhaps that Daft Punk album.
Yeah, it's Daft Punk. I know that BPM.
Okay, what we're talking about, the 8th seed Patrick Rubalcava takes on the 12th seed Clark Moore. Both of these players have elimination on the line here. Both are X and 2. Any further loss will mean that they go home. We've got a little bit of an issue on our camera here. We'll try to adjust that, and I think the table just got bumped while Patrick was bouncing to his bad beats in the Snoopy headphones.
Yeah, Clark Moore representing his custom Pitch It To Me podcast sleeves. Absolute beaut to see that here.
Clark Moore, one of the 3 members of Pitch It To Me podcast. I had the pleasure of joining them on their show recently, and they're super professional guys. I mean, they bring a level of polish to the world of Flesh and Blood podcasts that aren't seen much elsewhere. So I appreciate them for that. I had an absolute blast of a time, and blasting is exactly what both of these players are going to be trying to do. One in terms of savage brutality, the other in terms of steampunkin' quick-witted whiz-bangs.
Brutes and boosts as the T-bone comes down and 2 damage goes across. Clark Moore just blocking that with that 1 equipment, indicating he'd like to keep the cards in his hand. Probably pretty happy with what he's got as we see the Blood Rush Bellow peek over the edge.
This next attack gets a little bit more respect, and I think it makes a lot of sense. Expedite threatens to put an item from Patrick's hand with cost 1 or 0 into the arena if it connects, so Clark Moore must block it out with a smashing ground. This is also turn 0, mind you, so both players... Clark really wants to keep every last point of life that he possibly can.
I mean, taking 2 that he did not need to take, but certainly can see why. Would rather keep the block in case something more menacing comes down like a boom grenade. But in this case, not cranked means that the turn will end in an arsenal. Oh, just kidding.
Oh, heck yeah.
The extra action point. It came off the top, so he had the action point, and now he's itemed up.
Yeah, Teklo Core plus a boom grenade with a steam counter is an amazing way to start off a -IO game. If I am going to make a guess, I think Patrick's really happy with that first turn 1. The only thing not going his way is not keeping an arsenal.
Yeah, not keeping an arsenal, not ideal. Also, facing down a Blood Rush on turn 0 with an agility also is not ideal.
Does Clark Moore have a Blood Rush?
He sure does.
Oh, boy, howdy. We could get things rolling. Clark does have one of those cards that doesn't jive with Blood Rush super well. A weakest link is in the hand, which is probably pretty disruptive to -IO in general because she has items that do not block. But It won't get an extra +2 on this Blood Rush.
Yeah, I would probably be pretty happy to see it discarded here, but playing it, certainly never a problem.
And Clark Moore, rewarded to the 9s, wins that 50-50, generates a Might token thanks to the text on Kayo, Armed and Dangerous. So this turn is getting off to a heck of a start. It's a Beast Within in hand, though, and 2 Strongest Survives. So Clark does have the opportunity to send Mandible Claw into Strongest Survive, which is not the worst Blood Rush turn you've ever had, but it's not the best either.
Well, he does also have an agility, so he can just play both of them out? Question mark?
He doesn't have the resources. They cost
They cost
3.
3.
It would
excuse me.
require him to cash in Savage Sash before blocking with it.
Yeah, not ideal.
Clark Moore wishing that he drew up the more traditional brute cost curve of 2 costs.
Yeah, wishing he drew into that Beast Within and then discarded it, too.
That too.
You love it when that happens.
Clark in the tank here. It has been such a whirlwind for him this year. He has fought tooth and nail to make it to this Players' Championship. Normally, we've got ourselves several members of the Pitch It To Me podcast in the Players' Championship. Usually it's Talon Stradley and Fuzzy Delp. Clark Moore showing that he has got the stuff in order to make it here. We saw it at the last Open that we streamed, though. He fought hard. I swear, every time we had him on Feature Match, he was staring daggers into his opponent, daring them to keep him from the PC.
He was taking it very seriously. I recall the amount of passion and emotion put into the games on his side of the table.
There is kind of a phenomenon for folks in the content sphere. There's an added level of pressure to earn your salt in the way of expert testimony and so forth. You want people to be able to listen to you, not just because you sound good, but because you know what you're talking about. In this case, Clark Moore risks it all. Strongest Survive with the Savage Sash broken. Means a little bit of less defensive capability, but holy moly, is this going to be a disruptive turn now.
Yeah, that's a good card. Discarding based on the damage dealt, which means that Patrick will need to block a lot of this in order to prevent the discard, but we know there's another one coming through.
You know the effect on it?
Yeah, sorry. I'm just thinking.
And the thing that I don't like about this particular play from Clark is if Patrick decides that his hand is not good enough and he's just going to block out here, then the second Strongest Survive is not nearly as threatening, right? I think Clark is probably going to be happy either way if he strips the entire hand because he'll be wasting half of a Teklo core and also a Boom Grenade in the process.
Against any other hero, I would side with you there, but Dash IO very rarely draws a hand that can send 4 blocking cards. And we see right now, actually, Patrick has the Boom Grenade in hand, so that is not a possible line. I think...
Also no time zone.
Yeah, oh wow, so only 6 block in the hand means he's either committing equipment or just taking it and discarding.
So if you're in Patrick's situation, you've got the Heist, you got the Throttle, a Boom Grenade. Are you taking 2 Strongest Survives?
Well, he doesn't even know about the second one.
True.
So I'm
But are
probably
you?
cushioning this one. I'm going to put some armor in front. I'm
Okay.
going to give him a card. And then, I could show the Throttle to prevent the discard. But then, yeah, once that second one comes through, it's like, uh-oh.
Yeah, that's fair.
And then the turn falls apart. So I think despite giving up 2 block value on the chess piece, I like the timing here. It really turned a pretty mediocre turn into a really above rate turn.
Oh, but there are more options for Patrick Rubalcava. Plays a null time zone off the top of the deck, pitching the yellow Boom Grenade. But the choice remains to be seen. He's thinking about the card he wants to name. Null time zone, of course, is going to come in with 2 steam counters. Patrick Rubalcava can name a card.
He could bail
Clark
himself out
Moore
here.
cannot play the named card or pitch it. Play it from hand or pitch it as long as null time zone remains in the arena.
I didn't hear what he called.
Yeah, not sure what the choice is there. Maybe we can get a producer read on that. But it is a blue Throttle plus Teklo Foundry Heart chosen as the blocking cards, blocking 5, which means 4 is going to get through, and Patrick will likely reveal Heist in order to skirt the disruptive effect of Strongest. He named Strongest Survive.
He sniffed it out.
Oh my gosh. That is a bonker soul read from Patrick Rubalcava. By naming Strongest Survive, he's essentially made it so that Clark Moore wasted his Savage Sash completely.
I think the tell was that it was almost certainly a 3-cost attack.
True.
Because of that Savage Sash pop. And which one would he like to see the least? A second copy of Strongest Survive. So really good read there. I think he pieced the information together really, really intelligently.
And also I don't think there are that many other options as far as 3 costs. It's pretty much just Buck Wild at that point.
Which
and why
would be fine.
Why wouldn't he be led off with Buck Wild if that was the case? Still, amazing play from Patrick Rubalcava. Saved himself a crud load of damage and also extra disruption. That being said, Clark might... Oh my goodness, backup protocol coming off the top of the deck for Patrick Rubalcava. Sorry, that being said, Clark will have a disruptive piece next turn because he arsenaled that Strongest Survive, and Null Time Zone does not say you can't play from Arsenal.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say, too, here that Patrick just took advantage of the fact that Dash IO can do once per turn on the hero ability. Clark was reading that. A little bit surprised to hear that you can do it on both players' turns.
Heist coming in, 5 go again, boosted by Patrick Rubalcava because he has a backup protocol with no steam counters on the board and 2 resources floating. We haven't seen a 0 for 4 be blocked with for Patrick, I don't think, as of yet. It's just T-Bone or Expedite as the choices for 0 costs.
Yeah, I think so.
But it does come back to hand, so Patrick always has the option to arsenal it and just send 2 pistol shots.
It's not a bad option with 2 action points.
Sure.
Maybe
it's more damage than the card.
It is, and it also sets you up for potential max V turns later down the line. You'll always love to save those 0-cost boost cards. That being said, there is some Arsenal disruption in Clark Moore's deck. We saw it. The Command and Conquers are there.
Little more armor blocked with for Clark. Gauntlets of Tyrannical Rex plus a card. Stuff the on-hit of Heist. Patrick now in the tank. About how to proceed. Symbiosis shot, the first, coming across for 2. 1 action point remains. Now, even though Patrick named a pretty solid card on Null Time Zone on the previous turn, life totals definitely still favor the Brute here. After the pistol shot connects, 27 plays 36. Backup protocol goes to the graveyard in order to buy back a T-Bone. And Patrick says, let's just keep sending. T-Bone, paid for by a red boom grenade off the top, is going to buy Energetic Impact and also the beaten trackers that have already been blocked with. It's another Symbiosis shot to close this turn out.
So Patrick valuing pulling that extra card out of Clark Moore's hand over the Arsenal. I like that.
Might token pops for Clark Moore here. 34 plays 27. The tempo still firmly in Clark Moore's hand, except for the fact that Bare Fangs draws and discards a Blood Rush Bellows. So this one only coming in for 7 instead of the 8, plus an additional Might token generated on the back end.
Yeah, that hurts for a multitude of reasons. One is the +2 that was not gained. The other is the Blood Rush Bellows hitting the graveyard instead of being played. But I will say that if you're going to whiff, it's kind of nice that it's on a Bare Fangs and not a Wild Ride.
Could not agree more about that, Michael. Clark, feeling it though. You heard it from him there, folks. He said the game doesn't want me to win, and that is exactly the mindset that you need to avoid in the game of Flesh and Blood. You can't let this stuff get under your skin, especially when you're playing a hero that leans into draw discard variants like Kayo.
Life total's 20 to 34. Clark Moore is still very much in it.
Still doing okay. And there is one more Blood Rush left in that deck. 0 to 60 boosting away a zipper hit for Patrick Rubalcava. I love that he's filled his deck with cards that just have boost written on them. None of the reminder text. Patrick is very painstaking about the way he puts his decks together. Loves to be a max rarity gamer when he can.
I sure hope he doesn't forget what boost does at this point.
And he just likes that clean look.
36th card of the game. Boost. Wait, what does that do again?
Hold on, I've
Hold
totally
on,
forgot
I
how
need
this
the
works.
reminder version.
Scowling Flesh Bag bought from Clark Moore, and the defensive capabilities are weaning.
I do like this just continuing to hold the tempo, although I am a little bit curious. I saw Clark shaking his head. It could have just been because of the Blood Rush discard, but I think he wasn't super happy with the texture of his hand. If that's the case, I'm not sure I agree with the timing of the Scowling Flesh Bag.
Yeah.
Usually you want to just use it when you need to protect your hand, but just uses it here for the value, knowing that it will get that Intimidate.
Tekla Foundry Heart activated here for Fabtcg Rubalcava. Zipper hit in the yellow, comes across for 4 go again. 1 card remains in the banish zone from Scowling Flesh Bag. Patrick no longer insulated resource-wise by his Tekla Foundry Heart. The last Steam counter went away at the beginning of this turn. Clark still unable to pitch or play from hand cards that say Strongest Survive.
One more turn of that effect.
Block 3.
Beast Within blocks. 1 damage could be leaking through unless Patrick has a reaction. No reactions here are declared. 1 damage. Clark goes down to 31. 20 plays 31. Cerebellum Processor off the top. The top of the deck is definitely the thing that's cooperating best for Patrick on this game.
Yeah, the top of the deck has looked very good for him. In fact, the way that the game has played so far, it's kind of surprising to me to see such a life valley, but I'm kind of expecting that to close a little bit sooner as Patrick pieces the combo pieces together, Cerebellum Processor being one of the very important parts.
So Patrick was tanking on a very important decision point. If you want to pick up Dash.io, it's so important for you to know that there is a priority window where you get to see the top of the deck before you choose whether or not you will crank. So what Patrick is really deciding there is, do I want to draw that card on the top of my deck or not?
With the extra action point, it looks like the choice is very likely yes.
2 damage from the first T-bone.
I think we're trying to figure out if our symbiosis counters are making sense at this point.
I think
Or
he
maybe there's a
hasn't
life
put it
discrepancy.
on for the Cerebellum yet.
He
but-
has not.
From second T-bone. Yeah, it's all checked out. Okay.
Maybe it was a different thing that we were working on. But yeah, I do think Patrick has missed a counter on Symbiosis Shot, something that is much less relevant nowadays than the high-octane Toma Fiendal days, because that was the power turn where you would end with a big fat Gatling gun of bang, 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 Symbiosis Shot.
Yeah, absolutely.
What color?
Blue T-Bone comes out to boost the top of the deck, which was a yellow 0 to 60, something that Patrick would not like to draw. Beaten Tracker's blocked with once again. That is going to be the most blocked with equipment I think I've ever seen.
-3 on the beaten.
And no card drawn there off of Cerebellum Processor. Patrick just didn't like it, so instead elects to go down to 0 counters on Symbiosis Shot and keep the Intimidating card for Arsenal.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
Take 3.
3 damage comes across from Mandible Claw, and Clark in the damage step discards Agile Windup, thereby giving go again to Mandible Claw. Agility token and Might token generated for next turn. 1 resource is floating. 26 plays 17. Clark's still looking pretty fierce despite
Strongest for 8.
despite having a bit of a misstep in discarding Blood Rush Bellows.
Yeah, absolutely.
Holy, I was like, double strongest survive? He's not going to have a turn after this.
Sorry, I got to think through this.
No, you're totally
Clark
fine.
commenting on how good his turn would have been if Patrick
When
hadn't
you were thinking it was claw 2 cost.
seen his soul read him into shutting it down with that null time zone.
Playing a Tekla core off the top.
How many times have you used Dio?
Now using Dio on the opponent's turn. A play which
Like 5 times.
I don't love in terms of efficiency. I think when you need to cycle your hand, it's okay, but it really, you know, you're trading an entire card for a card rather than 1 resource for a card, which is typical when you do it on your turn and combine it with other plays.
And in this case, I want to give Patrick a pass because he had 4 reds in hand.
Yeah.
So technically, by playing out that Tekla core, he is up a resource.
It's better than the alternative 100%, so I like the play. But what it does is it shows me that his deck isn't fully cooperating, right? An all red hand with things that cost is not really what you want to see. So getting bailed out a little bit with the Tekla Foundry Heart on top, and still being able to block this out and not discard thanks to the 4 power in his hand, going down to 14.
Down to 14, Patrick goes, and we get to see just how huge the Scowling Flesh Bag was on Clarkmore's turn once Patrick deploys the Arsenal card. Steam counters coalesce into the wind. Cerebellum Processor down to its last active turn, and Tekla Core halfway through itself. Sprocket Rocket banishes an item off the top of the deck for boost, so this is 4 go again.
It's a nice hit.
Clarkmore having a thought here about the blocks, perhaps concerned about a boom grenade off the top of the deck. Have seen a fair bit of those from Patrick Rubalcava. 1 yellow pitched, 1 red banished off the top, 1 played.
Yeah, so there should be 3 total left in the deck if he's got 3 of each. Did he not play 2 boom grenades? 2 reds? One at the very start?
Yeah, it was the one at the start.
And not one after. Okay.
No, I don't think so. Because the other one we saw was in hand and was pitched.
Cashing in the gloves.
Vigorous Smash Up. Going to create a Vigor token for Clarkmore. Now Clark has the opportunity to put red Buck Wild on the bottom of the deck if he so chooses. Patrick does not have the same option for that red T-Bone. So can't go fishing for more items. Vigorous Smash Up only benefits the blocker. But the ceiling on this turn is still pretty high for Patrick. These Dash.io decks nowadays are built pretty much to make sure that you can resolve a maximum velocity every time you see it. So plenty of zero-cost boost attacks are the way they like to live. Up to 3 resources is Patrick Rubalcava after banishing 2 reds off the top. Got to mention that new alternate art Fast and Furious that he's got in the banish zone there.
If it is in fact a max V in Arsenal, he now has the resources to deploy it. 0 from that Sprocket Rocket and 1 from the Outpace. Plus 2 is 3.
But it's Outpace here first. 4 go again, banishing a yellow 0 to 60. No block, says Clarkmore. 4 damage taken, down to 22. He goes. Could it be Sprocket Rocket? Does not find an item this time, so it's only 3 go again. But what comes next could be huge. Was the Intimidated card maximum velocity? It was! So Patrick had to wait 1 extra turn, but here it is, a whiz-bang punch of 10 to end this combat chain.
And this is going to take Clarkmore down to 9 if it connects completely. Currently only 3 cards in hand. If he gives up all 3 cards here, that's a lot of tempo. But certainly 3 doesn't have any sway to the 14 that Patrick is holding onto at the moment. So all of a sudden, the game just flipped on its head.
And you know, Patrick has not gotten much value out of the Cerebellum Processor that's in the arena right now. I don't think he's drawn a single card from it, mind you. It was just the crank off the top in order to get an extra shot of Symbiosis shot earlier. That is another thing that is going in Clarkmore's favor, but it's hard to feel good when you're staring down a maximum velocity.
Yeah, it never feels good. 2 card 10 makes most Flesh and Blood players extremely sad.
And you know, you might think that that Scowling Flesh Bag was pretty sweet, but it served a similar function as Patrick's naming of Strongest Survive. It just kind of delayed the inevitable a little bit. I definitely think that it came out better in Patrick's favor with the null time zone than it did for Clark, because maximum velocity wasn't like set to gain power in the same way that the Strongest Survive was on the Blood Rush turn.
I mean, delaying the inevitable is not how I would describe Patrick's turn. That was a game-saving play. He stopped a lot of disruption.
Command and Conquer comes in for 7 go again, thanks to the agility and might token generated on the previous turn. Clark also has 2 floating, thanks to the Vigor token generated by Vigorous Smash Up. Follow up here, Wild Ride discards a Buck Wild that was shown off from the Vigorous Smash Up on the previous turn. 5 go again, and none floating. So no follow up here for the Brute that could, which means that Patrick is not dealing with lethal here, and Clark is down to 9. Yeah, I think this is exactly what I expected from Patrick. We're just taking our lickings, and we're going to come back as much as we can.
And if I recall, Clarkmore is not on Reckless Swing. We counted 7
We
misses,
did count
but
7.
I'm not sure if we were paying enough attention to the beginning of that.
I might have glazed over the reckless swing.
So going to 3 instead of 2 could matter a lot, or it could be completely inconsequential, depending on whether Clark has that reckless swing.
Whether or not it's in the deck, all that matters is if it's in the hand.
Producer says no reckless swing, so going to 3 is almost a formality. You just do it against Brute.
2 cards off the top of the deck for Teklo Foundry Heart. Both are the same card. It's blue Zipper Hit. 3 resources here for Patrick, and he's got a backup protocol red in the arena. Clarkmore only at 5 points of life, so Patrick doesn't need to put together too much in order to buy some cards, but one of those cards for Clark is the final copy of Blood Rush Bellows.
If Clark can make it through this turn with 2 cards in hand, he's in a good spot.
It'd have to be 3.
Well, he's blocking with that one.
Yeah.
It's too late.
Might be. Backup Protocol Red cashed in here at the cost of 2 resources, and here comes Patrick Rubalcava with a heist.
Well, if
Definitely has plenty of resources here.
Yeah, if there was any question on whether he's grabbing the Blood Rush, it was answered right here.
Yep.
Cannot let that heist connect. That would be backbreaking.
Yeah, Patrick has plenty of good items in the Banish Zone now. Pulse Wave Harpoon, the follow-up here. Only 2 boosts this combat chain because it was closed earlier.
If there's a 2 block in hand, he can grab it, though.
True.
Yeah, this specific chain, not for the turn. Fearless confrontation and swing big. Can't do anything about that.
Neither of which in the hand for Clarkmore are 2 blocks.
Better than dying it is, says Clark Moore as a pistol comes through.
Okay, and the last card bought from Clarkmore from the Achilles Accelerator of Patrick Rubalcava. That is Patrick's favorite way to utilize that card, just to make sure that there is no offense coming from his opponent, and he has full leeway to take 4 cards and hope that he can close the game. One of them, however, is a maximum velocity, and I do not see 3 other boost cards in that hand, Michael.
Yeah, the timing of that is pretty unfortunate. The Boom Grenade plus the Max V is actually going to be fairly easy to stop on the side of Clark as long as he's got the right 3 blocks in the hand.
You know, Boom Grenade is such an amazing card, but when your opponent is going to die anyway, it might as well be nothing.
Yeah, it's not good for closing games.
That 2 from 0 to 60 blocked out by Buck Wild from Clarkmore. Patrick's already closing the chain for Teklo Foundry Heart, converting his maximum velocity and 2 cards from the top of the deck into 2 resource. Boom Grenade comes down, likely just to generate a counter on Symbiosis Shot. The follow-up here is Zipper Hit. 4 go again in the yellow variety, and Clark only has 3 cards to deal with. Zipper Hit and also Symbiosis Shot. That's going to buy the entire hand once again. So even though it was kind of a clunky draw for Patrick Rubalcava, he still gets full tempo.
Yeah, that was really well pieced together there. The use of the Teklo Foundry Heart to get the resources to send that breakpoint, and then the Boom Grenade does matter at 2 life. That's an important distinction.
That is true, but it's also going to blow up at the beginning of this turn, so something that Clark doesn't have to worry about too much longer.
Yeah, the real fear is a chain of 4 power boost cards. That would just be unstoppable.
Patrick taking a look through the graveyard. He has burned a lot of threats. We've seen so many reds banished off the top for Patrick Rubalcava on this round 4 of the AGE Players Championship in Los Angeles. Once again, both of these players are facing elimination. Anyone that loses is given the boot, asked not so nicely to leave the venue immediately. I'm just kidding. We're nice to people. We even gave them fudge and a T-shirt for showing up today.
We do love our players.
But bottom line, they don't get to compete in this tournament anymore.
No. They can stay and watch if they want to.
They can? We got to change the rules on that.
I've never seen anyone do that, now that I think about it.
What are you talking about?
People go.
Anthony's been walking around, yeah.
He's the exception.
Tao Tao Chu,
He's
not
stuck around too?
anywhere to be seen.
Oh, yeah, I was going to say. Usually people, they lose, they're like, I'm out. I'm out. Bye.
Yeah, see, there's Anthony right there. You can't miss him. He's in a toadstool hat.
Yeah, you cannot miss that hat.
Cerebellum Processor off the top of the deck.
That's pretty useful.
Definitely going to be cranked here because thanks to the extra action point, that means Patrick will be able to draw his choice of card. 2 action points here for Patrick, and finally a copy of Spark of Genius in the hand
That's
as
a good
well.
draw.
Yep, this seems to be the turn that could close the door on Clark Moore's tournament run.
And I gotta say, the body language and inflection on Clark's side of the arena earlier in the match, he was frustrated.
Yep.
Things didn't line up. He whiffed. He lost to Blood Rush Bellows. When you're playing Kayo, that is the thing that you just pray doesn't happen, especially on camera. But at this point, it seems like there's a level of acceptance.
Another copy of Spark of Genius drawn for Patrick Rubalcava. Can use one of those in order to fetch out, I think, the last copy of Backup Protocol Red.
Well.
Except it goes off the top of the deck right there to pay for the boost. Can also fetch out a Boom Grenade just to make sure that any on-hit is death.
Yeah, just getting the action points, getting the counters. There are good things about this, even if you don't connect.
Yellow Boom Grenade, the fetch target of Spark of Genius. Patrick going to draw another card after this.
Where's the balance of justice when you need it?
I love that Patrick is letting Clark shuffle up the deck when he knows he's just going to play another Spark of Genius anyway.
Probably have it here.
You know, dot your T's, cross your I's. You got to play by the books.
Didn't want to check with Dio first?
A Teklo Core found as the drawn card for Patrick Rubalcava. Not exactly what he wants to be seeing, honestly.
No.
Got to go back to the well for another Spark of Genius.
Yeah, really wishing he didn't discard that last backup protocol. That would be a nice resource dump. Unfortunately, not available anymore.
Patrick taking a look through the deck. What do I even have left at this point? There is a null time zone. Could be an interesting choice here. But Patrick insulated both in life and also by the fact that Clark simply doesn't have a Reckless Swing in deck.
And it does look like null time zone was the choice. Probably just scraping the bottom of the barrel, not necessarily doing it for any reason other than the steam, or rather the action point and the symbiosis counters. Named Buckwild.
Null time zone cranked, of course, just to buy that action point back from Spark of Genius. One of those cards you have to remind people every now and then doesn't actually have go again.
Right.
The only reason it's essentially got it is because Dash.io has gotten a healthy plethora of items from Bright Lights that have the keyword crank.
That's the bad card that will let me live.
Back in the original Mechanologist days, Spark of Genius was oftentimes just an arsenal refresher and Teklo Pounder establisher.
Patrick finding a zipper hit. I think the color was yellow, which means that it's a break point.
And Clark, with only one card left in hand, is not going to be able to shore up all of
blue.
that damage. Oh, it is a blue.
Wait, yeah.
And Symbiosis Shot closes it out, ladies and gentlemen.
He's got the
We had to
action
take
points.
a big breath right there, but it was all she wrote. Patrick Rubalcava ascends out of the dregs into the 2-2 bracket, which means that he still has to fight for top 8, but he lives to do so another day.
What a game. Really close.
Without a doubt, ultimately, it did kind of almost come down to a fatigue state. Patrick's deck was looking remarkably thin, but with full tempo and your opponent on 2, sky was kind of the limit for Patrick Rubalcava. He just had to put it together ultimately.
Yeah, and one thing I know about Dash.io is that even when the deck gets thin, somehow they can just piece together these lethal turns, symbiosis shots, breakpoints, all of that stuff is just so hard to deal with at the end of the game, even though, you know, you can get them down to like 3 cards all the time. Just doesn't pan out very well.
And that is where the experienced Dash.io player that Patrick is gets to shine. That is maybe something you can rely, like a stumble in that moment is something you can rely on with a newer Dash.io player or one that has a little less experience. But Patrick knows what he is doing when it comes to boosting and popping Achilles accelerators. The one gripe I have with him, of course, that I have to chide him about is missing Symbiosis, the counter on Symbiosis shot from the Cerebellum processor. That was a naughty play there, Patrick.
Yeah,
you
we'll
got
have
there
to check
anyway,
that.
though.
He absolutely made up for that with the null time zone soul read. That I'm going to be thinking about that one for the rest of the day. That was clutch.
Yeah, that's going to keep me up at night as well, and definitely Clark Moore. So, folks, Here are our updated pairings. Other wins are Zachary Wallach against Peter Buddensiek. Zachary Wallach remains alive, and Peter is relegated to the stress table. And Patrick Rubalcava, as we saw, ascends to 2-2 as well. Travis Wagner takes down the underhanded cheat. Austin Chinn and 9 pummels just couldn't do it. And Luke Gilmore staying alive against Ryan Brown. Wow, taking down a Cilio Constella Intelligence. An impressive feat, mind you.
Yeah, that's not easy for Florian. I will say Luke Gilmore did lean aggressive in his list, and I think that might be part of the key because you can't dirtle around too long against an Cilio.
Colin Eriksen takes down Paul Selinske, who, despite a meteoric match against Travis Wagner, is now relegated possibly to the banished zone next round. So you Marlynn enjoyers, you better feed that man your soul energy because he is gonna need it against whoever his next pairing is. The only one still going on is Chris Iaali, the 9th seed, versus Marcus Brown on Victor Goldmane, and that is one that goes for a long time. So we'll check in on the status of that match. Before we leave you for another break, we do want to talk about something very special to us. We did something unique at AGE this year. We expanded to a new region, and we're thinking we would like to do it again for Season 4. So if you would like an AGE Open Series in your backdoor, reach out to us at info@arcanegamesandevents.com. We have been talking to some folks from all over the country. Heck, I even spoke to a gentleman in the Philippines who wants to start his own regional tournament about bringing the AGE Open Series to them. We want to hear from you more. We want to make a solid decision on our end, and we want to have as much impact in your local scene as humanly possible. So send us your pitch and let us know if you'd like us to come to your back door.
Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself. Bring AGE to your hometown. It's a lot of fun. We love it here, and we'd love for you to join us.
Okay, we are going to take a short break, and then we'll be back with the winner of our last matchup, Patrick Rubalcava on Dash.io. We'll have an interview with him, perhaps in his Stoop Me helmet, and then we will proceed on to the final round of Swiss at the AGE LA Players Championship. More stakes, more hardcore games, and more flesh and blood after this. Don't go anywhere. We're back with Patrick Rubalcava, Snoopy, who is still doing a jig to some music that I think he must hear in his own mind because I don't hear it.
It's jazzy. It's out there.
It is?
Yeah.
What are you listening to up there?
No, it's jazz music played in the background of the store.
Oh, that's what you were jamming to?
Absolutely.
You got to get a metronome, my friend. Patrick, you are no stranger to the commentator booth. You've done a couple AGE Opens for us, and we're very thankful for that. We would love to see more of that next season, but you just couldn't do it this season because you've been winning too much, man.
Yes, I've been winning. I've been working. It's obviously, casting, I think, is a lot of fun. You learn a lot about the game, and I think it's actually benefited me here, and I ended up on the left side of the bracket.
Oh, I thought you were going to say, but it's way cooler to be winning tournaments of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, I guess. I'll let you know if I win one.
Sounds good, brother. That matchup was pretty intense for a lot of reasons, Patrick. Let's go ahead and dive into this game.
Mm-hmm.
So your opponent starts off with an early blood rush. Immediately, you're thinking, this is going to hurt, right? Then they tank for a long time and send a Strongest Survive at you. Where's your head at?
Well, I thought it was. So I was already thinking, okay, I perceive of Kayo as a favorable matchup for Dio. Not massively so. And getting a turn 1 blood rush is one way to make it not favorable right away. I thought it was very strange that Clark, who's a strong player, was leading with Strongest Survive. Typically that's an attack you want to be ending your turn with. And so I was just, and my hand did not block well. It was 2 items. I was doing my best to show it to y'all. I don't know if you took a peek.
Oh, we saw.
Yeah. And so I was just, how do I salvage this? How can I most steal the tempo from him? And I was trying to figure out, I didn't have an arsenal, so it couldn't be Command and Conquer. What would be the most disruptive card possible? And so I couldn't remember. We have their deck lists, as I'm sure you've said a bunch of times. And I couldn't remember. That was one of the ones I memorized. I remembered he has a bunch of Wild Ride. He has a bunch of Buck Wilds. Could not remember how many Strongest Survive he had. I was hoping he had blue ones too. I don't think he did, actually. So I just thought that made the most sense for his second card, and I think that was right?
And there it was. Yes, it was 100% right. So he was forced to Arsenal. And right after debating long and hard about, do I pop Savage Sash without blocking 2 on it? And wouldn't you know it, he loses by 2 ultimately in the end. There was a lot of rough decision points that had to be made on both sides of the table throughout the game.
Absolutely. And I think, to Clark's credit there, I think he really sort of duped me in that. I don't know if the turn 0, I ended with no arsenal. And I think part of that was he didn't block fully on the beaten trackers. And I thought that was strange. I thought that represented that maybe he had a bunch of no blocks. And then I went for the second attack, and he blocked that out. And then I saw an item on top, and I realized, man, I'm going to end without an arsenal here. So I don't know if that was intentional or not in his place, but it really got me, and getting himself a bit of equity there. And at that point, I did think it was strange that he was popping Sash to do it, but it made sense given the texture of his hand and what are the odds that I'm going to have the one card on the top of my deck that can stop that exact playline.
Whatever the odds were, they were exactly the way that game played out. And so does it feel like you're a little bit blessed after fighting for your tournament life for so long?
Well, I'm always blessed, Bryce, but I don't know. Yes, I mean, it's KO I did perceive as a favorable matchup. That was very close, so I didn't exactly maybe it didn't go as well as it maybe could have for me. That being said, I've run into a victor already here on Dio and lost, so maybe I'm due a little bit of luck actually.
Patrick, one of the things I know best about you is that you're an astute observer of the human condition. Would you say that's correct?
I would say that's absolutely correct, Bryce.
Okay, 100%. So after you see your opponent, I think it was maybe a turn cycle or 2 after the null time zone, discard a Blood Rush off of Bare Fangs and come in only for 7, and you saw Clark Moore's reaction.
Yeah.
Do you feel like there's a world where you kind of win off of tilt in a certain respect?
I think the mental game is really important here. I think this game, unlike other games like Magic, for example, present you with a bunch of repetitive chances to win small interactions. And I think the sooner, before we started playing, Clark said something to me about how he'd forgotten the arsenal and IP'd himself the game prior. And I said to him, short memory, man, short memory.
Yep.
You just have to, I've punted today too. I've already forgotten exactly what it is. And so I hope Clark didn't let that impact his play too much, but it's unlucky for him. 2 damage, could have been huge there. I think I was at 1, or no, I was low, but taking a blood rush out of the deck, which him drawing that and playing it the next turn probably swings that game.
Yeah. Nevertheless, did find all 3 blood rushes, but one was just too late because he was forced to block with it on a turn where you ripped all of the cards out of his hand. And I do want to talk about that endgame play with Dash.io, because this is something you've talked to me about recently, where you watched Chris Iaali pilot Dash.io, and you saw an opportunity for him to pop Achilles Accelerator to rip the last card out of a Florian's hand, and he didn't do it. He instead held it back for a more obvious kill turn. In this case, you showcased your strategy a lot as well. You saw that there was a fearless confrontation left in your opponent's hand. You knew that that would have represented a claw for 4, and you said, "Nuh-uh, I'm buying it with the Achilles Accelerator. You don't get to keep a single card, and I get to clap back with 4."
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that obviously came with its risks. I had a little bit of, at least one of the next 3 hands I had was pretty bricky, and having the extra Achilles would have helped a lot there. But I think at that point I was feeling that I needed to if my way to win was just take every card every single turn until eventually he died, which ended up happening, fortunately for me. Almost mistakes off of a spark of genius aside.
Yeah, so let's talk about that mistake, because all of a sudden, you had all the tempo in the world. You were getting to keep 4 card hands.
Yeah.
And you dropped that Spark of Genius hand, and I called it in the booth. I said immediately, he's going to find backup protocol red, because boom grenades aren't super helpful when your opponent is at 2. You play your boost card, and you banish the last backup protocol red off the top of the deck. Where's your head at that moment?
Yeah, so I think I had started by playing an item off the top, so I had an extra action point. I have a Cerebellum processor. I look, no more, just the one in play, none in deck. Or maybe I had one in there. I'm not sure. And then I look at the top. I see Spark of Genius. And Spark of Genius, to me, is irresistible. It's hard not to. But I think you're right. I think it's correct there to simply boost and then guarantee, because I know I have exactly 1 backup protocol red in the deck. And I know that I think if I go back and watch this, which I almost certainly will, I will be able to figure out that I deterministically win if I can just get a backup protocol red.
Yep.
And I boost it away. And I think maybe not taking that extra greedy step there and taking just the guaranteed, I think perhaps deterministic win would have been the way to play. But that just goes to show how complex this game is and how complex Dio can be. I've been playing this hero for a couple of years now, and I fancy myself knowledgeable about most of the interactions, and wish I could take that one back.
Yeah, I fancy you that as well. Definitely a Dio. If you wouldn't call yourself an expert, I would definitely call you an advanced player without a doubt. You are a stalwart member of the Church of Boosting and Cranking, for sure. Always more to learn in the game of Flesh and Blood, though, which is what keeps us coming back time and time again. Patrick, I want to talk now about your tournament run so far. These are your round 1 pairings for everybody. All the records are updated, I should mention here. You go right smack dab into the World Championship finalist, Chris Iaali on Vynnset. How did that one go?
Extremely close game. I had some good luck my way in the beginning of the game. I was boosting. I established a Cerebellum processor turn 0, and then I managed to hit 2 Fast and Furious off the top to keep that around for 4 or 5 turns, whatever that math breaks out to.
That gum.
And I got to the point, I did the same thing I did, we just talked about, Bryce. I popped Achilles, which is even more dangerous against Vynnset, because now I have no Arcane barrier to be able to get off a max V when I wouldn't have otherwise. And what that meant is I essentially put myself in a position where I was going to have tempo every single turn, or else he was going to be able to send lethal back my way. And I just drew a couple all red hands, and that's how it goes.
Yeah, without a doubt. Must have been a fantastic game to watch, though. Round 2, though, you go up against Marcus Brown. Oh, excuse me, not Marcus Brown. You go up against Luke Gilmore, and you take that one down. Honestly, I was a little bit surprised when I saw this pop up. I feel like Florian is one of the decks that preys on Dash.io, just because Earth has access to so many defensive capability. And were you worried about getting fatigued out early on?
Well, I think Dio here benefited by the elephant in the room, the ghost in the room, gravy bones existing in this meta. I think that's forced a lot of Florian lists to be able to have more offensive capability, go wide capability, and that has come at the sacrifice of being able to just fully commit to fatigue. That being said, I absolutely hate getting fatigued. I brought Hanabi Blaster for this, specifically the Earth heroes, and maybe Riptide, which I guess won't be an issue now. And I got a lot of value out of Hanabi Blaster that game.
So that slot was worth its weight in gold.
Yes, I was fighting with that one over with the boots that block for Cindra, and I haven't had to face Cindra yet. I see that we have 2 Cindras that are maybe still are 2 and 2, so maybe that's going to change next round.
That is going to change next round for you, my friend.
So I'll let you know.
Okay, 100%. Your round 3, Patrick. You go up against now Marcus Brown, Victor Goldman. Is this a matchup you think is difficult for you in general, or did this one just not go your way?
If there is a harder matchup for Dio, I haven't seen it yet. I think Victor, I mean, a little bit of the gravy flack is still present there, but not something I want to see. But fortunately, at least, if you're going to lose, you lose to a great player, a great guy like Marcus Brown.
And, of course, round 4 went your way because that was the feature match we just witnessed, ladies and gentlemen. And so Patrick Rubalcava remains alive, but just barely.
Barely.
As you go into my favorite round of the Players' Championship, the 5th round, where the only thing we can watch is lose and outs, win and ins at the same time. How are you feeling? Where's your head at going into this next round?
I'm pretty tired. I'm going to boost up on some Celsius, and then I'm going to charge up. And look, it's been a great run. It's been a great season. I've had a great time. So no matter what happens, I'm pretty pleased.
Well, you're a winner in my eyes, no matter which way you slice it, whether you make top 8 or not. So congratulations to you, and I'm going to give you a moment to rest up before that all-important 5th round of Swiss. Yeah. Boost your way into the top 8, my friend. I'm rooting for you.
Yeah, thanks, buddy.
Awesome. We'll be back in just a moment after Patrick gets himself a Celsius with more hot, high-octane games of Flesh and Blood. Also hot because we're going to have 2 Cindras in the lose and out bracket as well. But bottom line, it's going to be more Flesh and Blood after this. Boosting carries the day in the hands of Patrick Rubalcava, who ascends not into the top 8 yet, but to the ability to fight for his tournament life once again. That's right, round 5 of Swiss is coming up for the AGE Players Championship in Los Angeles. And that is significant, of course, because we're looking at the right side of our infographic here, the last red box. Everybody left in the tournament is 2-2, which means that any match we choose at this point is a win and in, losing out situation.
Absolute razor's edge match here coming up.
And that match is going to be, of course, Marcus Brown versus Luke Gilmore. We're going to see Victor Goldmain High and Mighty take on Florian Rotwood Harbinger, a matchup that, honestly, I personally thought was not super interesting until I watched Charlie Yu Fan in Calling Shizuoka take down Tetsuya Okanishi on Florian. That is still one of my favorite stream matches of all time, and I'm wondering if Marcus Brown has a similar strategy into Luke Gilmore.
I don't know what to expect, but I sure hope it's as good as that match. That match single-handedly got me back into playing Victor. It was so cool to see the game plan unfold. That being said, this is not that, and it could be a completely different match from the one we saw then.
Well, we're going to find out. Let's go ahead and talk about the players. Marcus Brown is your 5th seed, of course, bringing Victor. He has a 56 AGE win percentage, 4 top 8s, and 78 AGE points. Does not want to see John Zapata in the finals, and that makes a lot of sense, being that I don't think Victor can handle an Earth Wizard too well.
No, not a good matchup for him.
Nevertheless, he is balls to the wall Guardian all day, all the time, and nothing has changed. For a moment, I thought, maybe Marcus will bring something else in. And I was like, no, it's always going to be Victor. I had a couple predictions going with Justin before the tournament happened, and I said, yeah, Marcus is going to bring Victor, hands down.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen him not play a Guardian.
Now, the 80, though, given that I'm interested in this matchup, his 80 looks very, very different than Charlie Yu Fan's. Not a single copy of Right Behind You has made it into the deck. What has made it is a little bit of gravy tech. We have 2 of Performance Bonus, 2 of Midas Touch, and then not a single gravy in the room.
Yeah, very rough. I guess 4 cards just completely unused in this room today.
One of the things that I really like about Marcus's Victor list, though, is he always has a one-of copy of Cadaverous Contraband in order to refetch Visit the Goldmain Estate as an on-hit.
Yeah, I really like that option. You know, Remembrance is the tech that Charlie Yu Fan brought, and the one that I had been playing and testing. I really like the way that it feels when you get to the late game and cycle an entire 3 of them back into your deck, but it doesn't happen very often, and so the Cadaverous Contraband is sort of a more of an on-demand version of it, or at the very least demands some blocks, which is really nice when you're doing a 2-card play.
Yeah, and if you can track pitch stacks and maybe send it at the same time where the opponent on Florian wants to be doing something like several Germinates in a row, could be really impactful. His opponent, though, is Luke Gilmore, who is just an amazing guy. I mean, he just started Flesh and Blood at the beginning of this year, just started playing at AGE at the beginning of this year, so I think we're going to see some amazing stuff from Luke Gilmore moving forward.
Yeah, really meteoric rise, starting things out and making it to the Players' Championship the first time he ever picked up the game. Really impressive.
And also a huge surprise here. We've known Luke as kind of an aggro-slanted player, has brought Slippy a handful of times, Cindra a handful of times. I definitely didn't think he was going to show up on the Rotwood Harbinger today.
I will say, having peeked at his list, maybe I shouldn't bring it up till we have it on the screen.
Let's go ahead and hit it.
He's not really playing the traditional, like, super defensive Florian that you might expect. Only on, I mean, I guess only is not the right word. Still has the 3 shelters and the 3 rootbound carapace as his D-reacts, as well as some 4 blocks in the form of Haunting Rendition. But that's kind of it. It's not this pile of D-reacts that we're kind of used to seeing in the recent Florian lists that have been showcased around the world. So more of an aggressive slant, but I wouldn't go and say he's playing pure aggro. He still has a nice mid-range game plan.
So both of these deck lists are, a little bit of a departure from the examples that we saw in calling Shizuoka. So therefore could tell a very different story. That's what you're saying, right?
Exactly. It's not quite the same list that met up, and therefore I think the game plans are going to be quite different. We don't have the looping of the gold main estate on the side of the victor, and we also don't have that pile of D-reacts to fatigue and then chip on the side of Florian.
Okay, well, I'm only more excited to see this matchup then. Why don't we get the players ready, and we'll also head on down to the match floor for the final round of Swiss at the AGE LA PC in Season 3. Marcus Brown takes on Luke Gilmore. The names are switched, but the stakes remain the same, ladies and gentlemen. There we go. Our heroes are allotted properly there, and Marcus Brown is looking awfully dapper. Everybody was talking about dressing up for Halloween, but I think he just came in his Sunday special.
Yeah, looks like it to me. Always a slick-dressed man, that one, and this is no exception.
Slick dressed man, you're keeping us away from copyright. I really appreciate that. Because, of course, Sharp Dressed Man is the ZZ Top song. You get what I'm saying.
Yeah, of course. That's why I laughed. It wasn't... Yeah.
That's good. Thanks, man. 40 plays 40. Both players still got to shuffle up here. Looks like I got to the match floor a little bit early. But so, Michael, based on the deck list that we've just seen before us, we've already talked about Charlie Yufan kind of turtling up against Florian and just waiting until he can loop, visit the gold main estates after he's generated as much gold as humanly possible off of tests of strengths and so forth throughout the match. What do you expect Marcus to do differently based on the 80 that he's presented?
Well, I see pummels in the list, and I see just a pretty traditional Victor game plan. I think he's going to try to play mid-range value, and I think that's also what Luke Gilmore is going to be doing. So I think what we're going to see here is just a nice mid-range, fair game of flesh and blood. We'll have to see if Luke does decide to play towards that Germinate angle and try to get some kind of OTK going, but based on the way that his deck is constructed, it's not as defensive. It might not be on his mind or part of his game, but it really just depends on how he pilots it.
Yeah, we didn't get to highlight on Luke's deck slide, but he has 6 copies of Rune Ranger Swarm, of course the Swarming Gloomveils, also 3 copies each of Channel the Millennium Tree and Channel Mount Heroic. So an aggro slant is definitely what we're looking at. It's certainly been working out for him so far. Equipment has been presented here. Marcus Brown with the brand new arm piece out of Super Slam, Iron Fist Revelation, and also got himself a Singaporean Victor. Gotta love that.
Yeah, that was also the Charlie Yu fan choice. Love the art there.
Luke Gilmore going to be trying to channel some beautiful places in the Earth realm. Marcus Brown just going to be trying to channel Charlie.
Yep. Looks like a Tunic pass. Luke just getting rid of that shelter may cause Marcus to then decide to send a
It's
heave.
a heave, baby. It's a heave of one hefty card. Pulverize goes into the arsenal. This is something I think probably Marcus Brown's favorite play of the game as a Guardian Chad. And it's 3 different Seismic Surge tokens, all in beautiful Cold Foil or Marvel that are going to be generated for Marcus Brown here. Pulverize definitely coming next turn.
Yeah, I didn't see the full hand texture. I think he has the 2 blues. Yeah,
He
2
does.
blues and a red are required. One of the things I don't love about starting with Pulverize when you're on Tunic is that you don't really get to that 6 breakpoint. It's going to cost 7 to send it, so has to keep at least 3 cards here if he wants to send the Pulverize.
Rune Chant generated for Luke Gilmore, the first activation of Grasp of the Arknight of, I'm sure, many that we are going to see for the rest of this game. Rune Ranger Swarm in the yellow is the follow-up. 2 go again, thanks to the fact that a aura has been generated this turn. 1 Rune Chant accepted readily from Marcus Brown, who does have the ability to block it. He's got Null Rune Boots down in the foot slot. Rune Ranger Swarm connects. Marcus down to 37 after first blood has been drawn. Reaping Blade, the follow-up here. And Luke Gilmore staring down a Rootbound Carapace and an Autumn's Touch for the arsenal. Would love to wait to deploy Rootbound Carapace until he's actually got the Decompose capability online. Right now, it's just a Shelter from the Storm and a Rune Ranger Swarm joining it in the graveyard.
Yeah, as you mentioned, no Earth yet, and Marcus has this massive Pulverize coming through, decided not to block, rather keep that other card for the arsenal as he descends to 34 to make this play happen.
And you know, Luke has an okay blocking hand at this point. Marcus sending 3 cards into the pitch zone along with 3 Seismic Surge tokens. to pay for the requisite 10 resources for Pulverize, which comes in for a whopping 14 on connection, will make it so that Luke's first attack during the next turn has -4 power. But, you know, when you're an Earth hero and you're staring down a Pulverize, I don't think there's anything stopping you from just throwing everything in front of it.
Yeah, I used to really love the card Pulverize, but the more players would just block with their whole hand and then take like 2 damage and then just pass, it's fine,
Yeah.
but it's not like crazy good because you don't ever really get the on-hit value because people usually just pass their turn. It's nice for tempo. So, you know, silver lining.
And this is exactly the way to kind of get around the disruption of Pulverize. Block with everything in the hand, establish an arsenal, and pass, which is exactly what Luke Gilmore does after giving the Rootbound Carapace over to the graveyard. So turn cycle kind of coming up for Marcus, but he's still down on life at this point. 34 plays 37. And Luke, just taking it easy, now has 2 more copies of Rootbound Carapace in the hand, and Decompose triggers finally online.
Yeah, this is kind of the reason I don't like it. The test of strength just gets pitched here because he doesn't have a good use of it. Peck Perfect, though, a really nice new card from Super Slam, which, or is it from Mastery Pack Guardian, excuse me. If you're going to fatigue someone, this card is phenomenal.
Without a doubt. So every time a card defends this, the players are going to clash. The winner is going to destroy the top card of the other hero's deck. No fixing at that point, so it's going to be 2 clashes. The first one goes Marcus Brown's way in a big way. Felling of the Crown found on the top of the deck for Luke Gilmore. Bye, bye, bye. Felling of the Crown. Bye, bye, bye. Cadaverous Tilling. Oh, my goodness. We talked about the aggressive slant of Luke Gilmore. It just got a whole lot less aggressive with those 2 red attacks going straight into the bin.
2 phenomenal hits, and this is the power of milling cards off the top. You don't always get what you want, but man, when you do, does it feel good. That Peck Perfect coming in clutch.
Marcus Brown is 2 steps away from just ripping his shirt wide open like the art on Peck Perfect. I mean, heave Pulverize turn 1, send Peck Perfect turn 2. He is feeling good right now. The second Rune Rager Swarm in the yellow comes down for Luke Gilmore after an activation of Grasp of the Arknight. So 1 Arcane and 2 Physical. The follow-up surely going to be a Reaping Blade. Marcus Brown's first Tunic counter of the game is just cashed in for 1 defensive value, blocking out the Rune Chant.
So far in the game plan, things have been pretty slow, which I think favors the Florian. As long as he's trying to line up that kill with Germinate, he's pretty happy for things to go slow like this. But Marcus Brown here just taking damage means he feels he can convert the 5-card hand, and when that happens, you got to be afraid. Oh. 1 card blocked.
Blue Disable blocks out Reaping Blade. Marcus just didn't want to give less defensive value than he possibly could have. And now it's Golden Sun plus 2 blues in the hand. Curious. Yeah, here we go. Just sending Command and Conquer. Gonna heave one of those Thunderquakes into the arsenal.
Feigning a pummel as well.
Yes, exactly, and that's why I like this play here, because it's got to get Luke thinking, especially when he just plunked a Rootbound Carapace in the arsenal. And also has a Shelter from the Storm in hand.
Ooh, he really would like to play out that Felling of the Crown, but it doesn't look like, well, it's risky, right? No, he can't, because he can't block with 2 cards from hand with a D-React in hand.
He's got to take this is ultimately what's going to happen here.
He could take it. He could put some armor in front of it.
He could go for the Face Purgatory play here. I mean, Face Purgatory doesn't often get maximum value against Guardians unless they do something like this, represent a pummel with 2 cards in hand. Would also completely make it so that Marcus, I think if Luke goes for Face Purgatory here, then Marcus just goes without an arsenal. Because you don't want to just naturally arsenal a blue Thunderquake, right?
You can do that. It's not that hard to clear it with 2 blues. You don't love to do it.
Exactly.
But it's probably better than IPing yourself.
No blocks here from Luke Gilmore. Just takes 6. I think this is the other option that he had besides the Face Purgatory play. So
I do like it.
Rootbound Carapace is going to go away from the arsenal, which does mean that Luke doesn't have to worry about decomposing anytime soon. But also means that Felling of the Crown is going to come out swinging.
Luke talking about the bait.
Luke's really funny.
Yeah.
Not least of which because he's got frog eyes on the top of his head.
It helps.
Yeah, without a doubt. He's also got a frog boa, which I'm really disappointed is not making a splash on this feature match. Luke Gilmore decomposing here, playing out Felling of the Crown, which is a super above rate card, but a little bit less so when you're leaving a card in hand. So Luke taking a hefty amount of damage in order to make this play and re-establish the arsenal that was ripped from him.
And he's decomposed already once this game, right? So this is
Yep.
online. Yeah.
This is online. He also put 3 Earth cards into the bin. So now, yes, as indicated there, is at 5. Only 1 decompose away from becoming online. Honestly, pretty darn early.
Yeah, that's scary for Marcus. And did Luke bottom his card?
Luke did,
Okay.
yes. He had 2 in hand.
2 in hand. Did not block at all. Thank you.
Correct. So I believe he bottomed the Shelter from the Storm. I'm not 100% sure about that. Thunderquake coming in for a big bad 8 at the cost of only 1 blue thanks to 3 Seismic Surge tokens generated on the previous turn cycle.
Nice, slightly above rate, but of course going below rate last turn to make
Yep.
this happen.
Unless you like the mental damage that it perhaps got dealt to Luke Gilmore.
Mental damage is still damage.
Thunderquake still needs an answer from Luke, who has Command and Conquer, Swarm and Gloomveil, Canopy Shelter, and Germinate in the hand. If Luke is playing the long game, he really doesn't want to be blocking with those Germinates. Instead, wants to be pitching them for a later date. And no, I was wrong. Shelter from the Storm was the chosen arsenal, so I missed the card that goes to the bottom of the deck, but I think Luke making the right choice here because only 2 damage comes across from that Thunderquake. 28 plays 30, and Luke is going to be able to send a CNC for 7.
Yeah, you love to see that if you're Luke.
He's tanking a little bit. I wonder if he's thinking about pitching away the Swarm and Gloomveil for a Grasp of the Arcanite, or activate Grasp, send Swarm and Gloomveil, and finish up with Reaping Blade. Save the Command and Conquer for later.
1 and 4 go again.
Yeah, that makes sense, not being on Arsenal. Marcus Brown has not been able to block with any block cards yet this game. Another thing that just came to my mind. Super important for Victor to get ahead in value to be resolving those tests of strengths and trounces if he's running them into this matchup.
And you know, his choice of Crown of Dominion might be a sage one because the first copy of Visit Goldmane Estate is in the hand for Marcus Brown.
I'll pass over to you and Arsenal.
Crown of Dominion, of course, making it so that Visit Goldmane Estate is going to generate might tokens the second you see it.
Yeah, really important for the resolution of that. If you don't make any gold before you see it, sometimes it can be a very clunky draw, but here the Crown of Dominion getting him through.
Visit Goldmane Estate, resolved here, generates a gold token, allows Marcus to draw a card thanks to the passive ability on Victor Goldmane. And with that Tunic resource, Marcus is going to have plenty of choices. If he draws a Spinal Crush, he can send that. Excuse me, no, he cannot. If he draws a blue, he can pitch it away. But he's, no matter what, going to be able to send Miller's Grindstone. Unfortunately, Marcus draws a blue that he doesn't want in the arsenal. What I was going to say is if he draws Spinal Crush, he can arsenal it, use the Tunic counter to send Miller's Grindstone.
Yeah.
And the first connection of the hammer happens. Marcus wins the clash, which means Swarming Gloomveil off the top of the deck for Luke Gilmore goes right into the graveyard. So that is now 3 cards that Marcus has milled away from his opponent this game.
Yeah, good if they get to a fatigue state. Currently, the life totals are making the argument against that.
Channel Mount Heroic. Marcus is not happy to see that at all. His mouth goes wide when that one hits the arena. Earth card in the pitch zone as well, which means that Channel Mount Heroic is going to stick around for another turn. And the perfect pairing for it is, of course, Rune Rager Swarm, now coming in for 6, thanks to the fact that Channel Mount Heroic just makes all of your attack action cards have +3.
Well, if your attacks are going to be above rate, what better answer than a block card that is also above rate? He's got to win these clashes, though, and this is a scary moment for any Victor player.
Spinal Crush on the top. Marcus wins it with Reckless Abandon. Gold token generated from Trounce.
Not yet.
Oh, excuse me, not yet. What am I talking about?
6 on 5. Now he wins it.
There we go. And Choke Slam is going to be the card that goes into the hand, thanks to the second, another gold token generated there. And then
That's a good hit.
And then the same clash is going to happen again. Oh wait,
Yeah, this
no,
was
they
the
did do
second one.
Clash of Might first.
Yep.
They did. Okay,
And it,
great.
it counted twice because
Yep.
it was still this first clash of trounce. So now 2 mites, 1 vigor, and 1 gold, drawing up that blue.
Has a red boulder drop in hand, which we saw on the top of the deck for the last clash. Command and Conquer, the follow-up. No Arsenal in sight for Marcus Brown. But does he even need it, really?
So right here is the moment that I'm thinking that Germinate is just not going to be a card that matters this match.
Right.
We're about to see 7 + 5 damage come through off a 2-card hand and threaten to put a card on top. We are now in the point of the game with a Channel Mount Heroic where both players are playing aggro.
Yeah. They've put on their aggro suits and are out to dance here at Riverside. Top deck keep, the venue for the carnage. Very different game than we saw in calling Shizuoka. Neither of these players is interested in taking too much time here. They are bashing each other for the viewing pleasure of everybody at home.
I'll do Plow Under. And then I'll pass to you.
Luke Gilmore passes with a flow counter on Channel Mount Heroic after getting 6 value on that aura already. And he's drawn up an Enlightened Strike, one of the perfect enablers for Channel Mount Heroic. But boy, howdy, Marcus is going to have his say. 5 Might tokens pop, 1 Vigor token pops. Tunic Resource up to 2.
Oh, and he gets
Marcus
an
draws-
Arsenal.
Yeah. Pops a gold, draws another boulder drop, destined for the Arsenal.
Pay 3, send boulder drop for 12.
And there we go. Boulder drop for a big bad 12 on Crush. Luke will have to put a card from his hand on top of his deck.
Yeah, this is a tough spot. He'd really like to keep all the cards in his hand to get as much value out of that Channel Mount Heroic as possible. But of course, that is why you want to disrupt this heavily. And Marcus just getting everything he wanted from that trounce.
And you know, he does have a Rune Rager Swarm in hand. So if he says no blocks here and takes 12, he still can get 2 more basically triggers of Channel Mount Heroic, I guess I'm going to call them. 2 more instances of +3.
Yep.
But that is a hefty bill to pay.
It is, and that is exactly, you know, what I was talking about and why last turn I was saying this is the indicator that those Germinates no longer matter.
Luke Gilmore posturing 2 cards in hand. And Face Purgatory. I love this. Punishing Marcus Brown for cashing in a gold token at the beginning of this turn.
Yeah, really well played.
A risk at some point. To purge, I have to discard boulder drop.
Goodbye, Boulder Drop. No more Arsenal for Marcus Brown, and a Warmonger's Diplomacy bought for Luke Gilmore. And the fridge of Runeblade is really showing its its luster? That's what I'm looking for. It's luster.
I mean, it's a very
So shiny.
Face Purgatory, but now it's also gone.
Yeah, Luke really getting everything he could hope for and more out of that Face Purgatory play.
And honestly, I think rewarded way more than if he had cashed it in on the double Thunderquake turn.
Absolutely. And now he's got 2 attacks that he can pair with that CMH.
Lightning Strike plus Rune Rager Swarm looking pretty juicy to me.
3 card 16 is all right.
I think the right way is we just send this for go again.
Yep.
So
Luke, you're choosing right, I think. Enlightened Strike, go again. The bottom card, almost assuredly, Warmonger's Diplomacy. And the one remaining, I believe, is going to be Rune Rager Swarm coming in for 5 after this. Another copy of Visit Goldmane Estate in the hand for Marcus Brown, and also a Choke Slam. Ooh, and a block card. What is it, though? If it's a Test of Strength, yes, it is. I think Marcus
Huge.
Brown is really happy with this, but a Trounce revealed on the top of the deck. How badly does Marcus want to draw a card?
Pretty badly. I think you
stares
got it.
daggers into the top of his deck. He is not happy with that.
Yeah, but there's always this risk. The moment you whiff, it's so scary to pop the gold. If you whiff again, it just feels horrible, especially when you're relying on those Goldmane Estates to gain the value over the course of the game.
And your opponent just revealed an attack on the top of the deck.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of, he has one in hand, but he does go for the Victor, and he needs to hit this badly.
It's a debilitate. A 6 over 5. Gold token generated. Marcus is back to where he started, but with an extra blue in the hand. Rewarded heavily for gambling on that one. 5 the follow-up for Luke Gilmore that we all knew was coming. 5 thanks to the Channel Mount Heroic, which remains in the arena for now, but definitely going by the wayside after this turn is concluded. Another 3 damage goes to Marcus Brown's face. 21 plays 18. Marcus is going to have his say once again next turn.
Yeah, and the Goldmane Estate number 2 posturing for the battlefield here. Going to generate 4 mites this time as he's created a gold since the last one resolved.
You know, the sad bit for Marcus at this point is that he's not going to be able to do the trounce play that he followed up Visit Goldmane Estate with last time. The positive, though, is that when you draw those block cards, it's really awkward when you're trying to Arsenal. You don't want to be drawing them on your turn with Visit the Goldmane Estate. Instead, you would much rather Arsenal something juicy.
Well, he's got a really interesting card follow-up here. It looks like a Choke Slam in hand, which is extremely potent against the hand that Luke is representing. A Felling and an E-Strike, both of which can gain power.
Yikes. And Marcus knows about one of those cards because E-Strike was revealed on the top of the deck for Test of Strength. So if Marcus is remembering properly, he knows that this Chokeslam is at least going to be a little enticing. So 8 damage here on Crush. No gaining power for Luke Gilmore on the next turn cycle.
Unfortunately, it's pretty easy to cover a Crush effect in this game. It needs to deal 4 damage or more, and 2 cards is plenty to cover that up and enable the Felling to still come
Exactly, and this is a fantastic trade for Luke Gilmore because Felling of the Crown is probably the most valuable card, I would say, in the entire game at the moment. Used to be monetarily, but now, thanks to the reprints that happened in Super Slam, it's accessible to everybody.
Got another Trounce in Marcus's hand, which is exactly what he wants to see. Just one at a time, back-to-back clashes.
Let me just make sure I'm not.
I believe you that the Trounce is in there. I'm curious about what else is.
All I see are Trounces. That's all I care about.
Well, 2 are already gone, so this is the third. 1 in the graveyard, 1 at the bottom of the deck after losing Marcus a clash.
Put this card under.
1 card plowed under from Felling of the Crown. Cards kept, though. Yeah, Marcus wants to be doing some clashing. Trounce is still in the hand.
Pack Perfect, the other card. He really wants to just block with 1 card and get a blue off the top. It's it's a gamble at this point. If he gets the red, he can't resolve that Peck Perfect unless he breaks it gold. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He has the Vigor, so he absolutely can.
Visit Goldmane Estate. Yikes. Goes up against a 6.
That's tough because even a blue under this, a regular Guardian attack won't win. So
I haven't seen any Cranial Crushes yet, so it is possible that there are blues that can win this clash.
Yeah, there are.
Yep, he's going for it. Another gold token paid for here so that Victor Goldmane can fix the fight. It's Riches of Tropaldani. Yikes, found on the top of the deck. And Luke Gilmore wins this first clash. No tokens can be generated for Marcus, but he finds a yellow pummel. Neither player wins that one.
That's a
so no tokens generated here. Yikes, that was a rough series of cards revealed for Marcus Brown, and the head goes down as he realizes just what hot water he's in here.
Yeah.
When you stumble as Victor, it feels really gnarly, ladies and gentlemen. That's what we're seeing right before us. It's not all bad for Marcus, though. That Peck Perfect can be destined for the Arsenal, and these 4 Might tokens are still going to get value because Miller's Grindstone is one heck of a hammer.
Man, he would have loved to put that on the Peck Perfect, though.
The downside for Marcus right here is he knows the top card of his deck is Pummel. So he's got to draw here in order to insulate himself from losing the clash on Miller's Grindstone and making it so that he has a -1 counter on his hammer for the remainder of the game.
Yeah, smart play there. But losing a gold, actually 2 if you count the one he wasted. So really going down on that critical resource.
I don't hate doing it, though, to protect your hammer because you've seen another Visit Goldmane, your last copy of Visit Goldmane Estate on top, and finds another loss.
That was 4 non-attacks in a row in a deck that's probably only running like 12.
Yikes. But no -1 counter for Marcus Brown there because Luke Gilmore did not win the clash. So still feeling good there. And has a test of strength for next turn. So ultimately, not so bad. Arcane Seed's life. Resolve for Luke Gilmore here, who is now online. So 2 might tokens generated by Canopy Shelter on the previous turn. And now 4 rune chants created. The Value Town is online for Luke Gilmore. 4 rune chants plus a C and C for 8. Marcus Brown blocks out 3 of those rune chants, takes 1 down to 12, but has a hefty amount of damage coming his way that is threatening that arsenal.
Yeah, really good timing for the test of strength. Now, if he hits another non-attack action, oh, that's rough. And he's got an all-red hand, too. So he needs to get a blue off of this draw.
Well, he has Riches of Tropeldani. I'm sorry. No, he doesn't. He put that to the bottom. You are absolutely right. Spinal Crush, Pommel, and Test of Strength.
Very rough hand.
This just in for the producer's desk. Luke Gilmore said his motivation for winning this match. No, it's not getting into the top 8. No, it's not the cash. No, it's not the gold cold foil or the PTI. His motivation is getting interviewed, I guess, by one of us.
I mean, he's got a nice, he's new to the scene, and I think that he just wants to show the world who he is. I can't blame him.
I think he's got something to say. I hope it's not curse words because our MSRP rating is getting worse and worse as the day goes on, thanks to my colleague to the left of me who's saying a bunch of bad words.
Oh, that's my fault.
Yeah, it's definitely your fault, not my fault. I didn't say anything bad.
C and C for 8. A hand of reds. What are we going to do here, Marcus? What's the game plan?
I still like just blocking with Test of Strength, Pummel, and, Iron Fist Revelation. He finds a blue versus Luke Gilmore's
helpful.
Channel Mount Heroic.
And he's got the Tunic counter to enable the Peck Perfect for next turn.
Exactly. Pretty huge here. I think Marcus would rather be sending Spinal Crush. Just based on the way the game is going, I really don't think the milling capability of Peck Perfect is all that relevant.
I'm sure he would rather it. He just doesn't have the resources.
Yeah.
So unless he wants to gamble on a gold, I don't like that at all, though. I think you just take what you can get. You send the 9. You pray that the hits are really good. I mean, you never know. You can hit like some Germinates and some really powerful cards.
Marcus Brown sending 9 and praying, as my co-caster alluded to. 12 plays 14 here, and only 26 minutes elapsed. And both these players are well below their starting life totals. This is not the matchup that Charlie Yu Fan and Tatsuya Okanishi played in Calling Shizuoka. This is very different indeed. Barkskin of the Millennium Tree is going to generate 2 embodiments of Earth token for Luke Gilmore, which means that Channel Mount Heroic is going to block for 5, 6, 7 with the Barkskin of the Millennium Tree itself. Only 2 damage going to leak through, and oh no, it's not a win of the clash for Marcus Brown, a remembrance found on the top of the deck. So perhaps Marcus was going to try to play the long game and pivoted early on based on the way the cards were falling.
Yeah, I completely missed that in his deck list earlier.
Oh, it was there for sure. But Marcus likes to play fast and loose. Headbutt found on the top, so goodbye Warmonger's Diplomacy. Another clash of a Germinate. Going to send that one to the soil from whence it came as well. And 2 damage comes through. Life totals are at parity here, but I got to hand it to Luke. I think he's sitting in a really good position here.
Yeah, I don't think he's very sad to see the Germinate go. At that point, it's almost a win more card. He's already got the grasp of the Arcanite and the rune, the blade to send split damage to Arcane 3 physical, which is so high value.
That would be the Reaping Blade. It's got a facelift, but it's still the same card. Channel the Millennium Tree, plus 2 rune chance. That first rune chance going to be coming in for a big bad 4 arcane damage. Marcus only able to block 1 of it.
And this is one of the ways in which Florian can close the game out against AB1.
Marcus has pitched a Golden Sun in order to pay for 2 of that arcane damage. Headbutt blocked with here. Reaping Blade covered up. 9 plays 12. Marcus Brown's got 2 cards in the hand. do think it's just going to be a Miller's Grindstone on this turn.
Ooh, and then he's arsenaling a blue Macho Grande. That's going to get stuck there probably for the rest of the game.
So Macho Grande is one of those amazing cards in Guardian, one of the good blues, because you can just pitch it, and it has, what is 7 dominate? 8 dominate.
8 dominate.
8 dominate in the blue. So it can be a game closer.
Yeah.
But in this case, Marcus might be setting up a little bit too early.
Yeah, it can be helpful when you've got the life lead just to close things out. But when you are down in life and you have this AB1 situation where you're just going to be taking damage, you'd have to keep 2 blues to send it. And I just don't see that happening anymore.
Miller's Grindstone did connect on Marcus's last turn cycle, 4 damage on Luke Gilmore, but he gains 1 back from Arcane Seed's life, the last copy of which in his deck, and then it's a Cadaverous Tilling to follow. 4 Rune Chants. The first is dealing 4 Arcane damage, and then 3 more. So it's 7 Arcane plus 8 physical. Yikes.
And he gets to keep the tree around for another turn. 2 Earth
So
cards
nasty.
in pitch.
Absolutely nasty stuff here. So 3 Arcane damage is going to leak through on that first Rune Chant. Marcus has a blue in the pitch zone. Likely just going to block 2 of these Rune Chants, let the last one through. Yeah, it's interesting. It's almost like the example set before us by Charlie and Tatsuya say that the long game, if you choose to play it, is going to favor Victor versus Florian, which is like so not how that's supposed to go.
Right. Yeah, we had that live example of 2 fantastic players duking it out and going for the long game, only for the entire world to get surprised with the loop of that Visit the Goldmane Estate. This is such a different game, though. Just aggression and disruption from both players.
And maybe the script is flipped thanks to the deck building choices of Luke Gilmore. Wants to go really fast, but also seems so comfortable in the Florian seat, man. I got to give him credit. He is a versatile froggy if I have ever seen one.
Yeah, piloting Earth to the utmost.
I will decompose.
Marcus spends another card, a Peck Perfect, on the top of the deck in order to shore up all of the Rune Chants. Likely, yep, just going to block with 2 cards plus the Iron Fist Revelation here.
Down to 5.
Take 1. Down to 5 goes Marcus. Has to conserve some life here. Iron Fist Revelation only got its block value this entire game. No crush cards flipped in the arsenal and gained +1.
Yeah, and Luke's got 9 life and a 4-card hand and an entire Channel of the Millennium Tree to... Oh, another one in hand, too. This has got to be it. Yeah, this is it.
Oh, this is nasty, Luke.
He's doing Verdance numbers in Arcane.
Ay. So 2 Channel the Millennium Trees plus 2 Rune Chants equals, okay, that first one comes in. Yep.
Yeah,
okay.
that's lethal.
Doesn't even matter.
7 Arcane.
Fist bump
Wow.
extended there by Marcus Brown, and Luke Gilmore closes the door, secures himself a spot in the top 8, but also the interview that he wants for some reason with one of our ugly mugs.
I demand it.
Man, gotta hand it to Luke. His first season playing Flesh and Blood, his first season at AGE, and he's already in the top 8 of the Players' Championship.
He looks very happy.
Yeah, I would be too, man. I would be happy to just make it.
Yeah.
But I guess we have made it, Michael, right?
We've made it.
I mean, we're sitting in the building, so that counts.
My mom just called and told me, you've made it. I was disappointed in you until
Mrs.
this
Murray
moment,
told
but
you that?
finally made it.
Oh, wow, that's really cool, man. I'm happy for you.
No, she would never say that to me.
Let's take a look at some people whose mothers are proud of them. That would be John Zapata, Tyler Horspool, who have long since made the top 8. They've been sitting pretty, eating Chipotle, doing whatever it is that winners do. Colin Eriksen has also squeaked his way in there with only 1 loss. Chris Iaali as well. We got a Vynnset in the top 8. Zachary Wallach on Marionette. Those knives are sharp and ready. And both Cindras ascend into the top 8 after facing elimination in the last round. Boy, howdy, alongside Luke Gilmore, who we saw dismantle Marcus Brown on Victor Goldmane in the previous feature matchup. What do you think, Michael? Is this the way our top 8, you thought our top 8 would look?
It's pretty darn close. I gotta say,
Yeah.
I think the Cindra choices for me, I was a little bit questioning, but it really, I think the pilots they're just really good, and not too surprised to see him make it through. Of course, my heart sank just a little bit seeing my buddy Paul not squeaking through at the end there. Took a Cindra down early, but didn't quite make it through 2-0 to start, 0-3 to end.
I'm sure you're not alone, because Marlynn is definitely a fan favorite and a hero that a lot of people would have liked to see do well today. And you know what? Paul did pretty darn well. We saw one hell of a feature matchup thanks to him, and he proved that he can certainly dismantle the best Cindras in the room. Just couldn't quite get there against Peter Buddensiek.
Yeah, and Peter is such a fantastic player. I know that to be true, and I knew going into it. Paul had talked to me about how hard Cindra can be. We saw in the first game when he took it how close it was, and things just have to line up, and they probably didn't. But we've got an interview coming up, and we've got only winners to focus on from here on out.
It's an interview that it's not even one that only us are looking forward to. Somebody actually wants to get in the booth with us, Michael.
They usually scream and run away whenever we ask for the interview.
We got to pull them in with burning chains. Get in here. The people want to hear your voice. Well, Luke Gilmore is going to grace us with his presence and his story in just a moment. So don't touch that dial. We'll be back with more Flesh and Blood, more Luke Gilmore after this.
Welcome back, folks. I'm joined here with the winner of round 5, now ascending to top 8. Luke Gilmore taking the win down on Florian Rotwood, Harbinger against Marcus Brown on Victor Goldmain. High and mighty. How you feeling?
It's been a day. It was a really rocky start, so
Yeah.
I'm happy that we kind of recollected and kind of made it in. It was I O2'd, and I thought I was just like, you know what, is what it is. We get $50 and a free lunch.
Sure,
so
sure.
I'm glad that it turned into 3-2.
Well, we can talk about your day, or we can talk about your match. Which one would you like to start with?
We can just go through the day. I mean, so the first game was against Marlynn, which I knew, and I kind of like. I had a plan into it, and I had a little bit of a sideboard, but it's also like I didn't want to commit too hard. And then it was just like he chose to go first. He was higher seed. Harpoon for 13 overpower turn 0. And then I just like never drew any D-reacts or blocks, and he just kept sending them. And I'm just like, this hand is 2 reds, 2 blues, 2 attacks, 2 non-attacks. So every Harpoon just ripped a card. And so I just like, I tried to kind of, I warmongers him, and then he flipped an arrow off the top with the quiver, and it was kind of just like,
Yep.
you know, which, you know, it happens. It was okay. And then the second game was against Dash, which again, I was like, oh, I have a plan into Dash. She's fatigable as Florian, but also like if they stumble at all, you can, at least with the deck list I'm trying to run, like if you channel out Heroic and start throwing damage, you can also pressure them. And then he went first, higher seed, turn 0 Teklo Pounder.
Oh.
And just kind of ran me over.
Yeah.
I like the first 2 games I had not seen a felling as well, which really hurt. So I was like, going in the last game, I paired into Tao Tao, who's on Huntsman, and I'm like, you know, this is the fatigue match. This is kind of like what Florian is known to be able to like get through, and we'll just kind of see how it goes. And he actually had me on the life lead for a while, where I was just very down, and I was just like, we'll try. And I had no cards left in deck. Double germinated to 18 rune chance. And then I swing, and he shows me 3 reds.
Oh my gosh.
And
What
we
was
did
his life?
He was at 8.
Okay.
So we did the math, and if he had all blues, he could cover all the rune chants, take the arcane, and then he had a overcrowded an arsenal. So with ambush, he could block the last bit of damage and
Wow.
live at 1,
Wow.
which I had no cards in deck, so I would have just
Okay,
died.
so he needed a very specific hand, and he didn't even come close.
It was unfortunate. He said the same thing. He's like, you know, technically it's my pitch deck, so I can't like, it's
Yeah.
like how it is, but also like, damn, like
Yeah.
every other card is blue. So,
Yeah.
and then I was like, all right, we're on the up. And then I pair into a Cilio. And I feel like if people kind of look at the roster, Acilio is kind of not what I really want to see.
Yeah.
Cindra is also hard, but like, I don't know. Acilio just sometimes to me feels a little out of your control.
Yeah.
Because if they just kind of find it too fast and you don't find the disruption, they'll just kind of blow you up. And then he lost 2 Gone in a Flashes, and then I plow under the last one.
Beautiful.
And so a game turned into defensive Acilio, which surprisingly he blocked me out multiple turns, and I was like, is he actually going to get to this last one? And so, but he didn't. We just kind of kept going back and forth, and then Chinn Heroic kind of closed it out. And then you guys saw the last game, which I'm happy to pair into Marcus. He's a good friend, local. So, I mean, I was happy that either one of us were going to make it, no matter what. And it was a close game. It felt like it was good. I'm glad I drew those trees at the very end. That's kind of what I was hoping to find. So.
Yeah,
It was a good run. I'm not upset.
No, it's phenomenal. Going from 0-2 to 3-2 and making it into the top 8, just such a phenomenal story. I also have one little secret to tell you. You talked about how you didn't prep too much for the Marlynn and we're thinking more about the rest of the day. Well, I personally played your list against Paul many times in a row, helping him prepare and helped him figure out exactly how to dismantle you. So when he did that early, I was pretty proud of him and happy to see that it went like that.
It felt right. I mean, I played a little bit of into it as well, and it was kind of just like my list is less defensive, so it kind of just felt like if I don't find the cards to block out at least one of the harpoons, I'll just kind of...
Yeah.
If he just sends harpoon every turn, I'll just die.
Yeah,
And,
absolutely.
that's what he did. So I'm happy that he actually trained for it and it went well. So
Yeah. Unfortunately, it seems like you and him had sort of like the shadow
opposite,
mirror.
yeah.
He went 2-0 and then 0-3 drop.
Yeah.
Unfortunate for
rest
him.
in peace. But I mean,
Yeah.
I had a great game with him. I'm sorry he didn't make it in.
Yeah,
It's always rough.
I only 8 can, and this is the way that it fell. I am curious, though. I've been hearing that this is your first year playing Flesh and Blood.
So I wouldn't say my first year playing Flesh and Blood. I got into the game with some locals up in NorCal, where I'm from. Shout out Dexter, Tommy, the whole crew, everybody. Love you guys. And we played like Blitz was kind of the main format. I think I came in during a skirmish season. I just assumed Blitz was the main format, but apparently it wasn't. It was just kind of what they were doing.
Sure.
And I kind of like slowly just played the game, went to armories, had a good time. This was like my first year of competitive Flesh and Blood, I'd say. I went to my first RTN, my first PQ. This is my first time at the AGE. So like, this was the year that like, once I started building Florian and Aurora, I kind of was like, I want to take this game more seriously and kind of get way more into it. Which I'm really happy how it's been going. It's been a really good year and a really, really good results. So,
Awesome.
And the game's still just fun. So.
Yeah, and so this is your first AGE year. Do you have anything you want to talk about, or can you tell us a little bit about your story getting from the beginning of AGE all the way making it to the Players' Championship?
Yeah, so I have my locals and the friends that kind of introduced me to the SoCal scene is like Fuzzy, Talon, Joel, Clark. You know, people that like they've been to these local. I mean,
podcasts.
Yeah, and I mean Clark made it championship this year. Fuzzy and Talon were the previous year, so like they had come here a lot. And so I kind of just heard about it from them. And at first I was like, like college money, not like super interested in competitive yet. Like I don't really want to drive out and do these big events. Like it's okay. But then once I kind of got more ready, and I was kind of like, it's time. I was like, hey guys, like when's the next AG? And they're like, here's the Discord, here's all the info. And I was like, cool. So I joined in. The first one I did was the draft one, which didn't go very well.
Sure.
But then my first CC one, I managed to top 8.
Nice.
That was the one I lost in the finals to a Jarl, Marcus Brown. Not Marcus. I'm forgetting
Brian.
names right now. Brian, thank you. Sorry, Brian. It's been a long day.
A lot of Guardian players out there.
Yeah, and so I kind of told myself, like, I just wanted to go at AGs for a couple times. They seemed fun. And then I got second, and then everyone's like, you got a lot of points now. You got to come back. And I'm like, I guess you're right.
Yeah.
So I just kind of kept coming back. And it was kind of a very, like, up and down. There was some that I just, I think I got, like, 20th or something and just got 1 point. And I was like, it is what it is.
Yeah.
But I think I top 8'd 3, I want to say. So it was good. I felt very good to actually, like, 3 top 8s. To actually like make it and do well. And I mean, that inside with RTN and PQ results and stuff like that, like I was just getting very into the competitive scene.
Yeah.
And I do have a shout out as well for a little storyline of being here, which is my girlfriend, Alex. She's super sweet, and she has been here for a lot of the AGEs. She doesn't play. She just likes to sit in the sides, bring me food, be my #1 supporter. And as she did this time, she also likes to make altars. And every time she made me an altar, I managed to make it into the top 8. So we were talking earlier, and she was like, well, I guess I have to make you an altar today, which this is what she just did. She started this at the beginning of round 1. So that's pretty awesome. And the tradition continues that I guess the power-up is she just makes one of these and make it in.
What round did she finish it?
Like just now.
Okay, all right. So it wasn't like, okay, we're done, round 3. Now you can start winning.
No, she finished it. She like handed it to me right after that last stream game.
Awesome. The energy was clearly growing as it came to completion.
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Wow.
I think there's some magic in it.
It's pretty awesome.
But yeah, I mean, it's been an absolute blast throughout the whole year. I've had so many people from locals just, being supportive, whether it's just being like, hey, like good results, but also people that have been like, like trying to help test out. I mean, for this event, people were like, we're going over deck list, and which is like something I just haven't really been in that competitive type of scene for anything really.
Mm-hmm.
So like getting that like support and getting people that like know how to be like, let's sideboard for this, let's figure out these matchups, let's do stuff like that. It was like,
I have to say, I think one of my
Huge.
favorite things about AGE is how it pulls casual players into the competitive scene. It's honestly, it's a very casual scene. You can just show up and play. You know, a lot of people show up, but it kind of feels like a big old armory until you like realize some of the names that are in the building. But it's really just like available, I think, for a lot of players, and it's one of my favorite things about it. That so many stories are like yours, where it's just like, a guy
play,
that plays Blitz and then just like kind of wants to try it out. They got some free time, and then they top 8, and then they wonder.
Well, I guess I'm hooked for the rest of the season.
Start to see the dollar signs and the PTIs.
Yeah,
and the
we're
showers.
up. We're
of
positive.
praise.
That was also the thing, is when I got second, I was just like, my winnings, I'm just putting them all into the entries for the rest of the season, and I just didn't have to worry about it, and it was perfect.
That's awesome.
So yeah,
Cool,
but
man.
yeah, it's been huge. I mean, yeah, and there's killers every day down here. So
Yeah, I mean, now you're one of them, man.
Oh, I
you
guess
took
so.
people out, and you deserve to be here.
yeah, I appreciate it. It's been a blast. I mean, SoCal's a great scene. You can play that casual ness and still get very good practice because there's good players, right?
Yeah.
So,
Well, I've got one more question for you, and you might be able to sniff it out if you're paying attention to the themes of the day. Have you tried the fudge? And if so, how was it?
I have not tried the fudge. And I'm very sorry. It's in the bag. I'm just someone that when I'm at events, I eat very little. I usually try and eat before I go and then eat after. But like if I eat too much during, it just like, so I had a little bit of the Chipotle we had, but I'm saving the fudge for later once I can kind of chill out. I think I get too like stressed, and then my stomach is just like, like let's not make more things go on.
Well, I do have to say I'm clearly West Coast biased. I'm sitting in the West Coast right now, but the West Coast is really dropping the ball when it comes to fudge, man. The East Coast absolutely destroyed you guys in their praises and their ability to eat it before I asked the question.
Well, it will be devoured. I'll let you know that. I do love fudge.
That's all we care about. Well, thanks so much for joining me here, and looking so forward to the next games coming up in
I'm
the
excited for this top 8.
Absolutely. So once again, viewers at home, don't go anywhere. We've got more Flesh and Blood top 8 coming up after this.
No, it's not the dark horses that some people were perhaps hoping for, but the top 8 cut has been made here at the AGE Players Championship in Los Angeles. And here it is. Let's not mince any words. Let's get right to it. John Zapata, Verdance Thorn of the Rose versus Travis Wagner, coming in on the 8th seed. Cindra Decry of Retribution. Zachary Wallach and Chris Iaali are duking it out. That is going to be our feature match, by the way. Aracne Marionette versus Vynnset Iron Maiden. If you know anything about Chris, you know that his Vynnset Iron Maiden play is a treat to behold. Besides that, it's Colin Eriksen taking on Peter Buddensiek, who just absolutely obliterated the one Marlynn 40-0 out of the tournament in a really miserable showing, unfortunately. I think there was a 5-card IP penalty involved after a Warmonger's Diplomacy. That is a fair and balanced card, anyway you shake it.
Yeah.
Tyler Horsbull takes on Luke Gilmore, who we saw on the previous feature matchup. You got a chance to talk to Luke. Tell me about him.
Yeah, I mean, he's coming out playing competitive Flesh and Blood when he never expected to, just started showing up to AGEs and just started winning without ever really thinking too much of it, and now finding himself in the top 8. Super excited to be here, and it was a treat to talk to him.
Oh, that's awesome. I am very endeared to Luke. All new players that join us at AGE every year, and to see them doing well, it makes my heart soar. The pricing for these competitors is a little juiced now. By virtue of making it into the top 8 at all, you go home with $50 extra besides the $50 that you get for showing up. Third and fourth will get $250. Second place will get $600. First place goes home with $1,100, a gold cold foil, and a PTI. This is, by all intents and purposes, from LSS, considered a Pro Quest Plus, and then we throw on a big old cash prize pool on top of it.
That's quite the cash prize as well. These players are fighting for quite a penny at the top there.
And, you know, if you haven't qualified yourself for the World Championship in Philadelphia or heck, even the Pro Tour in Yokohama yet, you can use that PTI to be cashed in at any Tier 4 event, the one ostensibly that makes the most sense for you to go to.
Yep.
So AGE offers you both the opportunity to play the game and feel at home and also play the game and see the world as LSS dictates. Okay, we are ready for our player profiles. We've got Zachary Wallach on one side of the board and Chris Iaali on the other. Zach Wallach, we threw up his profile earlier today when he had his round 1 feature matchup against Austin Chinn. Sounds like he would have loved to go to the zoo and get some sick Mexican food with Austin instead. He absolutely murdered his face off with a hunter's clave and a graphene calicera.
It's going to be an awkward zoo trip after that.
Well, surely they would have gone before. Maybe Austin doesn't have a chip on his shoulder, though. He seems like a pretty stand-up guy.
Yeah, really cool guy.
Zach says, you've seen all of the deck lists of your opponent. Wait, oh my gosh. I guess I just copied the question in the answer. That was a big mistake.
Are you sure he didn't just respond with that? That would be pretty funny.
That actually would be really funny if he just parroted me. No, if I remember the answer right, Zach said he expected most of the people in the room to tech for him on Gravy, being a board state player, and he said something to the effect of, can you imagine people are teching for me in this economy?
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to call it up, but then I screwed up the copy-paste. Believe it or not, Control-C, Control-V is difficult for some people in this world, ladies and gentlemen. This is Zach's 80. He's got himself just the one Den of the Spider, exactly why we didn't see him banish one to the second time he became Arachne Trapdoor on the previous feature match. He's got that one of Sigil of Solace, a lot of one ofs in general. I think he was saying that he would be awfully comfortable going into Tau Tau on Huntsman because Hunted or Hunter would have had so many one ofs to hit.
Yeah, hitting a one of on that card is a pretty big whiff.
Without a doubt. But Zach, a new disciple of the assassin class when Slippy was doing the Bonds of Agony thing against so many people. In this case, really showcasing how well he can play Marionette other assassins besides the slippery one. On the other side of the table is Chris Iaali on Vynnset Iron Maiden. Comes in with a 65% win rate at AGE, and that is with almost 3/4 of a season where he was playing combo Bolton and getting absolutely destroyed tournament after tournament. This is his overall win rate. He's also got top 8s, 9 of them, and 71 AGE points brought into the Players' Championship. If he wins the PC, he is going straight to Taco Bell, which is exactly what we know about Chris Iaali.
You know, I'm thinking about how winning of a player this guy is. He's got lots of winning cash, which means his Taco Bell fund must be looking pretty healthy.
He's not only one of the winningest players on the AGE Pro team, he's also throwing some mad shade. The AGE Open competition here is tougher than New England's, is what Chris says about Los Angeles. Shade thrown to you, I guess, Noah Bagelman. Sorry, man, you put on a great show, but Chris Iaali says it's better here. Chris's 80 is something to behold. I've been hyping up all day how good Chris is at Vynnset. If you don't believe me, go back to, I forget which Open. I want to say it was July or maybe even earlier in the year. But bottom line, it was a Season 3 Open where Chris brought Vynnset, I believe took 10 blood debt over the course of 2 or 3 turns and came back with a massive, 3 rune gate chain, link-wide chain to close out the game. Chris knows what he's doing.
That's awesome. Vynnset is such an interesting hero to watch play. Just playing on this knife's edge of taking blood debt to send damage, and it's a very risky playstyle. One that takes a very experienced pilot in order to not just succumb to your own blood debt, and I think Chris Iaali is the one to do it. Such a good player.
The voice in my ear said it was the April Open, in case you're interested in going back and taking a look at that feature match. But the players are ready, so we have got to get down to the match floor and finish out the Players' Champion. Oh, Michael, I don't want it to be over, man. I don't want Season 3 to be done yet.
We just got to start Season 4 then.
All right, that's fair enough. Right now, it's Zachary Wallach, our 4th seed in the top 8, going up against Christopher Iaali. World Championship finalist, contender back in San Jose, has made his way to several top 8s and callings. And, man, he's just a all-around fantastic player. In this case, going to see if the Shadow Runeblade that is still remaining in the CC meta is good enough. Zachary Wallach gets to start this game off, as is his right. Doesn't want Chris to be establishing any malefic incantations, one of which, of course, has made it into the hand of Chris Iaali, and instead is going to send some Hunter's Claves of his own. Widespread Annihilation, the block here on Hunter's Clave. Chris not interested in being marked at this juncture. Surgical Extraction, the follow-up, with no floating for Zachary Wallach. Probably just wants to clear it from hand. Expects Chris to do some blocking here.
Yeah, leaving Chris with his pick of card at the end. Only needs to commit 3 here.
Chris has got... Oh, excuse me. Chris has got himself a Malefic Incantation, Phantom Wraith, and I believe a Funeral Moon in the hand. So a couple different choices for the Vynnset banish at the start of the turn. Which one is right, though? If I'm him, I'm definitely eyeing the Malefic Incantation to resolve. Granted, it's only the yellow variety, so less enticing than its red counterpart. Wow, something is really going down at one of our other top 8 matches. Peter Buddensiek is losing his ish, and a lung on top of it. Both Chris and Zach are like, what is going on back there? Nevertheless, Chris has to make an important decision here. Malefic Incantation thumbed as a block. Wait a minute, Chris's readings? Don't let it hit, bro.
I must banish.
Zach does say he must banish, so Chris would get extra resources in the banish zone if he let this connect. Zach just flicking a clave across the table. 1 damage comes across. Chris goes down to 39 and is now marked, which means that Zach is going to immediately be rolling and changing into an Agent of Chaos before this turn is done.
Roll for wreck.
Fairly good start for Zach.
And because Chris took damage there, he decides to play out Funeral Moon at instant speed. So it's a full fresh grip for Chris Iaali and a Runechant token generated as well. Arachne Redback is who Zach is now. That is the Go Again one, if anyone's questioning it.
This is why we play Vynnset.
Chris says this is why we play this deck, but I don't think he likes what he sees because it's a bunch of non-attacks in the hand. Funeral Moon in the banish zone, threatening blood debt here, but Chris has got a reduced to Runechant, Shadow Puppetry, and Machinations of Dominion. That is a hand that doesn't do a whole lot.
Yeah, yikes.
Right, I'll just play Funeral Moon.
Oof.
Party. Pass is good.
Pass is good, says Zachary Wallach, after Chris simply establishes another Runechant token and passes over. The good thing for Chris is that he's got a defense reaction for Zach's next turn here, which has itself an attack reaction in retort. Tarantula Toxin, super spooky. But does Zach have another copy of Orbweaver Spinneret in the arsenal to get an early Graphene Calistera?
We talked about it a little bit on turn 0 there, but one of the really interesting interactions between these two heroes is that as disruptive as Assassin can be, a lot of their disruption comes in the form of banishing cards, which is kind of the Vynnset game plan. So the Vynnset is pretty isolated, or insulated rather, from a lot of these disruptive effects.
Arachne Redback activation here for Zachary Wallach, discarding a Tarantula Toxin, which means Marco the Black Widow goes up to 6 power and automatically has Go Again. And then there's a second copy of Tarantula Toxin to shred the Machinations of Dominion that Chris Iaali blocked with. There is a reduced to Runechant in hand, but right now he's blocking 0 on 6. What's in the hand for Chris? Does look like Shadow Puppetry remains. It's only the reduced to Runechant as far as reactions go. Deathly Whale found as well.
Yeah, the Deathly Whale is nice, but I don't think Chris wants to banish 2 cards. He'd like to start his turn off by banishing that with that Deathly Whale if possible.
Nevertheless, reduced to Rune
Oh,
Chant.
he had 2.
Oh,
Excuse me.
that was the additional card he drew up.
Yep.
I was afraid it was an additional Shadow Puppetry. So 2 reduced to Rune Chants found for Chris Iaali, 5 Rune Chants established, and no card to banish here. Zach Wallach follows it up with a Hunter's Clave. 1 go again, threatening a mark that already exists on Chris Iaali's back. The question is, what is the Arsenal card? With 1 resource floating, it very well could be an Orb Weaver. But no, indeed.
Maybe a D-React or a
It's
CNC?
possible. So Chris stems the bleeding quite a bit. Tunic ticks up to 2. Deathly Whale is the banish for the Vynnset hero ability. Up to 6 Rune Chants with a Rise Smile for Chris. And it's Shadow Puppetry. Likely paying the 1 life? No?
Not paying for Vynnset.
Not paying for Vynnset here. So Deathly Whale can only generate a maximum of 1 Rune Chant on the back end. And Zach accepts the damage readily. Down to 34 from the Arcane. And then it's 7 go again for the answer. Is it a D-React in the Arsenal? That's the question we're about to get answered.
It's a curious choice. I mean, it is a bit of a high roll to gamble on the top card of the deck, but if he found a Rune Gate card that cost 2 or less, it could have been a really, really powerful turn here. But I do think that Chris likes to play pretty conservatively, and one of the things that makes him such a good Flesh and Blood player is he knows how to eke out those little points of value, values the 1 point of life over the gamble.
Bounding Demigon found on the top and is banished to the Shadow Puppetry on hit. Zach did leak 1 damage on the physical from this Deathly Whale. The 38 plays 33, but Zach also blocked with Mask of Deceit very early, and because Chris is marked, Zach can choose whichever Agent of Chaos he would like to become, and it's a scary one. It's Arachne Black Widow. Zach is coming for the hand of Chris Iaali on the next turn cycle. Chris has done some serious work, though. Bounding Demigon came in straight after the Deathly Whale, so another 4 damage goes to Zachary Wallach. 29 plays 38 now, and Zach has finally established a Graphene Calistera from a red Orb Weaver Spinneret. The follow-up Kiss of Death coming in for 6. 6. No go again here because we're not playing Slippy. But yikes, is it going to be some serious damage? And I think I know why Zach said no blocks. There's a to the point in the hand and also a scar tissue. One of those is, of course, going to be discarded to the Arachne Black Widow ability. The other one, likely the to the point, going to give this +4 because it is a dagger.
That's a lot of damage.
A lot of damage and a spicy meatball for Chris to be staring down.
Slight silver lining. Zach will not be able to flick that Kiss of Death because it doesn't have Go Again.
Go Again can be bought by Snapdragon Scalers, but I don't think this is the turn cycle to do it for Zach Wallach. Just happy to vomit the rest of his hand onto the table.
Very curious to see if Chris respects Tarantula Toxin here.
2 have already been brought out.
Fair.
So I do think it's a fool's errand to respect it. I do love a block of Face Purgatory here, honestly.
Yeah.
Yep. And Chris is smelling out the texture of this hand from Zach Wallach very nicely. Oh, never mind. It's just 7. I thought he was going to be blocking 9 on this.
He's probably happy to banish a card from hand.
Yep. That is fair.
Oh.
And Black Widow discard to the point for +3.
It is snaps. So Zach is just going to follow up with Tunic, Graphene Calistera, Flick the Kiss of Death. I think are the only options available to him.
Yeah.
I'll take 1.
Oh, we'll get a banish from Black Widow on the flick, so this is very very useful use of Snapdragon Scalers.
Right.
That Ann is going to get stripped for Chris Iaali. Eloquent Eulogy banished for Chris. Exactly an amazing card to be banished here when you only have one rune chant established. Graphene Calycera, the follow-up here, only one. No go again, but the all-important piece is that Kiss of Death is no longer on the active chain link and can be flicked. These are the difficult decisions that Assassin puts you under. 29 plays 35, though. Chris still has a life buffer here of 6.
Reacts, I'm gonna flick Kiss.
No blocks.
Take another
Kiss is
2,
flicked.
banish another card.
2 damage comes across.
And 2 eloquent eulogies straight to the banish.
And taking 1 here.
You know, Vynnset is the one hero that's kind of insulated from the disruption of Assassins because she's allowed to play these Rune Gate cards from the banished zone.
Be my turn.
Chris will be forced to banish the final card from hand at the beginning of the turn, though. And if it is not a Rune Gate card, it will essentially just create a Rune Chant.
Start of my turn, I'll banish Cole.
Oh, it's a Cole, though. Chris
Wow.
got the perfect hand for what Zach has been throwing at him. Also, really didn't take that much damage ultimately.
No. We'll take a little more from Blood Debt here.
Got 2 important pieces of equipment from Zach Wallach and still has a clapback. 2 Rune Chants plus 4 physical. Zach readily takes the 2 Rune Chants. Will Chris deploy the Cole? That is the question here. I tend to think he's going to keep it in his back pocket or when he thinks it's going to be more useful.
Yeah, taking a damage from Blood Debt is always a consideration when you hold on to cards like that, but sniffing out the opportune moment to play them is what makes Chris such a fearsome Flesh and Blood player, and he just has this way of knowing when is the exact right time, and he can tear your hands apart.
1 damage leaks through on the Eloquent Eulogy for Zach Wallach. Chris does deploy the Cull. Says the time is now. And so only Zach is forced to banish a card from the hand because Chris just doesn't have any left. Only 2 cards relegated to Zach for his turn. 26 plays 32. And Chris does take 1 to Blood Debt, so it's actually 31.
My turn. Tick up Tunic.
Chris just playing super efficient value game.
Cut from the same cloth, the first action for Zachary Wallach. No attack reactions found in the hand for Chris, but 2... oh my gosh, I'm completely drawing a blank. That's so funny. 2 Haunting Renditions. A Phantom Wraith and a Revel in Runeblood in the hand for Chris. So more Rune Chants likely to be generated on this turn. And Zach is thinking, do I actually want to attack into this, or do I just want to leave him in the hand of my opponent?
It's an interesting choice. You could keep that in Arsenal. It's a blue Mark of the Black Widow.
Hard to see.
You've drawn some really interesting defensive hands. That is crazy bad for me.
Zach says this is crazy bad for me because he would probably like to send Hunter's Clave. And with this hand, Zach knows that Chris could simply block with one of those Haunting Renditions, discard the other one.
Get that Rune Chain out of it. Very flexible card.
Which would then mean that Chris is able to banish the Phantom Wraith and send it immediately next turn.
Just hauntings.
It's an interesting question. Like, do you leave it in the hand for Chris, or do you try to pressure them out so you don't have to deal with them down the line?
Yeah, I mean, it's... Chris's offensive turn is not very scary. He doesn't have the second non-attack action to support the Revel in Runeblood, which means if Zach says end the turn here, then Chris is basically just sending a couple Rune Chant. Like, I think it's just Eloquent Eulogy, right? And
Ultimately, yeah.
And then saving the Phantom Wraith, but taking the Blood Debt, and then arsenaling the... Okay, so he does swing. Maybe not wanting to arsenal the blue.
Before reactions.
Yep. Haunting Rendition blocked with on the combat chain. The other one discarded to the graveyard. 1 damage prevention left floating for Chris Iaali after a Rune Chant is generated. And Zach can just pass. That's all he can do here. 26 plays 31. And Chris is feeling really good about that turn cycle. Banish of Phantom Wraith at the beginning of the turn. And out onto the combat chain it comes because Rune Gate allows you to play cards from Banished as long as you have Rune Chants equal to or greater than their cost.
And these 1-card 8s is the reason when I first saw Vynnset come out, I was so afraid of the power level of this hero. It turns out that the LSS really did a good job of balancing this hero through clunkiness and making it difficult for Vynnset to really string together these like 1-card 8s. But man, it's such an efficient game plan to be sending them while playing defensive. And it looks like Chris Iaali is really taking advantage of that as the life total valley spreads to 18 to 31.
But you know, Zach couldn't have done much blocking on that turn cycle. He does have a 2-block in hand and also some serious disruption to send, especially when he knows that Chris has just pocketed a Revel in Runeblood. Leave No Witness is exactly what you want to be sending when you know that is sitting in your opponent's arsenal.
Still an attack reacts.
Yeah, he still hasn't resolved any codexes either, which is one of the most important cards for assassins to gain the tempo and the value that that card offers.
Another one down to 29.
Down to 29 goes Chris Iaali after Zach passes on further reactions. Mark given to Vynnset's back because, of course, Orb Weaver Spinneret now comes out of the hand of Zachary Wallach. Graphene Callistra generated as quickly as it was flicked. So now coming in for 5 go again, thanks to the fact that Zach is now back to his base Arachne Marionette form, and stealth attacks are going to gain +1 and go again on hit. To the point, now looking extra juicy in the hand of Zachary Wallach. Going to give an additional +4 on this Graphene Callistra, thanks to the fact that Chris is marked. Up to 9 it goes, and Chris down to 20. And all of a sudden, the life totals are looking ever closer. And what comes next is going to surprise even Chris Iaali. Leave No Witnesses. He gives a nod. He was like, yeah, I knew that was coming. Nuts to you, Bryce. Deathly Wail in the hand, Malefic Incantation in the hand, Shadow Puppetry, and of course the Revel in Runeblood.
I saw him reach for the creepers to block with earlier, but then decided against it. This might be the time to do it. It seems like Chris is very willing to just treat those as an Iron Rock Greaves and move on with his life. Playing more of a defensive style means that he's not needing them to do these crazy big go-again combos, at least not in this matchup.
It is tough, though, because the PNL Spring Tunic is finally at 3 energy counters, which is the free resource that Runeblades love to use for spellbound creepers, especially with a Revel and Runeblood in the arsenal. That's how you want to get out of control real quick. But is the juice worth the squeeze? That's the question for Chris Iaali. No, indeed. Thumbing the Spellbound Creeper is a card that requires so much learning in order to how to understand, heck, even to understand how it works, let alone how to use it. But then I think there's an alternative learning curve after that where you let it go.
Yeah, using it for the 1 block is such a difficult choice to make when you know what the opportunity cost of that is, not being able to use it later down the line to absolutely blow your opponent up. But it's the difference between giving that card or 2 from hand. And yeah, it's up to Chris to figure out what the right line is.
I don't begrudge him his position at all. These are tough decisions. Does have 2 3-blocks in the hand, 1 Deathly Wail and 1 Deathly Delight.
Instead,
but no,
opts for the Tunic.
It's the Tunic that comes out and blocks. I don't think it's generated a single resource this game, but Chris says 0 is enough for me. Spellbound Creeper sticks around, likely to facilitate this Revel in Runeblood turn. Deathly Delight, the banish here. Runechant token generated up to the 1. And Chris can follow up with Malefic Incantation, Eloquent Eulogy, pitch the last card in hand, or Spellbound Creeper, or heck, it doesn't even need to because Shadow Puppetry will give go again. Chris is going to be able to throw everything he's got in the Banish Zone, hand, and arsenal this turn if he so chooses.
Okay, sure. We'll pay for Vynnset. Why not?
1 life paid for on Vynnset. Chris says, why not? Down to 19 he goes to Zachary Wallach's 18. Next Runechant is going to be Unpreventable. Eloquent Eulogy comes in for 1 Arcane plus 5 physical thanks to the buff from Shadow Puppetry. Zach immediately takes the 1 Unpreventable. So the on-pain effects for Chris are online for the rest of the turn.
And I think the why not is just because he's got that Deathly Delight. It doesn't matter either way because Zach doesn't have Arcane Barrier, so he's just playing, doing it because he can.
And yep, here we go. Malefic Incantation, the follow-up. 3 verse counters on that bad boy. Going to be generating Rune Chant tokens for the rest of the game. Actually, I don't like the sequencing from Chris now that I think about it. Malefic should have come down first, unless he's going to swing the flail. No, he can't because this one I go again. I actually don't like the sequencing from Chris because Revel and Runeblood will blow up all Rune Chants at the end of the turn. So he's going to lose one.
Or gain 2 life, right? The 21.
I mean, it does that no matter what.
Yeah, but if he started off with the Malefic Incantation, he sends an extra Rune Chant here.
I see.
My turn, I'm just going to take a Tunic and pass.
So we'll have to make sure that we catch that. I think Chris might have forgotten about that little clause on Revel and Runeblood. We're going to get that cleaned up. Producer Justin is running to the scene. Go, Justin. We're going to fix that game state up right quick here. We'll cut back to our ugly mugs just for a moment. Wow, are we sinking in our chairs that much?
Yeah, what happened? Are we getting tired?
We got to work on our posture here, my friend. No migraines for us at the end of this day because we got Red Robin to go to. Actually, I think our camera's drifting up ever so slightly.
You know what? We had the ears. We had Luke Gilmore with the ears in frame.
Right.
It's not our faults.
No, we're definitely
shorter than a man with frog ears.
We're definitely not the tall culprits here. Justin and I were talking about the possibility of getting Colin Eriksen in the booth one day, and I was like, Michael and I would need booster seats in order to make that work.
Yeah. Wondering how much this affects Chris's play. May need to pop the Vexing Quill hand in order to get this off, but no, just decides to pitch a yellow from hand and get the natural Rune Chance. That Quill hand is such an important piece to unbrick, so if you can ever get away with not using it and saving it for the true brick, you want to do that.
So the only difference here is that Chris missed 1 point of damage value on the previous turn cycle. Nothing really would have changed for him having an extra Rune Chant at the beginning of this turn. Oh, I guess he could have banished the Deathly Delight instead?
Yeah, it would have actually just been an extra counter on the Malefic, right?
No. So he still would have had to use the counter on the previous turn cycle. He just would have done 1 extra damage.
Oh, got you.
But then he could have banished Deathly Delight. Oh, no. You're right. But we can't think about whether or not he would have an extra Rune Chant this turn because he never should have had him anyway. I'm smelling what you're stepping in now.
We've got to cut through the cloth coming through. Face up hand from Chris Iaali as Zach decides exactly how he wants to pick this apart. And by pick it apart, I mean banish cards for Chris Iaali to still use anyway.
And Chris says, Zach is saying it's all downhill from here because of the cull in the hand for Chris Iaali. Zach sees a card that Chris wants to banish out of the hand. He also knows that he can deal a 1 point of damage to Chris, and then Chris can play Cull and banish that last card out of his hand. Cull is just a nasty addition to the Shadow Rude Blade card pool.
And Chris just showing us how, if you're in an assassin meta, how valuable Vynnset's abilities really are.
5 go again here, thanks to the cut from the same cloth. Mark going to be given to Chris on hit. Looks like he's posturing with a Runic Reckoning. Card not really seen on the scene, even in the latter days of Viserai. That was one that eventually got cut before he LL'd.
Yeah, just kind of like a head jab in both directions, a block 3/3.
And the Cull comes down. Zach banishes a Mark of the Black Widow in the red, so no follow-up there. Definitely think Zach would have been throwing it here if he was able to. But no, it's just a Graphene Calycera for 2 go again with no follow-up to back it up.
Chris Iaali sitting healthy at 21, probably happy to take this. 1 card in hand, but a lot of cards in banish, and the Rune Chance to back him up.
Chris doesn't have a source of go again on this turn. So his decision point here is, do I let my ability banish the Deathly Whale and take a little bit of extra blood debt? I think he'd rather keep his life total high here. I've touted Chris as somebody who can put together many Rune Gate cards together in one combat chain, but In this case, he's just got such a healthy life lead. Might as well play the value plan.
Yeah, no, I do like this. No Arsenal from Zach Wallach means that the
Phantom Wraith?
nah, the other one.
Oh, the widespread destruction.
The widespread destruction, not very effective. Didn't need the extra rune chant from Banish, and the Deathly Whale was yellow. So just go ahead and get as much value as you can here. Block the card, and Zach goes down to 8 and still has a blocking decision in front of him.
6 physical from this Phantom Wraith, paid for by the 2 rune chants that have already done their dirty work. And Chris Iaali still has his get out of jail free card in Vexing Quillhand, one of those arm pieces that requires such a vestibule of knowledge in order to use properly. Use it too soon, and you run into a brick house later. Use it too late, and maybe you don't kill your opponent, and you don't get a good opportunity to use it.
Zach Wallach getting the first copy of Codex of Frailty this game feels like a little bit too little too late, but it's always crucial to find them, and if he can string a couple of these together in a row, maybe there's a window for him back into the game. He does need to preserve his life here, though. Can't fall too low when you're up against arcane damage and you have no arcane barrier.
Also in hand is Leave No Witnesses, Tarantula Toxin, Persuasive Prognosis. Besides that Codex of Frailty, Zach does have the opportunity to cash in one of those cards that he doesn't like so much to the Arachne Black Widow hero ability. Zach pulls the Fiendal Spring Tunic back from blocks, instead thumbing 2 attacks, which makes sense because there's no way that he can send a stealth attack action card with Go Again on this turn. Might just be looking to do the bread and butter Hunter's Clave into Graphene Calistera into Codex of Frailty on this next turn cycle. And I do like it, even though he's not threatening an Arsenal on Chris's side of the board.
Well, he will be once the Codex resolves.
That's a fair point. I missed that in our last cast too, Michael. That's
I got you.
so embarrassing.
But Chris does have the Iron Rot boots to potentially cover it up if needed.
Don't you dare call Spellbound Creepers Iron Rot boots. How dare you?
Your
brother Elliot is trembling in his britches after hearing you say that. My goodness.
He's also probably laughing at me for just mispronouncing Calistera. He has a very particular problem pronouncing this card, so I'm sure he's happy that I just did it. Graphene Calistera comes through for 1. No Go Again or 1 Go Again rather, because the opponent is marked.
What does he say? Graffini Chelachera?
He goes Chela, and then he gets mad.
No, he does not.
He does
That's
too.
So funny. Shout out to you, Elliot. Love you. Hope you're bouncing that sweet baby on your knee while watching. 1 Go Again here for Zachary Wallach. Graphene Calistera on the combat chain has Go Again thanks to the fact that Chris Iaali is marked.
Lots of life to work with. Doesn't mind at all going down to 17.
Mark goes away here, and Zach structuring this turn a little bit differently than I originally thought. Going to find a Command and Conquer instead. Likes that better than swinging both the daggers, and that does make sense because this is 7 value over 7.
No, over 6.
No,
2,
over
4.
6. You're right,
Yeah.
because he's not Arachne Marionette at this point.
Chris, chock full of 3 blocks in his deck. Probably not too worried about a CNC.
Does have to make a discard decision here. Runic Reckoning and also Succumb to Temptation will clean up this CNC very nicely. So I fully expect Chris to discard one of those 2 blocks, either the Malefic Incantation or the Deadwood Dirge.
Both are very good cards, especially in an endgame state where your opponent is almost dead. So instead, may just reach for those Iron Rot Greaves.
Chris doesn't have a card in hand that he can banish and also Runegate at the start of the turn. So
just gives it up.
Yep. Don't hate it here because otherwise Chris would simply be banishing one of these all-powerful cards at the beginning of his turn to create a rune chant. He's still doing that, mind you, but he can at least establish something important on the back end. Down to 17 goes Chris. After taking a full CNC to the face and giving up a Bounding Demigon in the arsenal, Chris Iaali all too happy to just banish a Runic Reckoning, establish likely a Malefic Incantation, send Widespread Destruction, backed up, of course, by that big, nasty Succumb to Temptation.
Yeah, wow. 6 rune chants here.
Oh, I'm sorry. He blocked.
Oh,
He
Deadward
discarded
Dirge, yeah.
Zapata.
And should be at 11, I believe, if he just took 6. Oh,
Here comes
Deadwood Dirge on the
widespread.
frailty. Doesn't even need to give up a rune chant to get that out. Such a clean play.
Widespread destruction out on the combat chain. 6 rune chance to deal with, then 6 physical. Zach can't do anything about the rune chance at this point. No AB to speak of. Must answer the physical, which is probably exactly why Chris decided to discard the Succumb to Temptation. That's
2 life.
That's the end of that turn cycle. Zach says, ha, to Chris as he sits at 2 with no way to prevent rune chance. Next turn, if Chris can establish a rune chant and send anything, including the flail, it's lights out for the ex-champion, Zachary Wallach.
He could pull an Arthur Trehay and top deck a Sigil of Solid. I don't think he's on it.
He is. One.
He is?
One
Oh,
of.
oh, one of. All right, he's got an out.
For now, it's Hunter's Clave.
No blocks here.
Oh, we had a life total update there, folks. Chris wasn't at 17. This makes way more sense. Now down to 10.
I was starting to doubt myself. I did say that, but it just kept not updating. I was like, did I do my math wrong? No.
Codex of Frailty, the follow-up here. Chris must once again discard a card from the hand. To Zachary Wallach's Command and Conquer, this time paid for by 1 resource in the pitch and also the Fiendal Spring Tunic. Choice is Bounding Demigon once again for Chris Iaali. Revel in Runeblood in hand. Glare is making it hard to make out the rest of the cards. That's the top-down view is the way to go. I think it's a Widespread Destruction. Malefic Incantation. Can't quite make out the rest of it.
I will say, if Zach can pull the Sigil and Chris gets disrespectful here and takes a bunch of damage, there's a world.
Widespread Ruin discarded to the Codex of Frailty for Chris Iaali. Bounding Demigon found in the arsenal. Command and Conquer is coming for the second Bounding Demigon again, and Chris says, absolutely not am I blocking for this Demigon. Down to 4 he goes. 4 plays 2, but Chris Iaali has the kill shot lined up unless Zach can draw the 1 of Sigil in his hand. I didn't see what the arsenal card was.
Looked like a Leave No Witness, but very quick. Could be wrong.
Show us, Zach. Show us the Sigil.
My hopes and dreams.
My hopes and dreams, says Zach.
Don't see it.
No Sigil in the hand. That's going to spell doom. Malefic Incantation's going to come out first, though. 3 verse counters on that non-attack action card. Oh, hey, why not pop the Vex and Quill hand as well? 4 rune chants plus a Widespread Destruction means no Sigil of Solace, and the fist bump is extended. Chris Iaali ascends beyond the quarterfinal into the semis, and he's in the running once again for AGE Players Champion of the Year.
And I do love how he actually just played around the Sigil of Solace. Couldn't have survived even if he had it with the 4 rune chants coming out. So, well played by Chris. Well played by Zach. And we have our winner crowned. Chris Iaali taking it down.
Well played by Zach. I do want to talk about the decision to bring absolutely no Arcane Barrier into Vynnset. What do you think about that?
I always bring AB into Rune Blades. It's just the opportunity cost for just bringing one piece of equipment and then having the ability to have a little bit of play in those endgame states, I think is just worth it. I don't recall if he had the AB one in his list. It could be that he disrespected AB for the whole tournament. I'd have to go
That's actually
look back.
probably true. Yeah, we'd have to take a look at the list for Zachary Wallach, but it's entirely possible that I didn't see a single copy of Widow Web anything in his list.
It may be, that he wasn't expecting a Vynnset, first of all, and that he felt like it's not useful into Verdance, and then it's like, Florian, maybe he's got a different game plan into Florian that doesn't need AB. So getting stuck between a rock and a hard place, not having AB into the Vynnset where it probably would have been really useful. So here we are.
Here we are as we've sent one top 8 contender packing. We've got another one going into the semis, and it's Vynnset Iron Maiden. So all you Shadow Rune Blades, rise up and let the man know what you want him to do. I'm guessing it's take down the tournament, right? I mean,
yeah. You see a Vynnset in a tournament like this, you want to see the Vynnset win the tournament. It's just such a cool story.
Without a doubt. Let's talk about where we came from here, Michael. This was the metagame that we started off the day with. RKO gets destroyed before top 8. Marlynn Treasure Hunter, goodbye. Arachne Huntsman falls victim to Florian and 18 rune chants in an endgame state that was really gnarly. Acilio as well goes by the wayside after falling to Florian, one of those matchups that should be pretty Acilio favored, but not when Luke goes as fast as humanly possible. We've got 1-IO up there. Both of the Cindras, despite facing elimination, claw their way into the top 8. We don't have matchup updates as of yet, but it's definitely heating up here. I know I'm getting a little sweaty.
Yeah, just 2 more rounds to go. Semis up next, and then the finals. Can't wait to see which players made it through and which ones fell.
We will get there, Michael. We're going to be back with an interview with Chris Iaali, the Vynnset that could, after this. Don't go anywhere. I'm sitting next to the man, the only man in the world who draws purple circles better than my son, who is 18 months old. And that's Chris Iaali, who just did it to a fantastic victory in the quarterfinals, the AGE LA Players Championship in Season 3. Chris, how you feeling, brother?
Yeah, feeling good.
Awesome.
I think I wasn't super confident in Vynnset after I saw the entire metagame, but it's been working out.
Yeah, in your player profile, you said that maybe Victor would have been a better pick into the field, but Vynnset is more fun. Talk to me about that.
I mean, Guardian's just so boring.
You hear that, Matthew Vore? Guardian's boring. Get off that.
Yeah, no, I mean, Vynnset has a lot of cool lines, and there's a lot of interaction that you can do on both players' turns. And yeah, I mean, she struggles sometimes with some off turns, but you deal with that. And I think she's pretty strong when there's no earth and no gravy bones. So.
And you had one of those stumbly turns. We heard you say it on stream. You drew up a hand of nothing but a D-react and 3 other non-attacks, and you said, this is why we play Vynnset right here, baby. But then, you created a rune chant, drew up another reduced to rune chant, and completely stuffed what Zach was trying to do to you.
Right, yeah. You'll have those turns like 1 or 2 times a game, usually, depending on how long the game goes. But the constant value that she gets from like her 1-card 7s and 1-card 8s and stuff, it can make up for it like over the long course. So.
Without a doubt. Let's also talk about those haunting renditions, which drew up in droves at kind of a perfect juncture. And Zach had the privilege of resolving a cut from the same cloth, seeing them in hand and knowing that completely ruins what I'm trying to do here.
Yeah. He was thinking for a minute to think if he even wants to swing or not. But
yeah.
I think he made the right choice because I'm just going to keep him for the next turn if he doesn't. So
because you still had a Phantom Wraith and essentially a 1-card 8 at that point anyway, right?
And like the Eloquent Eulogy was in art or in Banish still too. Yeah. So
exactly. So Chris, this was a bit of a different speed that we've seen you play of Vynnset. Granted, this is probably like how 9 out of 10 Vynnset games go, especially when you're facing down an aggro slanted list. But in the past, back in the April Open, we've seen you take oodles and oodles of Blood Debt in order to set up a ninja-esque chain of RuneGate cards. Was that ever going to be the game plan into Zach, or is he simply going too fast?
You need that type of game plan when they're threatening to fatigue you. And so, since the deck lists are open and I saw that he has no AB, you basically know that it's never going to come down to fatigue if he's not playing Arcane Barrier. So, didn't have to worry about setting it up in this game, but maybe in the next round, we'll see.
So the no AB decision from Zach makes me want to talk about a very unique portion of the Players' Championship, the head games that go on when it comes to deck list submission and practice during the week after deck lists have been made public. So Zach decided to completely disrespect Arcane Barrier, even though he was kind of benefiting from most people over-teching for him, thinking that he would be on a board state deck. How do you approach that head game? Because I think you play it better than probably anybody else.
And I think it was pretty smart of him, but I ended up taking for the metagame overall instead of just like my round 1 pairings and stuff. And I was still afraid that there would be, like we expected 2 Acelios, it only ended up being 1. Peter's a dark horse, he could always show up on Kayo, right? So
of course.
I chose to kind of respect everything a little bit. The only thing I didn't respect was Verdance, really, because I knew it would only be John, so. Yeah.
And is there... In this state of the metagame, shouldn't there be more Verdance?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, yeah, there's a 0% chance I play this deck at like the World Championships or something like that.
But you decided to give us a good show, and we appreciate that.
Yeah. Like I said, I was planning for like the 16-person metagame.
Yeah. So now we got to talk about the spoils that are on the line, Chris, because in your player profile and just in your persona at large, we all know that you are a Taco Bell enjoyer. That is why you are Mr. Crunchwrap. I have before me a gold cold foil, which is just representative of all of the cash that's on the line. And because you're going to be sending it straight to the Taco Bell fund, I got to know, what is the go-to order for Chris Iaali? It's a normal Sunday or whatever. You decided, I'm not really feeling cooking today. I'm definitely going to get myself some Taco Bell. I'm going to treat myself.
Yeah,
what's the standard order?
It's free delivery on the weekends if you
Is it really?
order from the Cantina menu. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Usually we have to get like 1 item from the Cantina menu. My brother and I, we split.
What's the Cantina menu? Is there anything
they
good
have
on there?
like chicken avocado, burrito, and stuff.
Oh, okay.
I like it.
It's like standard stuff.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
But
so one thing off the Cantina menu.
Yeah, and then besides that, I usually keep it simple. If I'm doing like a build your own box, a cravings box, I'll get like the Crunchwrap Supreme, just a burrito Supreme, 5-layer burrito, just normal stuff. So.
Are you adding cinnamon twists if you're feeling frisky or what?
Man, I used to really love cinnamon twists when I was a kid, but it's too sweet now.
Yeah. Don't tell me that, Chris. I don't want to know, man. Actually, I want them to be perfect forever.
They have potatoes, which are actually pretty good too. Like,
wait, cinnamon potatoes?
No, like it's not a baked potato. It's like fried potatoes that you can get on the side.
Oh, sick! But that's not a dessert.
Well, it replaces the Crunchwrap or the cinnamon twist. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. What are we doing for drink?
Baja Blast all day.
Hell yeah, we are. Okay. So let me run something by you. I used to really like to mix the standard Mountain Dew and Baja Blast, and it becomes like this perfect neon green color. You ever mess with that?
No.
Just straight Baja Blast?
Yeah.
All right, well, we'll argue about that off screen so we don't waste anybody else's time. Talk to me about your mindset going into the semifinals now. Do we know who you're competing against, actually? Peter won his matchup.
Right. I think I'm playing against the winner of John and Travis.
Okay.
And so I put in my player profile, I really don't want to see John. So he's like, I knew there would only be one Verdance, and I was just hoping to dodge him. And I mean, if he wins, I'll be happy for him. But, you know,
maybe you'll throw a crunch wrap your way
Yeah.
in solidarity.
So, but I'd much rather face the Cindra.
Yeah.
So.
Because your list, and I mean Vynnset in general, was once touted as like the answer to Aurora when she was big in the meta.
Yeah.
Just because of those 1-card 8 value plays, a little bit of disruption you get to pepper in there. Cole, man, looked amazing against Zach a second ago. So, was the Vynnset pick kind of an answer to the Cindras that you thought would show up as well?
Yeah. I think Vynnset does pretty well into aggro overall. Like Dash IO's, I think, pretty favorable matchup also. These decks, like, the cool thing about her 1-card 8s or 1-card 7s is that they also sometimes have disruption attached to it, like with widespread annihilation or widespread destruction. Even the widespread ruin against Dash IO is like kind of a little bit of a threat too, banished at the top of their deck. And so, yeah, I think she does pretty well into the aggressive decks, and I think our meta overall was pretty aggressive. So,
awesome. Let's talk about your story. I mean, we talked about Dash IO a little bit. You have slaughtered 1 or 2 over the course of the day. Patrick Rubalcava goes by the wayside in round 1, but that was a pretty awesome matchup based on the way you guys were describing it. Tell me about it.
Yeah, it was very close. Yeah, I mean, I had 1 or 2 more off turns than I'd like in that game. And so I ended up having to transition to like just trying to block him out and hope I could survive. And it came down to his second to last hand being non-functional, and he didn't get to play maximum velocity. And so it just I was able to live at 2 life with him having no cards left. So it's pretty close.
The dream.
Yeah.
And on to round 2 you went. Let me find you here. Where are you? Oh, yeah, you're at the top table. How about that? And it's another Dash IO. This time, not going your way. Is Tyler Horsepool just better at boosting than Patrick, or what?
He had a pretty good turn. In that game, I kind of outplayed myself a little bit by not playing around a Pulse Wave Harpoon. And it was on his very first turn. Like, I went first. I set up. I put a widespread annihilation in the banish zone. And I was like, sick. I'll be able to get to 4 wound chance next turn. And I just blocked with 1 card early, and he ended up boosting 3 times with the Pulse Wave and just ruined my entire turn. And the blood debt started stacking up from there, and it was just I never recovered basically. And so he kind of took it away. So
devastating stuff. And Tyler Horsepool got ever closer to ascending into the top 8, which he did the very next round after that. But your next round, that was the only loss you took all day long, which is pretty fantastic. You went up against one of those Cindras that you've been looking for against Travis Wagner. Was that a pretty standard Vynnset versus Cindra win?
Yeah, it was pretty standard. I think some Cindra lists will have the opportunity to play like AB1 and the Spell Void Dagger. He chose only to play Spell Void Dagger, and so ended up playing pretty similar to this match that we just saw on stream, where like 1 Spell Void is gaining him a life every turn, but it's not stopping the on hit, like the on damage hits, like Sakam and Cole and all this stuff. And so the game went pretty smoothly for me.
And you know, Peter Buddensiek is a player that did decide to include Tide Flippers in his sideboard, so maybe a little bit different of a story if you meet him in this top 8.
Yeah, I mean, they have some game for sure. Like, they also have, what's the name of that? Warmonger's Diplomacy.
Yeah.
And so if they play that at the right time and I don't sniff it out, then it could be pretty bad. So.
And your round 4 coming up right here is a big bad win against Marcus Brown. So you and Matthew Vore, when you worked on the Victor list back in the Nationals time for Las Vegas this previous season, said that this matchup is a very boring one, but it is de facto victor favored because you simply block out and they fatigue themselves. Was that the posture that Marcus took here?
I mean, I was expecting it, but Marcus loves his pummels, and so
The man can't help it.
Yeah, he chose to race a little bit. And I mean, the way you play Vynnset, like by trying to stack up, like I did try to stack up some big blood deck because I was expecting that, right? And when you do that, it kind of like gets in the opponent's head where they're like, his life total is like getting lower and stuff. Like I could
do it.
Yeah, I could
He sees the finish
I could finish the game, right? Yeah, it's like he ended up going to 1 to throw a pulverize, and it's just I just blocked. And
Yep.
And then once they're at 1 life, once they're like sub 10, they can't fatigue you anymore because you have enough shadow cards and leak some arcane.
There are certain decks that are just so insulated from pulverize. We saw it against his in his round his round 4 feature match against Luke Gilmore. He established the pulverize on turn 1. He sent it the next turn. Luke said, block out completely, Arsenal pass. And, that's ultimately the kryptonite of pulverize.
Right.
Your round 5, Chris, which... your round 5 is a bye because you're locked for top 8 at this point.
Yep.
So what did you do with your time?
We were learning how to play Riftbound, and we were playing some chess, and I watched a little bit of the round 5 matches that were still going on.
Heck yeah. What do you think about Riftbound? Is it beating Flesh and Blood anytime soon?
No. I mean, the game's fun, but it's I do like the IP, but it's not Flesh and Blood for sure.
Yeah,
so.
I hear you on that. It's also not Legends of Runeterra, which I know captured both of our hearts pretty intensely. Well, Chris, I'm going to let you take a break before your semifinal match. Always a great show. So glad to have you here. And what do you think? You want to be on feature match next round too?
If I'm against Cindra? Sure. No one wants to see Verdance.
And it is going to be Cindra. Daggum, John Zapata falls by the wayside. And both these Cindras, after fighting for their tournament lives, are making their way through this bracket, cutting it dry. Colin Eriksen, the boy wonder, goes down to Peter Buddensiek. And John Zapata, the one Verdance, probably the only guy who chose a good deck for this tournament, dies to Travis Wagner. It's a crazy story out there, man. LA knows how to tell it. And Chris, how you feeling? You going up against Cindra?
Yeah, I'm ready. We'll leave it up to Travis if he wants to be on stream or not.
All right, that's what I'm talking about. Well, we'll let you get a break, and we'll be back with more Flesh and Blood after this. Don't go anywhere. Rune Chants are alive, but so are Burning Kunai of Retribution, but also so are a different flavor of Rune Chants. That's the green Rune Chants of Florian, Rotwood, Harbinger. Luke Gilmore remains alive in top 8 here at the Players' Championship. It's going to be Travis Wagner versus Chris Iaali and Peter Buddensiek versus Luke Gilmore. Our feature match is going to be Table 2. Peter will have his choice of turn order, and you better believe it, he's going to go second as Cindra.
Makes a lot of sense. The tempo is king as the ninja, and getting that tempo is very, very important in the matchup.
Let's go ahead and take a look at player profiles here. Peter Buddensiek is the only non-Californian in the room. He's hailing from Las Vegas, is also a huge simp from Majin Bay, believe it or not. He's really trying to break his way into the wizard class, and he just can't quite seem to get a handle on it. So instead, he's bringing in Draconic Ninjas. I'm just kidding. Peter knows how to play Wizard.
I was going to say, I mean, you know, Wizard's a very tough class, and Peter may not have the mental to quite hang with that one.
We're throwing a lot of shade Peter's way,
You
but
know
it's
what?
all in good fun.
I do have to say, Peter was being an absolute gentleman to Luke Gilmore before this match, which really scares me, knowing that one of Peter's weaknesses is talking smack and then getting smacked. So his respect for his opponent is not a good sign for his opponent.
There's a little bit of smack talk going on in this player profile. He does say he has the best deck in the room, and it's only one card different from his Cindra counterpart, Travis Wagner, who remains alive despite both of these players facing elimination. Peter Buddensiek has a 68% win rate at AGE and 8 top 8s to his name. 82 AGE points puts him at the 4th seed. He also represents Team PCG Invasion, and this is the 80 that he brought today. It's only one card different, as I mentioned, to Travis's list, and that card is Tide Flippers over Amulet of Echoes. So Peter did not want to respect that Acilio with one of his precious sideboard slots. Instead, brings in some extra AB, which may do some serious work if he meets Chris Iaali in the finals.
Yeah, very useful against these Rune Blades, which are the only opponents left in the room aside for the other Cindra.
Besides that, it is part and parcel what you can expect from Cindra lists. On the other side of the table, we've seen him before. Luke Gilmore annihilated Marcus Brown on a previous match. He's on Florian Rotwood Harbinger, and he's got a positive win rate, 3 top 8s, and 70 AGE points this season, despite the fact that he's only just started playing Flesh and Blood. And boy, does he look good playing in feature match. The guy knows what he's doing.
Absolutely. He did tell us a story about how he started a little over a year ago with his friends up in Northern California, but then moved down here and just got a little taste of the competitive scene and started taking things down and just got absolutely hooked in the game. Now seeing him in the semifinals of the AGE Players Championship is such a cool story for Luke Gilmore.
His killer play and also the armor of his beloved, making him some really beautiful Runechan altars, I might add, is what he says has catapulted him to the top 8 today. And here's the Florian 80, which Luke has brought. A very aggressively slanted Florian deck, if I have ever seen one. Very bereft of defense reactions, at least as far as we have been able to expect. Does have 2 tech cards for Gravy Bones, which are altogether useless in this top 8, heck, even in the entirety of the tournament. But what do you think his position is going to be against Cindra, a deck that is just so difficult to play the long game into?
Well, you say that these are tech cards for Gravy Bones, and I understand the logic because of the, the Go Again clearing allies. There may be some other specific tech cards, but the Go Again paired with the Channel Mount Heroic is what I've seen him do that other Florians have been, I think, straying away from. Getting that extra value out of the CMH with Go Again options is the thing that he's doing differently that so far has been working incredibly well for him.
Well, it's going to be yet another amazing game of Flesh and Blood that's coming up. So let's dispense with these words that we're flapping out of our jabbers and go right on down to the match floor, where Peter Buddensiek of Las Vegas and Team PCG Invasion takes on Luke Gilmore, new coming player, against a pro in all things but victories. I'm just kidding. Peter has done really well in the battle-hardened scene. He is a battle-hardened champion. He hasn't won anything else, and he is the first to tell you that, but he could very well take home a championship today. He's got himself a Singaporean Cindra on the board, a Claw of Vynnset, and a Kunai of Retribution at the ready. It's 40 plays 40. Peter is on the draw. Luke Gilmore, the first action this game, he gives a smile because he doesn't like this hand one bit. It's 4 reds, likely just going to pitch to make a rune chant and pass.
Yeah, the silver lining, being able to arsenal a D-React turn 0 is quite useful, especially against a Cindra who can threaten that mask of momentum.
Peter now has to stare down the intimidating froggy eyes on top of Luke Gilmore's head in honor of Halloween.
It's hard to decide where to look when you're talking to him right now.
You look into the froggy eyes?
Yeah, you start to get hypnotized. He's got the hypno-toad kind of thing going on.
Luke Gilmore getting some love from ex-Players Championship contender Talon Stradley. Talon, we missed your Riptide in the top 16 today. Anthony brought it in 03. So the dream is still exactly where you left it.
We just pass.
And Luke is drawn back up. It is yet another all-red hand for him. Can decide to send an erase face in the affirmative, but I think Peter's going to be demanding some blocks here. Ronin Renegade coming down 3 Go Again. The quintessential Draconic starter is the way that Peter gets to start his first turn of the game.
One of the nice things about Florian is that he wants to do some blocking to get those Earth cards into the graveyard in order to enable those decompose effects. Here we see one being blocked with here, Channel Mount Heroic, and discarding to stop the flick.
I like this right here because all of a sudden Mask of Momentum is completely stuffed for the remainder of the turn. And Luke does have himself a 2-block in hand, so likely going to get extra added value from that Shelter from the Storm. It's an activation of Cindra for Peter. After seeing the Shelter from the Storm, I like this play right here. Just gets both of his daggers back and says, you go on the play, which is rough for Luke because he's got 2 reds in hand. Oh, never mind. He's got the Enlightened Strike.
Yeah, did he just bottom his CMH?
He might have bottomed his CMH and his Shelter from the Storm,
that
actually.
Should have gone to the graveyard.
Yeah, we're going to check in on the players right there and make sure that everything is above board. Producer Justin is in the ear of the Froggy Man.
Oh, shit. Thank you.
It's okay, Luke. We caught it in time. You're going to be A-okay. Judge is being called over. Sleepy Connor is being called into action. Has not taken his Z-Quill as of yet, so he's going to be really helpful in this particular moment.
Yeah, seems to be very alert, especially for this time of day.
Yeah, do we think we're going to see some droopy eyelids today? He seems like he's really on it.
It's hard to be tired during the finals of the Players' Championship here in the West Coast. But I am excited and filled with energy still. Usually by this point, I'm a little bit droopy myself, but I've got nothing but energy and looking forward to these games.
You know, if anyone can do it, though, it is Sleepy Connor. I have faith that the tryptophan that I slipped into his Chipotle is going to get through his system and get him nice and tired for the finals because you know I want to see it. Enlightened Strike 4-7 connects with Peter, and it does look like everything has been cleared up in the graveyard for Luke Gilmore, who is probably just feeling a little bit of nerves.
Yep.
Ignite, the first attack for Peter on his turn. 33 plays 37. The next Draconic card or ability is going to get discounted for Peter Buddensiek. That is likely going to be a Kunai of Retribution on the second combat chain. No, indeed, just follows up with a Fire Tenant Strike first. So the discount clause of Ignite going by the wayside for this turn. Demonstrate Devotion is going to eat it up, actually, because Fire Tenant Strike first is not Draconic, even though it's got red all over the art.
Yeah.
I'm not frustrated about it.
Really, really confusing, and I, too, have fallen victim to that, not just as a caster, but as a player.
No blocks. No reactions.
So Demonstrate Devotion here coming in, essentially a 1-card 4. 1 damage leaks through after the Shelter from the Storm from the Arsenal blocked out the majority of that damage. Mask of Momentum still not live because Peter did not flick on the chain link with Fire Tenant Strike first. 3 go again here from Display Loyalty. This would be the second chain link to hit if it connects. Luke ships the damage. Peter flicks the dagger. So a total of 4 is going to be converted into damage on Luke Gilmore's side of the board. Down to 30 he goes, and Peter finishes up with Breaking Point, no longer threatening an Arsenal thanks to the Shelter from the Storm earlier on this turn. And a total of 5 block from Luke Gilmore, who does not decompose with this Rootbound Carapace. Leave 2 cards left in the hand, and life fairly at parity still. So I don't hate Luke's position at this point.
Yeah, 2 cards to play. Don't recall exactly what they were. We're about to find out.
Oh, no, it's Cadaverous Tilling.
Okay, so has the Decompose, choosing 2 or 3?
I think I choose 2 here because that means I have a guaranteed Decompose for next turn. And Luke follows suit. Enlightened Strike, the non-Earth card being put into the bin there. So 2 Earth in the Banish Zone for Luke Gilmore. Still a far cry from where he needs to be to get that hero ability online, but this 8 damage is going to help him maintain the life lead for at least a little bit longer.
And Cindra with 4 cards, not looking quite as scary as the 5-card hand Luke just faced down, but still has quite a lot of gas in the tank.
Dragon Scalar Flight Path blocked with here, which means that 7 damage should be leaking through.
26? Yeah, 33 to 26. Yeah.
Yep, 33 to 26 is above board. That is 7 damage to Peter's face. So Luke has a surplus of 4 life, but Peter's got 4 in the hand, and I believe I spied a Wrath of Retribution in there. So if you're a fan of Luke, you want to send through the ether a tingling feeling that he should touch his quick dodge flexors on this turn.
Yeah, but unfortunately, he only has 1 blue right now, and he really wants to keep that for the felling of the crown if he can.
1 blue, but also a 2 block in the hand. Less than stellar for Luke Gilmore. Hot on their heels, blocked out by a Rune Rager Swarm. And Peter in the tank about the flick. No flick here. It's just going to be a follow-up of Hot on their heels. Now only with 2 Draconic Chain Links. Hold on. Wrath of Retribution should cost 1 here.
He used a fealty.
He used a fealty for Ravenous Rebel?
Yeah,
Oh,
I think
okay,
he had
okay.
2 at the start of the turn. I'm seeing 1 now.
Okay. So that is all A-okay. Wrath of Retribution coming in for 3 go again. Going to confer +1 and also a discount of 1 to each of the dagger attacks that follow.
Is that really the line? God damn.
Yeah, Luke not happy to see this right here. Really wants to keep the 2 cards he has in hand. Does have some equipment to shore it up, but doesn't want to be using anything on the board in that way if he can help it. And so instead, looks like he's just going to ship all the damage.
Yeah, and I think that's the way to go. Felling of the Crown is a valuable card for this reason. It allows you to take a ridiculous amount of damage and have a clapback that is worth its weight in gold. Claw of Vynnset, the final attack on this chain link, besides, of course, the dagger that will follow this Dragon Scalar flight path. So Claw of Vynnset going to get go again and then swing an additional time after Peter flicks the Kunai of Retribution and buys it back in almost as quick of time. Down to 16 already goes Luke Gilmore, but he's got the fearsomest 8 damage attack coming Peter's way. And it's a blue Cadaverous Tilling paying for that Felling of the Crown.
2 Earth cards banished. 4 now total in the count, meaning this gets that +4.
So 8 physical represented on the combat chain here. It is another 2 Earth decomposed for Luke Gilmore, which means that he is 2 away from becoming online any way you slice it. And Peter must bottom one of these cards. The Chosen, Art of the Dragon Blood. He's got himself a Rake Over the Coals in hand. One of those Art of War-like effects, but only for draconic attacks.
Even after taking that, Peter's in a really good spot.
Without a doubt. 18 plays 16 here, and I think the turn cycle is going to go Rising Resentment for 3 go again, and then Peter is probably going to pitch that Rake Over the Coals. Either that or use a resource from Blood Splattered Vest in order to deploy Art of the Dragonfire. No, it is a flick and a resource generated from Blood Splattered Vest. Peter wants to hold on to Rake Over the Coals for when it can do some serious damage. Speaking of serious damage, Art of the Dragonfire, now that it is made Draconic, is going to deal 2 damage directly to Luke Gilmore on play.
Lucky for Luke, he does have another disruptive effect here. Not quite as much damage as the Felling, but its yellow counterpart, Plow Under, still very annoying to deal with and uninteractable in that disruption.
And absolutely massive here because Peter pocketed a power card any way you slice it. That Rake Over the Coals could have done some serious damage on this turn, especially because I do see Draconic starters abound. Maybe, yeah, there's 1/1 cost in there. Rake Over the Coals would have been huge on the following turn. So Plow Under is doing exactly what it needs to. 6 damage goes straight to Peter's life total. Down to 12 he goes. Life parity, but Peter is on the offensive. He gets first say in every one of these turn cycles. So Luke Gilmore has got to find a little bit more space. It's another Felling in the Crown for him as Rising Resentment starts off the turn for a Draconic Ninja.
This is actually kind of exactly what he needs here. He still has a fridge to work with. If he can survive here and send another Felling,
could be real big. Would also turn on the Florian hero ability, which means that Arcane Seed's life, or heck, even just keeping a blue could lock Peter out of the finals.
yeah, this is a very important turn for Luke to navigate. He needs to be able to resolve that Felling and not get too low to fall victim to any flick knife shenanigans or reactions on the side of Peter.
Quick dodge flexors are still at the ready. I think that is exactly why Luke is reaching for Grasp of the Arcanite. No, it's also a block with Barkskin of the Millennium Tree. Going to generate only 1 embodiment of Earth token here. The follow-up, Rising Resentment. 3 go again, once again. This time does have an on-hit here because Hunt the Hunter is in hand. Upon connection, Peter could banish it from hand, and it would get discounted. But in this case, Luke gives maximum respect, blocks it out. The Flick Knives comes through as well. Last resource from Blood Splattered Vest generated there. Definitely for the Hunt the Hunter at the end of this combat chain, but first it is Blaze Headlong. Only 1 card left in hand for Luke Gilmore to block with if he wants to be able to deploy Felling of the Crown on the next turn.
Sorry.
Blocking 4.
And Hunt the Hunter.
5.
5 damage, and Luke Gilmore is marked. No blocks, he says. Mark going to be consumed as quickly as it was placed. Down to 5 goes Luke Gilmore, and he's going to be sending a Felling of the Crown next turn.
Putting Peter on a 3-card hand is a nice spot to be in. Also, putting him at 4 life is a nice place to be. Still has some block on the field in his equipment.
Start of turn, the embodiment pops. You technically get priority. Yep.
No priority taken for Peter Buddensiek as the embodiment of Earth token pops. It is Felling of the Crown coming in once again. 8 damage. Peter must bottom a card from this hand. Has a starter. Has yet another copy of Blaze Headlong. Was that 2 Ronin Renegades I see? There's a Hot on Their Heels, Burning Blade Dance, and Ronin Renegade. Probably put the Hot on Their Heels at the bottom, I would think. Oh, it's a Ravenous Rabble as well. There's going to be some serious damage coming from Peter on the next turn.
A lot of break points.
Luke really hoping that he draws up another copy of a defense reaction out of the deck. 8 accepted readily. Peter descends down to 4. Only 1 life point separates these 2 players. Peter has got 3 cards in hand, and they are rippers. Ravenous Rabble, Made Draconic, reveals an Oath of Loyalty, comes in for 4 go again. Luke Gilmore is staring this down with a defense reaction in hand. Rootbound Carapace is at the ready to block this out.
No non-attack actions in hand that I can see important if you wanted to play Face Purgatory. Sometimes worth it just to get the card out of the ninja's hand.
Luke also has a fantastic 2-card play in Enlightened Strike. He also has the faded Florian 1-card play of Grasp of the Arknight, send Reaping Blade, and that would be lethal against Peter on the next turn.
Yeah, being in this position here, he has a lot more agency to block, and with Peter only holding 3 cards, I think he's got a good shot of surviving this without taking much damage.
And with no Arcane Barrier on the side of Peter Buddensiek, he would be demanding a card either from hand or the Mask of Momentum from Peter in order to survive.
I have to decompose, right?
You cannot.
Even if I change that? No.
Yeah. We haven't
Luke cannot decompose at this point. It's 2 Earth cards in the hand.
Kind of the same situation.
Excuse me, in the graveyard, and no further actions. It's just 2 shelters from the storm.
That might just be how it goes.
Yeah, not getting that extra point of block on the Rootbound Carapace in this spot is so big.
Does have 1 more block on Barkskin of the Millennium Tree, but it would mean that you throw those embodiments of Earth away. Luke Gilmore in this place saying, I cannot keep this blue. It's time for the quick dodges to come out and play, blocking out Ravenous Rabble in its entirety.
So no longer has the blue for that high value play that you mentioned. Just looking to survive the turn.
I don't really see a world in which Face Purgatory is actually going to rip a card from Peter at this point. Entirely possible that it just comes in front of the combat chain in order to shore up a little bit of extra damage.
I agree with you on that. Rare to get the full value against ninjas.
He blocks 1, and with the quick dodge flexors, that shores up all of the damage from Burning Blade Dance. 2 embodiments of Earth generated. A Flick Knives activation comes through. Down to 4 goes Luke Gilmore. In the final, the coup de grace for Peter's turn is Blaze Headlong. Luke, now only with 2 cards in hand, really wants to be sending that Enlightened Strike for 7.
Did you take the 1 off of this, by the way?
I quick dodged it.
Oh, yes.
Making sure everything's above board. Luke does have 4 block available in the form of that 1 resource for quick dodge and the face purgatory. Seems like a pretty good time to use it. If he blocks with a card from hand, he's going to be left without anything to do on his turn. Well, he could send 3. I don't love it, though. I think he wants to send that E-strike and threaten the breakpoint. Say, either give me 2 cards or give me one of your equipment pieces and a card.
Yeah. And then that was fealty, so you buy it back. Okay.
Luke making sure that he understands all of the tricks available to his opponent at this point. Mask momentum is not something he needs to consider here. He blocked out both the first and second chain link. Mask would have been keeping itself alive from the flick knives, but Luke blocked that first chain link out.
Luke talking through his game plan, telling Peter exactly how he wants to kill him.
He doesn't like the Spell Void Claw of Vynnset.
Right? Not mistaken. Because you blocked. Yeah, because I blocked that. And
Yep.
Then, yep. Okay.
Gosh, Luke is such a fast player for being so new to the game, I've got to say, and he's also really perceptive.
Yeah.
He's got his eyes on every interaction here, knows the game state very, very well.
No blocks.
No blocks. Wants to keep the face purgatory around.
Simply takes 2 here. Little bit of a risky play, if I do say so myself.
He's now in like Kadachi lock range.
Yep.
Embodiments pop. You get a window.
You're fine.
2-card play, one that Flesh and Blood players have been making since the dawn of time. And Light and Strike comes in for 7 at the cost of bottoming a card. One of the most versatile, unhandbricking cards in the game.
Yeah, 1 costs 7 in many situations, and we just see that snap block with the Mask of Momentum. Time to give it up. Wasn't really doing anything before.
Wait a minute. Okay, there's no way to make that Art of the Dragon Fire Draconic so far for Peter Buddensiek, which makes sense as to why he's throwing the Oath of Loyalty right in front of the E-Strike. 2 damage comes through. Down to 2 goes Peter. And he is not in kill range here because of the Claw of Vynnset.
Importantly, Peter has a blue, and this is going to be tough for Luke to deal with it. 2 life. We're seeing at least 2 dagger swings and a flick. That's asking for his whole hand, essentially.
Kunai of Retribution being blocked with here. Excuse me, Erase Face blocking Kunai of Retribution here. Fire Tenant strike first. Not Draconic, but comes in for 3 go again. Face Purgatory.
Whoa.
Being thought about for Luke Gilmore here. Potentially blocking, what is that, 8 on 3? Does go for it, which buys the Art of the Dragon Fire.
Huh.
Huge play from Luke Gilmore here because all Peter is able to do is flick and follow up with a Claw of Vynnset.
That's it.
He buys back the Kunai, and that is it, folks. Doesn't want to go down to 1 dagger. And Luke Gilmore has bought himself a little bit of space. It's 2 plays 1. Luke has got to get something done here. Otherwise, Flick Knives will clean this game up. 2 rune chants generated off of Grasp of the Arknight. Gotta use the green ones. Gotta use the green ones, Luke. And the follow-up is just Reaping Blade. 2 and 3. Claw of Vynnset going to block out one of those rune chants. The other one must connect with the face. Unless, of course, Peter buys them back at instant speed.
Take 1. Sure.
Down to 1 goes Peter Buddensiek.
Very importantly, the last card in Luke's hand has life printed on the right side of the card. That means that he is outside of flick range.
All right. He's got another copy of life in his hand, too. 2 Arcane Seeds life. Also a Rootbound Carapace. Could be instrumental in surviving this turn. Rootbound Carapace coming down to block out Oath of Loyalty. The prerequisite Decompose is there this time. The follow-up, Brand with Cinderclaw. Would have loved to be paired with the Art of the Dragon Fire that Peter was forced to discard on the previous turn.
1 card in hand?
Yeah, 1 card.
1 card left in hand for Peter Buddensiek. 3 go again on this Brand with Cinderclaw. Luke Gilmore must block here. Keeps both copies of Arcane Seed's life. The follow-up, Brand with Cinderclaw the second. 3 go again once again, and the only thing that remains to answer here is the flick.
I'll get one. Sure. And then take one.
In response to the flick knives, Luke Gilmore gains one from Everbloom Life.
Stays alive, but very, very importantly, only has 1 card in hand, which means he's going to generate a bunch of rune chance and have no way to swing.
Luke Gilmore said, "Do you believe I have a blue?" Peter says, "Absolutely not." So it's 4 rune chance that may never get to go across the table that are generated there. Luckily now Luke is outside of flick range, but he's only got 3 blocks and a 2 block on this turn.
Does Peter have the blue? No blue.
No blue, but he's got break points to boot. Ravenous Rabble. Rake over the coals could steal this game. But also only 2 Draconic cards in the hand. So Rake over the coals not super likely. Unless Peter just wants to lead with the Ronin Renegade and see if he can sneak it out that way.
Peter has been playing so fast all game, and all of a sudden he is tanking.
He's got to think about the omnipresent threat of life in the hand of Luke Gilmore. Little does Peter know it simply doesn't exist. So if he is able to cheat a point of damage with Rake over the coals and then flick, he has secured his spot in the finals. But if Luke Gilmore can get through one more turn cycle, if he can simply keep the blue Cadaver Stilling in his hand, the game's his. 3 go again. Ronin Renegade represented here. Luke's choice likely just block 3. And now Peter is at a crossroads. Deploy the combat trick or use it to send another breakpoint. Peter now taking stock of the number of copies of life that he has seen from Luke Gilmore. There are definitely more in the deck. But are they in the hand, Peter? That's the question. He's likely also looking for copies of Shelter from the Storm.
That would be a blowout.
I think only 2 have been used for Luke Gilmore so far. This is a grindy game state to end on. No, Rake over the coals not deployed here. Wow. Instead, held back for another breakpoint. 2 cards blocked with here. And the finish is going to buy 2 more as long as Peter finds the red.
And there it is.
Fist bump extended. Peter Buddensiek finds himself in the finals. The lone Las Vegas into the finals of what is almost assuredly a Southern California tournament.
Yeah, Vegas coming in, trying to steal the trophy. Peter Buddensiek playing that very well. Luke Gilmore also playing that extremely well, just priced out of keeping 1 card that he needed to seal the game. The Arcane Seed's life was not, in fact, a blue, and that was the difference maker in that spot.
You know what? You know the real difference maker in this game was not having 1 more card to decompose with on the Rootbound Carapace that forced an extra equipment block.
Yeah.
That 1 life point would have been massive for Luke Gilmore. Could have survived that turn with a blue and slammed the door on Peter and his Las Vegas dreams.
There were so many moments of 1 point going this way or that way throughout the entire game that just absolutely mattered when it all came down to the wire.
You got to hand it to both of these players. They are really stellar in their respective classes. In, you know, Luke Gilmore, what an incredible run for your first go at AGE.
Absolutely.
I'm so thankful that he was here and that he is showcasing his brilliant skills. I know that some folks around here are going to be looking to snatch him up on Teams Abound. Also, big shout out to his girlfriend who has been here with us doing art likely for more Flesh and Blood tokens all day long. And so it's cool when it can be an affair for significant others and not just one of us.
Absolutely. Yeah. Love everybody that shows up to these events. I love that they bring people together in person. Let's take a look at our pricing one more time, folks. $1,100
for the winner. Gold cold foil and a PTI as well. We're on to the final match, folks, where it is going to be $500 on the line because the gap between the winner and second place is $500, besides all of the other goodies that we have on offer. Luke Gilmore is going to be going home with $250, which is not too bad when you haven't paid anything to show up to the event in the first place. Every prizing tier below that has already been kicked out of the building, but not with a little bit of a consolation prize.
Yeah, that'll cover almost the rest of his next season if that's how he chooses to spend it.
Folks, if you want to have an opportunity like Luke Gilmore to test your stripes against the best in your area, look no further than Arcane Games and Events. Reach out to us. Let us know if you'd like us to come to your backyard. We expanded once this year. We are going to do it again next year, and it'll all start in Season 4 in January. Email info@arcanegamesandevents.com. Give us your pitch for your region. Let us know how strong your player base is, and we might just bring ourselves to your neck of the woods.
Very excited to see where Arcane Games expands to for the next season. Just a few months to set it all up, but man, if we come back and we've got 2, 3, 4 Players' Championships to cast next year, that would be amazing.
Let's talk about the real dream that we're trying to accomplish here, folks. Imagine a world where we have enough regions represented to where we can have one Players' Championship once again, where every single region comes together at one point in the United States. We can have side events going on, but the real main event is a college basketball-esque March Madness-style bracket where everybody is battling out of their region and trying to meet in the finals. How about that, Michael?
So that's the end game we're building towards. We're taking over the LSS scene. The real sanction games are here. We'll have Luke's girlfriend making cold foils to give out.
Now we're talking.
Promos.
But before all that, before we get too ahead of ourselves and look beyond our britches, we still have a tournament to close out here and many great one game of Flesh and Blood left to play. We're going to have to take a break. We'll be back with an interview with Peter Buddensiek, carried on by... Oh, also, we have to talk about your blazer here, Michael.
We?
You've done some incredible work here. I was about to just say your name, but I haven't talked about this at like a single time yet. How long did it take you to make this?
Well, first of all, let me correct you. I did not make this.
Okay.
My girlfriend Ella did. And she's been working on it for quite some time. I don't know the number of hours, but it's been sitting in the office for at least a month, sewing on one card at a time when she finds the free time. I know a lot of the work happened this week just to kind of get it finished and ready for the big event, but she has been so excited to have it showcased. And I have too. Seeing it come together and the shoulder pad crafting was, I think, my favorite part. Just putting the flare together. They're rainbow foils, by the way. I don't know if you can see that over the camera, but we are blinked to the nines and wearing it today.
It is shining. It is very shiny, even though it's bulk, and I do respect that, Michael. Shout out to Ella. Thank you so much for making my co-caster look so dapper, but don't upstage me next time, all right?
Oh, my bad.
I'm just kidding. No, you look fantastic. I know I look fantasticer. We'll be back with more Flesh and Blood after this.
Welcome back, folks, for the interview here. Joined with Peter Buddensiek, winner of the semifinals. Moving on to the finals, pilot of Cindra, Zachary of Aether. How are you feeling?
Good. I got away with murder in that game. I'm gonna be honest with you. Yeah, there was a back and forth game. It was crazy. Me and Luke, we're homies, bro. Like we were talking about it all day. He was like going to the last couple rounds. At 2-2, we were like, oh, we might play each other, like we might play each other for the top. And he's like, no, let's play in top 8, And we dodged each other the last round of Swiss. He finally got the game that he wanted to play in top cut, and it was a banger, man. Like his hands were crazy. He had double felling, all 3 plows, 5 D reacts in the top 20 cards of his deck. My hands were crazy too. Like I had, every hand worked. Had a Wrath turn, had everything. Almost got like a Rake Over the Coals turn with a 5-card hand if he didn't have 3rd plow, and then if I should have swung the dagger on the last turn when he face purgatoried me, but don't worry, never punished.
Yeah, I mean, at that point in the game, you really had him in the blender, and it didn't look like he was going to be able to take any game actions other than blocking. Still eked out an attack and almost got you there.
The life from Arsenal to not die to the flick, to be able to then put himself in position to be able to block 3 cards and keep a blue to kill me in the following. If I don't draw a blue, like another throw dagger was like insane, and then he drew the 4 reds, so he can't swing. Oh man, it was a great game. It was a great game at
absolutely.
the end.
No, I'm glad you pointed that out. There was a window if all he had was 1 blue in hand where he wins the game. Absolute nail biter of a match. And as you said, 2 Titans drawing the best that they could draw. Your Cindra was looking fearsome, but his Florian was looking like exactly what you want it to do. Decomposing, getting all the value out of all the fellings that you can back to back, and just disrupting everything you were trying to do.
Yeah, at one point, we looked at his graveyard, and he had like double Shelter, double Earth card, and he drew so many D-reacts that he ran out of things to decompose.
Yeah.
And so like that root bound only blocking for 3 instead of for 4 was like also very important. Like it, but those shelters, like the first one discarding really helped on that one turn with the outpace, where I basically like Arsenal a card to like just Arsenal the breakpoint and not send the other attack. And then there was a lot of things like nuance in that game that were like the defense directions really helped him early to get into that position to be able to felling multiple times into plowing. And but in the end, you have such a tax on, you're hitting all these decompose cards, but like you're blocking with 2 cards. Eventually it comes back to where you can't decompose on that last one, and that's when it caught up, and it mattered at that time. So yeah, it was a game of inches.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, we marketed this game as the pro versus the new player.
Am I the noob?
you're the pro.
Okay.
Bryce likes talking smack, though, as you know.
I mean, that man's so sexy. Like he can do whatever he wants.
Oh, I'm getting so afraid of your next opponent. The amount of not talking shit you've been doing today has me trembling.
Well, everybody else has costumes today. I'm not really much of a costume person, but I thought last night, I'm wearing the PCG Invasion hoodie. Shout out the boys. Why not cosplay as Majin Bay?
Yeah.
And so, as him, I got to be nice. I got to be respectful. as the host of World Tour Weekly.
And you have to win it all.
And I got to win it all. And so we're here to do that. And, both people in the finals would be an amazing match. Travis, the only other Cindra player in the room, been playing draconic redline decks, even from the first AGE Players Invitational we played in a win it in to top 8.
Yep.
Right? The Icelander versus Dromai 2 years ago, if you guys remember that. And then now he's playing again. Another Draconic Ninja. He was playing Draconic Illusionist, but another redline type of deck. In the semifinals, playing against Iaali.
Yeah.
One of the goats of early Fab, world's finalist Iaali, and you can say so much more about him being so nice as well. So, yeah, it's going to be incredible finals.
Looking forward to it.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you've been playing AGE for a while now. How many seasons have you been in?
All of them.
All of them.
All three, yeah.
Okay, so I've asked this question to everyone I've interviewed. I want to ask you now, extending all the way back to the beginning, what has AGE been like for you?
It's been incredible. I'll say, basically, ever since getting into card games, it's just been incredible. Incredible journey. I used card games as a kind of a release of a competitive spirit. I did a lot of sports when I was young, a lot of fitness competitions and stuff like that. I might not be as athletic as I was. I got a little chub.
You brought it up here now.
Yeah, but I needed a way to translate my competitive integrity and my competitive spirit into something else. And card games was really something that I found in my senior year of high school that my friends were playing and getting into it. And then now expressing that through the art of competition. And AGE has really been something that, has been the pinnacle of, Southern California competitive circuit, the West Coast as well. I drive 4 hours pretty much every month to be at one of these because it means that much to me, and now, especially going into, New England and stuff like that, having them over there, being able to experience what we were being able to experience for years is just incredible. It's like, it's an outlet that I think a lot of people need and a lot of people want. And, I'm here for the ride. I'm here for the callings, the AG callings. I'm here for the PTs when you guys run them, I believe I'm here all the time. So
awesome, man. Well, what awesome praise. And you took the words out of my mouth. I was just going to bring up that you drive 4 hours. And I don't know, have you missed a single one this season? I
did.
See you all the time.
This season I missed more. I think the first two, I maybe missed one a season or went to all of them. This one I've missed a couple. I went to a couple callings on the same weekend. Maybe like a Battle Hardened that I bought a flight for and then found out. But I had a really incredible season. We had 7, 8 AGEs before eight. I think I went to 4 out of the 8, and I had an incredible season. Making back-to-back finals, making top 4. Getting top 12 in another one, basically having the best season to qualify for the Players Invitational without, winning it all and going to all of them. I think if you did the math, looking back at it, I probably would have had the most AGE points in history over Colin if I went to all of them. So, that
wasn't very much in Bay of you to say.
But I think you've got to look at it, and it's it's not gloating or anything like that. It's you got to put in the time. It means a lot to me. So, and it means a lot to everybody here. And to have those type of seasons, Colin's amazing season, played him in quarterfinals, had an amazing game, got there on that one. Just there, played one of the newcomers in the scene, in the SoCal scene, had a great game, now onto the finals. And either to play, arguably the GOAT of SoCal Flesh and Blood in Iaali, or Travis, another person that has been in the community for so long, has just shy of one of those really big top experiences of winning a tournament and stuff like that, and it's great to see them play. So
yeah, I'm sure that they would both love to take it all down. I don't know, and I'll hold off on saying who won, even if I did know. But man, what an awesome journey that you've had so far.
Yeah.
And I guess I just want to wrap things up asking if there are any shout-outs or anything that you'd like to talk about outside of the world of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah. Shout out my mom. I get to go home to a loving family every day, and I am truly blessed to be able to do that. Not every single person be able to do that. My mom's always been there for me. my dad, my stepdad has always been there for me as well. So, shout out to them. Shout out to the testing team, PCG Invasion, the Stroop Waffles, Nia, Caleb, Yuki, Ellie, all of them. Day in, day out, I see them, playing games, being able to watch them while, I, put them on my phone while I'm doing work during the week when they're playing during the day, being able to come down at night to the team meetings and everything like that. They're putting in the extensive testing and everything like that to allow me to be in the best position I can be and trying to, use that information to do the best I can be to showcase them as well. Everybody back home in Vegas, the Vegas community, we may be small, but like everybody here's a killer, Eric, everybody else like that, Justin, and we've been grinding and just trying to grow the community, and this is a showcase for them.
Every time Vegas rolls through, we're always a little nervous.
Yeah. We're always trying. We're always trying.
Awesome, man. Well, thanks so much. Oh, I do have one last question. Have you had a chance to try the fudge yet?
I have not. I usually don't eat during the day when I'm competing.
You're the second person who said that exact reason.
I kind of get sidetracked until I get a headache, and then consume things and drink things until my head stops hurting. And no, I have not tried it. I actually probably will go before I play the next round. Is pop a fudge real quick.
I think that's a great idea. I heard it from the East that the sugar rush you get from that will literally change your life and bring you back from the dead. The East may be worse than us at Flesh and Blood, but they
100%.
are much better at selling fudge than we are.
Hey, they can take whatever they want. When we got the AGE grudge match.
Oh, I can't wait for that
top
one.
16. We'll show them who comes out on top on that one. Justin's working on it right now. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining. Congratulations on making it to the finals.
Yeah.
And we've got one more game left of Flesh and Blood for the night. So, folks, don't go anywhere. We've got more Flesh and Blood after this.
So many questions have been asked and answered at the AGE Players Championship for Los Angeles in 2025, but only one remains. Whose kunai of retribution will reign supreme? And that is because Travis Wagner and Peter Buddensiek, the only two Cindras in the room who were facing elimination in Swiss, have found their way into the finals. If you thought this day would end with a Cindra mirror, I would have told you no.
Yeah, no shot, especially seeing them both fight for their lives in the 5th round bracket. But here they are.
Especially when Travis went up against Chris Iaali, who is so happy to see a Cindra, at least in contrast to John Zapata on Verdance. Travis really showing what he can do here at AGE. He's been an Odyssey local for a long time, but now he's got to get through the seasoned man of the hour, Peter Buddensiek. It's very likely that both of these players are going to be bringing the exact same 60 against each other, but who will draw and sequence it better?
Yeah, this is anybody's game. Of course, Peter with the slight edge gets to choose turn order as the 6th seed up against the 8th seed here.
Could be the determining factor in this game, but it remains to be seen. Let's go ahead and take a look at Travis's player profile. As I mentioned before, he hails from Southern California. He's a JPL rocket scientist. Comes in at our 11th seed for AGE. Got a 53% win rate, 4 top 8s, and 70 AGE points, squarely putting him in the race for the crown. This year, I should say, he's got a much better shot. Didn't make top 8, even though he qualified for the Players' Championship last year. This time, he is 1 win away, and he's going to be discoing his way to Disneyland or whatever. I don't know. I guess to those fables that he's going to buy.
Yeah. Here's the deck.
Here's the deck list, and
don't need to spend too much time on it. There's a lot of reds.
I was about to say, why don't we go ahead and smash cut to Peter's list right here? And
wait, can you go back and forth?
Yeah, go back and forth.
They're actually
no, there are some differences. There's some differences here.
They look very similar.
The one of Hunt the Hunter from Peter is unique to his list. There's 2 lava bursts in Travis's list. Let's go ahead and go back to Peter's. Find the difference. Find the difference. The rake over the coals are unique to Peter's list as well. But otherwise, the one with Brand of Cinderclaw, the 3 throw daggers, the 3 warmongers diplomacies that are likely being relegated to the sideboard here. You know, I really don't know who to give the edge to based on the deck list.
I actually have an idea here. And so what's standing out to me, you mentioned rake over the coals. I think Peter Buddensiek is positioned a little bit more combo burst than Travis, which means that Travis might have a little bit more consistency. That being said, if Peter can line up his burst, he's going to be in a really good place. But if all things are drawn mediocrely by both of these players, Travis might actually have a slight edge by not including these combo pieces that Peter probably has to get over the top of very defensive decks.
Peter has an all-important edge in turn selection. He is the higher seed coming into the top 8, almost assuredly choosing second. Now, if you're in Travis's seat and you are going second against a fellow Cindra, are you bringing in defense reactions?
Wait, I think Peter's going...
Sorry,
he
Peter's
gets
going...
to choose.
Sorry.
Yeah.
If you're in Travis's seat and you're going first
Yes.
against a fellow Cindra, do you bring in defense reactions?
Oh, man. Blocking as ninja is a losing man's game. I don't think you can do it. It's an interesting question, and I can see, you know, the logic of, oh, if you get one, you put it in arsenal, you can start to turn the tide. You can, you know, stop the one on hit and then steal the tempo back. There's a world where that works, but that world depends entirely upon if you can draw one of those defense reactions to start. If you don't, and you end up drawing one up at some time, and it's just a 3 block in your hand instead of some 4 power go again attack, I think that hurts your game plan. So I don't know. But
So you think this is going to be all face all the time for both of these players?
I think it's all face all the time, and just keep your fingers crossed and pray that your cards line up better than your opponent's.
If there's one thing I know that Travis is looking for on that turn 0, it's going to be things like Ancestral Empowerment, Throw Dagger, ways that he can chip just a little bit of damage and bring a life total, ultimately disparity, back in his favor after he is forced to take Peter's first real tempo swingy turn of the game.
Yeah, if he's lucky and Peter draws up a bunch of 2 blocks on turn 0, that could be a way for him to chip in. Maybe if he's super lucky, even get a mask trigger or something to go off. if he can just get the really good God start, but we'll have to see how they draw it up.
As the players get ready, though, we're going to take a journey back in the past to the beginning of this day. This was the Swiss format for the Players' Championship. Not going to be seen again until 1 year from now, both in New England, LA, and potentially wherever we decide to expand to. But it's unique, like I said, to the Players' Championship. We start on the left side of your screen. All players come in at 0-0, and then the magic number is 3. 3 wins and you advance to the top 8. And the second you attain 3 losses, you are kicked out of the building. And then there were 8. And it was these folks right here. But it's the Cindras that are reigning supreme all day long. What are they competing for? It is essentially $500 on the line here. Also a gold cold foil and a PTI. $600 goes to the second place, and the difference, of course, between that and the $1,100 prize pool for the winner is $500. But, you know, $600 is not a bad chunk of change when it comes down to playing a day of Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, not bad at all. And, man, these prizes have just gotten better year after year, and seeing this one, the biggest pot yet, is so exciting as a caster to see the stakes rise and rise as AGE gets more and more seasoned at what we do.
One of the other things I failed to mention was the metagame at the start of this day. There were dark horses abound. Arachne Huntsman, Arachne Marionette, Kayo Underhanded Cheat, Marlynn Treasure Hunter, who we saw absolutely dismantle a Cindra on stream. Acilio Constella Intelligence in the hands of Ryan Brown, who did not get to have his day in the sun, but did do a little bit of blasting on the way out. Kassai of the Golden Sand from Colin Eriksen doing absolute work on stream as well. Victor Goldmane, Vynnset, Riptide, Lurker of the Deep. It was nothing but fun today, Michael.
It was a blast. I loved every game. I don't even think we had a mid game, much less a bad game, show up on camera. Everything we've seen today has been an absolute banger and has been a blast to watch and a blast to cast.
And we're very thankful for the facility that keeps us moving. Top Deck Keep in Riverside, California is our home on the West Coast and the official sponsor of the AGE Open Series. They do have a shop on TCG Player. Go ahead and get out there and check them out. They can help you with all of your singles needs. And hey, if you're in our neighborhood, come and play an event and see what we're talking about. The store is absolutely magnificent. The bathrooms are clean. I cannot thank them enough for that. And also, the other sponsor of the Players' Championship specifically is Stidger Family Fudge. If you didn't hear us talking about it enough when we casted New England earlier this month, we've also distributed some boxes of fudge to everybody that competed here, and boy howdy is it delicious. We've got flavors such as, wait a minute, hold on, stand by for the reveal. I feel like I'm doing a gold foil. I'm terrible at these. Oh, someone's been in this one. Who's been in this one? How dare they? We got cookies and cream, horchata, standard chocolate, coconut flakes, and a little bit of walnut as well. Michael, take your choice right now. I'm going standard, dude.
Yeah, I already did the standard.
Old school chocolate.
Justin goes, it's mine as we eat his fudge. Yeah, I'm going walnut on this one. Thank you so much for the fudge, Bryce.
You're so welcome. And thank you, Chris Stidger and Stidger Family Fudge. That is A-okay with us. Justin, eat your heart out. You're going to be missing that one later on.
Was this a mistake? My mouth is sticky and I have to talk.
Michael Sticky Mouth Murray is going to work some chocolate out of his chops. And while we do that, we're going to go ahead and talk about where we might be going next year. We don't know yet, but if you'd like to encourage us to bring Arcane Games and Events to your city, email us at info@arcanegamesandevents.com. Give us your pitch. We'll need some guarantee that there are a strong enough player base around you, but we are looking for partners for expansion. We loved going to New England this year, and we would love to bring a bigger Players' Championship to the nation of the United States and have everybody meet together for a big old flesh and blood fun day.
So when you talk about the player base needing to be strong, does that mean that they need to face you in a one-on-one to gain access to the AGE?
That's exactly right. That's why we put Wage Might on the background of this card. I am looking for contenders in an arm wrestle. Whoever wins against me takes AGE to their city. I'm just kidding. Just email us and we'll talk.
Yeah.
Moving forward and determine what is going to be best for us. But bottom line, we want more people playing the game of Flesh and Blood, and we want to support more communities abound. Okay, Feature match is ready. It's going to be a Cindra mirror, in case you didn't hear me earlier. And it is going to be, drum roll, please. Oh, come on, drum roll, please. Get there. Go. Yeah, let's go. All right, stop. Peter Buddensiek versus Travis Wagner. 6 seed versus 8 seed, both on Cindra. Drakai of Retribution. The Burning Kunai are going to be slinging this way and that. And this game is going to be over in a flash, despite the fact that Acilio is not in it.
The Draconic Ninjas face off. And I'm expecting this one to be lightning quick, again, despite Acilio not being in it.
Do you think we like Acilio or what?
I like that guy.
And not only is it 2 Cindras facing on, it's 2 Singaporean Cindras, promos that were only available at Pro Tour Singapore. I know Peter was likely there. I don't think Travis was, because he is a new father. Shout out to Travis's young daughter and wife at home if they are watching.
But man, the bling that's been coming out of LSS in the form of these full art alternate printings has been awesome.
Okay, so maybe it's the battle of the sleeves. Do you think Heart of Fiendal wins, or just a standard turquoise, I don't know, Dragon Shield?
Ooh, turquoise feels like a -1 for me.
Why is that? Do you not like the color?
It's not about the color, it's the lack of personality.
Oh, I see.
With just a solid color sleeve, and I'll tell you, I've got a lot of solid color sleeve decks. I bring them to armories. If I'm going to be on camera, I'm going to bring the custom, like Clarkmore. Right?
Okay,
he
fair.
had the custom Pitch It To Me podcast sleeves made for this event.
It's pretty sweet. I will say, though, neither of these players is lacking in personality, despite whatever sleeves they decide to bring to the arena. Travis Wagner is somebody that is near and dear to my heart and who I have in my mind whenever I go to Armory or ProQuest, where he's going to be there. Peter Buddensiek, I wish I could expel him from my mind, but he lives rent-free there for too many hours, and it's namely just because he talks so much.
It's funny you say that you think about Travis every time you go to Armory, because I too think that every time I bring Victor to Armory and sit in front of him and crush him with the counter matchup.
Wow, must be nice. I tend to bring things that don't do well into Cindra. So
yeah.
I just get run over by red cards over and over again.
Turns out, if this tournament has anything to say about it, it's a lot of the decks that do fall to Cindra. It's a tough opponent to face.
All right, we are 2 minutes into our timer, and that is 2 minutes longer than I thought this matchup would go. It hasn't even started as of yet. 40 plays 40 here. Travis is on the play. It's an Oath of Loyalty to lead off. 4 go again here. I mentioned earlier that Travis is looking for ways to sneak damage in when it's otherwise not expected. Things like Ancestral Empowerment, which no longer can be played thanks to the fact that Oath of Loyalty started this chain. Things like Throw Dagger also cannot be played thanks to the fact that Oath of Loyalty leads off this chain. So Peter might be insulated from too much direct damage on this turn.
You asked me the question before this match started if I expected defense reactions to come out, and I said no, but looking at Peter's hand, we've got one sitting right there in front of us. Shelter from the Storm.
And Sleepy Connor just took a big yawn. Sleepy Connor might be making his first appearance of the day. Stick it out there, Connor. You can do it. God, don't you want to just put a blanket around him and give him a pillow or something? He's so sleepy. Shelter from the Storm going to cover up that Oath of Loyalty on the first chain link. Flick Knives coming through. 1 damage conferred to Peter Buddensiek's life total. First blood goes to Travis Wagner. Follow up here, Ronin Renegade, and we're seeing defense reactions in droves. I think Travis also brought in has a 0 for 4 defense reaction in the hand. It's Shelter from the Storm. Throw Dagger blocks out Ronin Renegade here. I do wonder if the game plan for these players is just to convert as many cards to 4 value as possible rather than just do it on offense.
I think that's a really astute observation, and the ability to block a breakpoint with the D-React stops not only the 4 value that your opponent is throwing, but also the draw. So it's a very critical part of the game plan to bring the 4 blocks. For some reason, when you asked that, I was thinking of Loyalty Beyond the Grave. And I was just thinking like a 3-block D-React is not going to cut it, and probably didn't make it into the lists here. But the 4 blocks already showing us how valuable they can be.
Peter takes 2 on that turn 0, 1 from a damage leaking through on display loyalty and the other from the flick knife. So Peter starts 2 life down, but Travis is not going to have the same leeway to just block out and do something on the affirmative next turn. No, it's Peter Buddensiek on the play here, starting with an Oath of Loyalty. Has plenty of Draconic cards in hand and 1 non-Draconic. That's Fire Tenet Strike First, which is probably destined for the Arsenal.
Yeah, a lot of breakpoints all ready to start things out. Those Blaze Headlongs are terrifying when you do not block very well.
4 is the name of the game for these Draconic ninjas, especially when it comes to triggering their Mask of Momentum. Whichever of these players gets a draw that the other player can't answer, that is the one that I'm definitely throwing my lot in with.
Yeah, the first Mask of Momentum trigger will be very important to pay attention to.
No blocks.
Yep.
No blocks, says Travis Wagner. Yup, says Peter Buddensiek. As we both know how this is gonna be going. Down to 36 goes Travis. Another Draconic card follows. Display Loyalty generates a fealty token. That's 1 feather in Peter's cap. And in terms of the drip train, Peter has got himself a better fealty token than Travis Wagner. So if that means anything, that is the way it is.
Peter up 2 points, not just life, but in terms of bling.
At least for now. Travis could always do the oft-forgotten-about strategy of reaching across the table and ripping your opponent's marbles in half.
A risky play.
I don't encourage it. It's not a very nice thing to do. But it is on the table for Travis. 3 go again here. Needs an answer. Travis does have a defense reaction established in the arsenal. Trying to wait a little bit longer to deny that Mask of Momentum trigger later in the chain.
2 cards left in Peter's hand.
Card is blocked with here for Travis. Flick from Peter. 1 damage goes through, and Mask of Momentum remains alive for the man from Las Vegas. Here comes the break point that Travis wants to cover up with Shelter from the Storm. He's paid out pretty well for waiting just 1 chain link longer. Travis is always very thoughtful with his decisions. It's making me second guess that he actually put a Shelter from the Storm in the arsenal. I'm almost positive.
Could be thinking about a Dragon Scalar Flight Path and saving it if he doesn't like the way his hand converts on offense. But
and there it is. Laid bare for all to see. Bryce was right. That's the important part of that. No, I'm just kidding. The last card in Peter's hand is unable to be converted because it is, of course, non-Draconic, and an Oath of Loyalty started that turn. But Peter's fine with that because Fire Tenet Strike First is going to be a monster of a turn starter when he's got Draconic cards in the hand for next. Travis looking down Rising Resentment, Fire Tenet Strike First, and Snatch. A pretty good clapback when you consider that he blocked with 2 cards on the previous turn.
These my dice? Yeah, just help me not to mix up.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Take 3.
Travis bringing his own pair of dice that look exactly like ours.
Does not like the germs of our producer, Justin, I guess. That's kind of messed up. 3 damage goes to Peter's face. Down to 35 he goes. What is Peter working with, though? He does have some chain finishers. He's got Art of the Dragon Scale, Cut Through.
So 4 go again.
Lava Burst in hand, and Ancestral Empowerment. So I think a lot of what Peter's turn can do is really going to hinge on what he draws from that Ancestral Empowerment. Nevertheless, Peter says no blocks once again. 4 damage goes through. Travis has the opportunity to banish a card from hand and discount it based on the number of Draconic chain links so far. But that card already costs 0. Probably not too prudent to do it here.
Yeah, it feels like it's a pretty easy stop if Peter just commits a card in those Dragon Scalar Flight Paths to this. The Snatch is an annoying breakpoint, but Peter still has the tools to deal with that without a defense reaction if needed. Travis may be considering just arsenaling, knowing that it would be stopped easily here.
It would take a serious soul read in order to take that play line, I think, mainly because... Interesting, breaking a fealty here for Snatch, making it Draconic, and why? What is the reason for doing that, do you think?
Because if it went through and he was able to draw, he wants to be able to give it go again is one reason. The other is that now
But he would have to pay 1. Because he only has 2 Draconic Chain Links.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
Oh, the Fire Tenant. Damn it, that
Yep.
card keeps getting me.
Gotcha, Michael.
So he flicks, makes a resource. This might be why,
sure,
and then
sure.
he can buy it back. Kind of a inefficient use of that. Just 1 damage. Looks like he's still thinking about the resource. May not make it after all, in which case I do not like making the Snatch Draconic.
So, okay, so if he makes the resource here, he can then buy back the kunai that he flicked. That could be what he's thinking about.
Which is, you know, converting into 1 value for the resource, which is,
I don't think it's terrible to end your turn with 1 kunai. Ending your turn with 0 against a Cindra opponent is not great. Because if you are forced to block on their turn, that could spell doom for you down the line. Peter, starting this turn off with Fire Tenant, strike first. 3 go again. Next Draconic attack, this combat chain is going to get +1. I think this is just going to be an easy flick, generate a resource maybe, use a fealty, make Art of the Dragon scale Draconic, and then play Ancestral Empowerment over the top to see if he can snipe out one of those useful pieces of equipment for Travis Wagner. That's just my thought.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
it does
like
have
the
cut
line.
through as well. It'll be cut through first, maybe, and then just send Art of the Dragon scale.
And Cut Through is a ninja card, meaning it can be targeted by
That is correct.
Ancestral Empowerment. If Travis says no blocks here, just wants to cycle it through, get more information for the rest of the turn, and it may be good that he did, because that is a 1 cost that he drew in Breaking Point.
It is, and also Travis does not have himself an arsenal, so Peter might think about pitching Breaking Point rather than utilizing one of the all-important energy counters on Blood-Splattered Vest. Cut Through coming through here, 3, no go again currently, so Peter is definitely going to be flicking here. Despite this game going fast, it is not going to be faster than the way that Peter flicks those cards, indeed.
One of the nice things for Travis here is if he knows the flick is coming, he can say no blocks and then posture to put cards in front of the 3rd chain link to really deny the Mask of Momentum. It's a little more heads up. Instead of needing to block 2 chain links, he gets to only block 1.
No blocks here. A flick of the kunai comes Travis's way. 1 damage down to 30 goes Travis, and then an additional 4 going to be taken down to 26.
Sorry. I'm getting a resource off vest. So took the 1, I'm going to get a resource off the vest, and then taking 4 here.
Letting Peter take play-by-play here. A resource generated off of Blood-Splattered Vest. And yep, here we go. Fealty token plus Art of the Dragon scale equals a nasty on-hit. Coming in for 6 thanks to the Fire Tenant strike first that preceded it. When this attacks, if it's Draconic, it gets, when this hits a hero, put a -1 defense counter on an equipment they control. Then, if it has 0 defense, destroy it. I think Peter is eyeing up the Dragon Scalar flight path here, or what am I saying? It's Flick Knives every single time.
Yeah, Flick Knives is such a valuable piece of equipment in the Cindra deck. Just absolute cornerstone of the game plan. If you can take that card, that changes a lot about the game moving forward.
This is going to demand blocks from Travis. He does have at least 1 2-block in hand. I know I saw a snatch. There's a snatch. Demonstrate Devotion, another 2-block. Brand with Cinderclaw, 3-block. What's the last card, Travis?
A 3-block, a 2-block, and the Dragon Scalars does cover it.
Mm-hmm. But also puts tempo squarely in Peter's favor.
Now, I know that this card is Draconic. Is it also Ninja?
It is.
Okay, so there could be a second Ancestral Empowerment that Travis is trying to soul read here. Does he have it?
Can you afford to play around it? If you have that 1 3-block and 2 2-blocks, you could just go ahead and throw 3 cards in front of it. Say, I will try again next turn cycle. Difficult decisions for Travis. It is so hard to play this matchup when your opponent gets to go second. And Sleepy Connor is not impressed whatsoever. Those eyelids are getting really heavy. He is darting them back and forth across the playmat, though, trying to stay awake. Nope. Come on, Connor. You can do it, man. Oh, he looks directly into the camera. That's creepy. I'm cutting away from that.
I think he heard you.
Oh, my God. That was terrifying. 6 power still in the combat chain, and Travis Wagner needs to give Peter an answer.
Everything on the line here. Every decision matters.
The money, gold cold foil, PTI, the bragging rights that come from being a player's champion for an entire year. 6 is the block for Travis Wagner. 3 cards. Not afraid of an ancestral empowerment there. Peter just plunks the breaking point in Arsenal and gets ready to do it all again. Will Travis Arsenal into it, though? No. It is a snatch first and foremost, but Peter might be thinking, I'm coming for that Arsenal next turn anyway. I'll let that snatch hit.
Yeah, not bad. Taken 4 life parity and a 5-card hand to swing back with.
But his starter is Oath of Loyalty. He's got some non-draconic cards in the hand. He's used his 1 fealty token.
It is a clunker.
It is a little awkward for Peter, especially with a breaking point in Arsenal.
I mean, only one of his cards has natural draconic.
And that is the breaking point in Arsenal. So Peter can block 3 here and then send Oath of Loyalty plus breaking, plus a kunai plus breaking point and buy back daggers.
And Travis's clunker being responded in kind with Peter's. He reaches for 2 cards to put in front of this snatch. Both players respecting the heck out of the ability of the other to draw.
Not a single mask momentum trigger yet this game, and we're 16 minutes in. It's 2 cards bought from Peter Buddensiek. This is huge for Travis. 1 card buys 2 and some serious tempo back. He's looking at those cards wondering, what do you have? Why are you throwing these cards away?
I mean, he's got to know that whatever it is not very good.
So Peter posturing that it's probably just a pitch to Kunai of Retribution, send Art of the Dragon Blood, flick the Kunai on the previous chain link, buy daggers back.
Ooh, is that a 2-card 5?
No, it's a 2-card 6.
Okay.
2-card 6.
So we're playing brute math.
Mm-hmm. That's okay when you've got a life lead on Peter's side of the board.
Oh, but Travis flicking his last dagger, going down to 0 here. Bit of a risky decision.
That seems really risky to me. I do not love it, but he has drawn up an Ignite, so he has a starter.
1 go again.
Can still put together a turn. And here goes Peter. Doing my proposed line, Kunai of Retribution coming in. The only place he can deviate here is by, instead of sending Art of the Dragon Blood, he could... Oh, yeah, he could send Breaking Point instead and say, I don't really care about disrupting the Arsenal. I'd rather have the extra point of damage.
Yeah.
And that's the way he goes. So the benefit here now is that he's using his resources more efficiently, has 2 Draconic Chain Links, so he will be able to buy both daggers back after flicking the one on the combat chain with that 1 resource floating.
2-card 7 instead of 2-card 6.
We do like our 2-card 7s.
Now we're looking at Guardian math.
Oh, yeah? Where are the Guardians in the room?
Right in front of you. We haven't seen a Mask of Momentum connect yet because we've got 2 stone walls facing off against each other, grinding it out.
Cindra, Drakai of blocking.
Yeah, I'm very shocked at how much blocking we're seeing from both players, but they are both giving each other a ton of respect. Neither wants to let the other's Mask of Momentum connect, even if it means their own will likely not.
Travis is working with a Draconic starter. He's got Ignite, Fire Tenant Strike first, Cut Through, and the last card is Burning Blade Dance. So likely going to be able to buy those daggers back, but probably going to have to either cash in an energy counter from Blood Splattered Vest or one of the cards in hand. No block, says Travis Wagner, though.
I'm going to get a resource from the chest. Yep.
Oh, a resource generated from the chest here, and Dragon Scalar Flight Path utilized.
Paid this got
So
resource from here.
doesn't like the idea that Travis is holding cards and wants to try to strip some with just some raw damage.
Just going to be an Art of the Dragon Blood to finish this chain off. Doesn't want to hold back an arsenal just in case Travis has himself a breaking point. We know that Travis is able to draw that card at kind of the perfect moment. I think that's his superpower as far as I can tell.
Yeah, one of the things I've noticed about Cindra players recently is they do not like to arsenal. Much happier just to send 4 cards instead of trying to go all bursty. That obviously changes depending on the matchup, but getting disrupted, the arsenal is a very vulnerable zone now these days. There's a ton of ways, even in Ninja, that you can just blow that up, and why not send the card instead of taking the risk?
4 here. This is a really sweet line because Peter is now threatening Mask of Momentum, which makes the decision to utilize Dragon Scalar Flight Path all the more prescient. And we'll see exactly how much Travis actually wants to respect that on hit.
Yeah, getting the arsenal that I was just talking about protecting is still useful, and drawing a card is never something that you should take lightly.
Travis, a very considerate player in his own right. Only has 9 block in the hand.
And so
this
far,
does demand 2 cards.
We talked about whoever draws the first card is in the lead, and so far that has not happened yet. Neither player has drawn off Mask or Snatch. The only card they've drawn is from things like Ancestral Empowerment.
Four power here on the combat chain. Travis must respect the Mask of Momentum trigger. Can do so with the 3 block in hand and the Dragon Scalar Flight Path in his boot slot.
We're 21 minutes into the Cindra Mirror.
Yeah, I kind of knew it would be this way. Travis is a very, very careful player when it comes down to it. Going to consider all lines, even perhaps the inconsequential ones. But who can fault him? He's in the finals at the Players' Championship, man.
Yeah, no, you need to make sure you are playing to the utmost of your abilities, and taking time to think is the way to do that.
And not only just to maximize your chances of winning the whole thing, but also so you don't have to deal with the drive home and the coulda, woulda, shoulda that can come with it if you make a messy line.
Can't imagine coulda, shoulda, wouldaing myself with a second place and $600, but the thought of victory, of course, being just shy would haunt any man.
It was like a whole bunch of finishers. It was a cool line.
It was.
Peter patting himself on the back says, that was a pretty cool line that I just did. Did you see what I just did, Travis? I just did that.
Chat slightly disagreeing. Believes there was a cooler line.
Nevertheless, this is the chosen one. 29 plays 19. Peter still firmly with his foot on the gas. And Travis seems to be knowing that he needs to block with that 3 block in hand and the Dragon Scalar Flight Path, but still just doesn't want to lock it in. Perhaps considering 2 blocks instead of the 3 block that went down. Sleepy Connor looks on, eyes slowly getting glazed like a Krispy Kreme donut. But his watch looks nice.
It does. It's glinting gloriously.
Ah, he got it in Japan, so I hear from our producer.
Very cool. I
Connor
was there for that trip.
Yeah, I was too.
Oh, were you?
And you were there?
I forgot.
And John was there. And Chris was there.
It was pretty much everyone in the room right now.
And Travis wasn't there, I don't think. Peter was there. Colin wasn't there.
What is Travis thinking about still?
I think he's really wondering if he should throw two blocks in front of this.
We'll block the 4.
Okay, but 4 is finally the choice. Dragon Scalar Flight Path plus Burning Blade Dance. It's locked in. No card draw for Peter Buddensiek. He does get his Kunai of Retribution back, though, which is more than Travis can say. Doesn't have any to speak of, and is not going to be able to get them back unless he flicks a Kunai and gets himself a resource on this turn. Possibly not even after that.
Kunai.
I'm sorry, you're right. Duh. That's what we've been talking about, Bryce.
Yeah, the Ignite looking very pale in his hand with no resource deduction in sight.
So he can go, it's rough, but he can go Fire Tenant Strike first, Ignite for 3, go again, and then pitch the last card in hand in order to get those Kunai back. I really think sending...
He didn't need to do that.
He did not need to flick the Kunai on the last turn cycle. I do think that might be a mistake that haunts Travis.
3 go again.
Yeah.
3 going again here from Ignite. Gonna discount by 1 the next Draconic card or ability activated this turn. I do love watching Peter just adjust everything in his arena when he's tense.
Squaring everything up nice and even.
And there we go. Cut through is pitched in order to buy back both of the Kunai of Retribution. Got to mention here that cut through could have been another 4 damage for Travis if he had held back and not flicked on the previous turn.
Yeah. Definitely a blunder looking back at it.
Yep. So I got 22 to 19. Yep. Okay.
And now Peter gets to keep a 4-card hand and has the life lead.
And he's working with Display Loyalty, Ronin Renegade. And a couple other things that are going to look an awful lot like head jabs.
3 go again is the ask.
3 go again here versus Travis Wagner's hand of... Yeah, he's got some 3 blocks in there. Heck, he's even got a 4 block. Shelter from the Storm, Lava Burst, Art of the Dragon Blood. Card I can't quite make out in the top. That's Ravenous Rabble. So, no, it's not a whole lot of Draconic cards. And also, Travis would be really hard up to get himself to that fabled Rupture Chain Link of 4. Lava Burst might just be going into the arsenal, or heck, even be blocked with here. Display Loyalty, the follow-up to Ronin Renegade. After 3 points, connect with Travis. He descends down to 16, but says no more Display Loyalty. Kunai of Retribution is going to have something to say about that. Flick Knives on the stack here. Travis says, I might want to respond to that, but no. Indeed, it is 1 damage coming through. Down to 15 he goes. He wants to save Shelter from the Storm for later. Mask of Momentum being threatened on this brand with Cinderclaw that follows the Display Loyalty.
Travis has another 3 block. I would prefer to see him use it here and then just arsenal that Shelter.
Almost a 2-turn defensive posture in order to get back into this game. An activation of Cindra buys back Kunai of Retribution. Peter sets up yet another arsenal. And it's over to Travis, who really only has 2 functioning cards. I'm sorry, he has 2 cards. Only one of them actually functions on offense. That's going to be the Ravenous Rabble.
He has the option to send that and pass, or send it and flick his last dagger. What do you want to see? Sorry.
I definitely don't want him to see him flick that last dagger.
Yeah, hopefully he learned his lesson from the last time. Almost got stuck. Actually did get stuck. It cost him 4 damage.
Oath of Loyalty found on top for this Ravenous Rabble. So 4 go again, and Travis also knows that he is going to have a Draconic starter at the beginning of the next turn. The question is, what will be the follow-up from the rest of the hand? Because with no fealty tokens, it's entirely possible that he still draws up a clunky hand.
He flicks.
Flicking away is Travis Wagner. Might be just fine and maybe feels a little bit extra confident after he finds the Oath of Loyalty on top. Down to 17 goes Peter Buddensiek, but he's got a 5-card hand. Only 1 resource counter left on Blood Splattered Vest. Travis has not utilized his at all. Brand with Cinderclaw, the start here for Peter Buddensiek. 3 go again, makes the next card that Peter plays, the next attack, Draconic. Down to 12 goes Travis Wagner. He likes what he's got. Rising Resentment, already Draconic, but made doubly so by Brand with Cinderclaw.
Yeah, this is a scary turn that Peter's piecing together. 2 cards already on the chain, 3 still left in hand. Mask of Momentum live. Travis does have the shelter to potentially cover that up, but the way he's posturing by flicking that dagger on the last turn makes me feel like he's just trying to string together these massive 3 Draconic wide chain links. If he can't get 3 Draconic onto the combat chain, he can't get his daggers back once again.
And he's got to know that at 12 life, that is well within kill range for Cindra on a 5-card hand. 3 go again, once again. Peter does have a target. This time, because he has 2 Draconic chain links, he is able to banish a card from hand and discount it based as long as it has cost less than the number of Draconic chain links he has. So I'm looking at Demonstrate Devotion. This is one of the few instances in which Rising Resentment is a nasty card.
And Travis sniffs it out, or at the very least decides he's actually playing a defensive game, which, again, it just makes me question the flick. If he doesn't have cards to get daggers back, he needs to keep them around for when he can utilize them.
Blood-splattered Vest cashed in for its last resource for Peter Buddensiek. Ravenous Rabble, the follow-up here. Wrath of Retribution found on top. Travis has got to have some prickly ears after seeing that one on the top of the deck for Peter.
No reactions.
No blocks, no reactions from Peter, but there is one from Travis. Shelter from the Storm, covering up yet another breakpoint from the Arsenal. Fealty token cashed in here for another copy of Art of the Dragon Scale, and Travis sits back in his chair and grimaces as he stares down a terrifying on-hit when you need to win the game through flicking knives.
At the risk of beating this dead horse, at least he doesn't have any daggers.
Michael Murray is savage in the booth today to finish out this game.
No mask.
Thinking about giving it Mask, maybe.
He might have just been taking stock of the on-hits. Peter is not threatening Mask here, which is, I think, what Travis was alluding to.
Okay. Thought he was saying no mask, as in I could live with no mask and block with it here.
Maybe.
But no need to cover it because of, well, no, I mean the on-hit is very crippling. So there is a reason to cover it.
Oath of Loyalty in hand for Travis Wagner, along with a Ronin Renegade. Missed the last card, Brand with Cinderclaw. So that is 3 Draconic chain links. But what's it worth to you, Travis? Is it worth the flick knives to buy your kunai back?
Yeah, I mean, seriously, what are we doing with kunais after the flick knives are gone? It's you're sort of damned if you do, damned if you don't in this spot.
But you got to block it out. But I don't like giving the Mask of Momentum here just because your hand doesn't really do what you need it to without it.
I mean, it all
I mean,
feels
with 2
horrible.
cards.
I don't see anything that I'm happy with here. Travis giving 2 cards just means send head jab pass or arsenal pass with no kunais still.
Yep. But at least you're arsenaling a Draconic starter that doesn't tax the rest of your turn. So if Travis doesn't block here, he takes 5, goes down to 6. There's no possibility of him threatening 17 damage on the next turn. It's not possible.
No shot.
Because even if he does get the Mask of Momentum draw, it would be Oath of Loyalty, 4, 7, plus another 3, 10. If he draws a card that is 5 damage, he buys back the kunai, sends a flick knives up to 11, and then sends another 5. That is 1 damage off of lethal, even if he gets the absolute best draw off of Mask of Momentum, and if Peter gives it to him. No flick anymore.
He could try Ancestral Empowerment, but that would just be the absolute. And why would Peter ever let the mask connect?
That's a good question.
He has agency.
But also, if he
over
draws
that.
Ancestral Empowerment, then the window is closed to use it.
Oh, that's true. He doesn't have the fealty now that Oath of Loyalty is played to make it Draconic.
Peter's all too happy to take 4 here. Down to 13 he goes. 6 plays 13, and Travis is putting together what might be his last offensive turn of this finals. Ronin Renegade, the follow-up. 3 go again. Peter staring down a pretty nasty hand. It's Wrath of Retribution. Ignite. Breaking Point is going to be blocked with here. Ronin Renegade stuffed, and so is Mask of Momentum for the remainder of the turn because Travis does not have Flick Knives any longer. But he does have daggers after deploying 3 Draconic Chain Links, but Peter's got 3 cards in hand, 1 in the arsenal, and Wrath of Retribution locked and loaded with 2 daggers. Ignite comes down. 2 go again.
And going wide when your opponent is low is just one of the most backbreaking things that a ninja can do. All of the ping damage becomes so threatening, demanding an entire card each, or in the form of Flick Knives, can't even stop it at all. 2 representing a third of Travis's total life.
Travis back in the tank on blocks. It's possible that he knows Peter has Wrath of Retribution in the hand. It was indeed revealed on a previous turn cycle to Ravenous Rabble. Peter following up with a Demonstrate Devotion free thanks to the Ignite played before it.
Threatening lethal now.
Which now means that Peter has an avenue to make his Wrath of Retribution completely, totally free because he pops the fealty token for the next attack, which is Fire Tenet Strike first, and follows it up with a free Wrath of Retribution and 2 kunai that have 2 power. It's not looking good for Travis.
Yeah, he's in the blender. He is in the blender.
And Peter knows. I can tell based on the way he is playing. He's like, let me get this over with. I have it locked and loaded. The only person I can lose to is myself at this point.
But what would Majin Bay say?
Oh, boy.
That's who he is for Halloween. I don't know if you caught the interview, but Peter Buddensiek is cosplaying as Majin Bay for Halloween today.
He looks just like him.
And it's the reason he's being nice to people.
Fealty token popped there. And Fire Tenet Strike first comes in for 3 go again and is made Draconic. Not important right now, but will be important once the last card in his hand hits the combat chain.
Cheating 2 resources with this hand.
Makes sense.
Wrath of Retribution also going to get a break point from Fire Tenet Strike first.
Yeah, and Travis is just priced into giving every single card and probably still dying.
It's a difficult position, but this is the power of the Cindra Mirror when you're on second.
Yeah. Absolutely. Turn order in an aggressive matchup is so important. Although I will absolutely commend both players for playing like it was a mid-range defensive matchup.
Mm-hmm. You know, to be fair, there has not been a single Mask of Momentum trigger for either of these players. Burning Blade Dance blocks the Fire Tenet Strike first, and here comes Wrath of Retribution. A known quantity from the Ravenous Rabble on a previous turn cycle. 4 go again, though, thanks to Fire Tenet Strike first. And that is threatening lethal here. Ancestral Empowerment, 1 damage goes through after Travis blocks with it. But there are still 2 kunais and a Flick Knives activation to deal with for Travis. And it's just going to be too much when you've only got 1 card and a Mask of Momentum in hand. He will survive here, but for what is ultimately the question.
Yep. Flicking the kunai, swinging it again.
And that is it. Fist bump extended. Peter Buddensiek ascends as the Cindra that could. Representing Team PCG Invasion here, he has secured the crown of Players Champion for Season 3 in Los Angeles. Never mind that he doesn't even live here. He's from Las Vegas and drove here this morning, ladies and gentlemen, but he is your champion through and through.
Congratulations to Peter, man. He deserves it. He has been grinding his heart out, driving out here. I think he said 5-6 times maybe this season, not to mention the previous seasons. You can see that his heart is in this game, and man, all the work has paid off as he is crowned your Players Champion for the end of the 2025 season.
And you know, Peter is definitely a quality over quantity gamer when it comes to the reps here at AGE. He didn't start. He is normally expected a lot earlier in the year than we saw him at AGE in Season 3. He didn't start driving out until kind of mid-season, but pretty much every time he did, it was top 8, finals, top 8. And that is really what you need to put together if you're going to make the top 16. So got to hand it to Peter for putting in the hours both on the road and also, I'm sure, on Talishar at large, making a Cindra deck that is putting the hurt on Battle Hardens and also our local scene alike.
Yeah, I got to say, those kids from Las Vegas scare me, and they prove it here and now.
Hopefully, he'll be able to encourage more Las Vegasians to come out next season because we absolutely love that crew. Shout out to Eric Darenheim. Let's see, Wesley Dong is out there as well, and a whole crew of people that I just met for Nationals this year. I'm nothing but wanting more from Las Vegas, if I'm being completely honest.
Yeah, I mean, great players. Super happy to see them every time they do show up, whether it's here or at some other event. And it's really cool to be making friends with people so far away.
So far away is not where we are anymore to the end of Season 3. There's only one thing left to do, and that is crown our Season 3 AGE champion. We saw him take the victory over Travis Wagner, but we're going to have him on for an interview, and unfortunately, no more flesh and blood after this. But stick around to hear Peter's thoughts and insights on the Cindra mirror, and also about what he's going to do with the cash when it comes down to it. We'll be back in just a moment. The interloper reigns supreme in Southern California as the only non-Californian takes the crown from our home soil, and we don't have a chip on our shoulder about it at all. He also looks exactly like Majin Bay. So what the heck are you doing down south, Majin Bay? And why do you say you're from Vegas?
Got stung on the hose, you know. That's what they say.
Wait a minute, that's not something Majin Bay says. You're Peter Buddensiek, aren't you?
Yeah. Yeah, no, just hanging out, dude. You know, only a 4-hour drive away.
Yeah, no doubt, and one that you have made time and time again this season, despite it being so out of your wheelhouse. But we're very happy to have you, Peter, because you bring a certain amount of clout to this tournament that it wouldn't be here if you weren't.
I don't know about that, but I'm just a personality, you could say. So, yeah,
I would definitely call you that.
You know.
Well, Peter, you had a fantastic run at AGE and at this tournament in general. There was a point today where both you and Travis were facing elimination.
Yeah.
Talk to me about that moment and what allowed you to pull it out.
Yeah, going into today, I knew I was going to play one of the harder matchups immediately. I basically knew that, Tyler was going to play Dio. He's been playing in the PQ season. He's incredible at the deck. Pretty much knew that he was going to play it round one. I've had abysmal matchups versus Dio recently. I've lost 2 ProQuest finals versus Dio in the last 2 weeks. Also took the loss in round one, and then basically had an innovative Riptide idea from one of my teammates. We fatigued the Riptide with the claw of Serenkai and blocking him out.
Dadgum.
Which was insane. And then round 3, I played against the OG Kayo, got that one. That matchup was pretty good. And then round 4, I played against the Mario. I'm forgetting. Zach.
Reigning champion, mind you.
Reigning I played against Zach. We played a crazy game. He, close game. Cindra Mario. He is able to, Codex. His Ponder Arsenal's another Codex. Obviously not very good for me. Has a good turn. Has a good Kiss of Death turn. I see. Look at his graveyard. He has 2 T-Toxin in his graveyard. I'm like, I gotta save the life, in case he has triple react in his hand. I block with my helmet. He has third T-Tox. I lose the game. So I was back against the wall and I was like, man, this is a very up and down, AGE championship so far. A 2-2, playing a deck that really likes to choose going first or second. They play draw. It's really important for the deck.
And then
going into the last round,
another Dio, right?
No, I played against Marlynn.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, I played against Marlynn in round 5. Had one of the most interesting games of Flesh and Blood I ever played.
Interesting, huh?
I 40-0'd the Marlynn, which the highlight of the game was, which I think my opponent played perfectly.
Yeah.
We were talking about after the game, and I was just like, I would have made every decision that you made this game. We were 2 turns in. They sent 12 on turn 0. I was able to block 12. Had enough block in my hand.
Crazy for Cindra.
Yeah, I drew triple 3-block, 2-block, and blocked with my boots for 12. It was good. Had a decent hand. They blocked 3 cards. Arsenal passed, and then I had a great 5-card hand to where I had Warmongers in my hand. Was able to go hit with Mask, Lava Burst. The 1-for-4, make a fealty into Lava Burst, give it go again. Warmongers name War. He unfortunately looked at me and was like, no.
Oh,
and I was like, no. And he goes, I'll name Peace. Names Peace. What is the yellow gold?
Lone Shark.
Lone Shark. He plays double Lone Shark, makes a harpoon, discards it to the blue to get another gold, draws up, activates the cool hand, whiffs.
Yeah.
Arsenal pass. I attack him the next turn. He goes to 5. He sends a King Harpoon just for 6. Oh no, for 9 because he pumped it. I block with 3 cards. He takes 4 off the Lone Sharks because he didn't make a gold this turn.
Death.
So he goes to 1. I attack for a 0-3 and flick.
My
die.
God,
Maybe-
that is absolutely backbreaking.
I will say I can probably count on my hands the amount of times I've perfect gamed somebody.
Yeah.
This was one of those days to where I can say that was a perfect game.
So at that point,
Yeah.
despite the fact that you're facing elimination in a kind of difficult matchup, I mean,
It
if
is a
there's one
difficult
thing that
matchup,
Marlyn
yeah.
is going to be preying on, it's
the Cindra.
Cindra's.
Yeah.
Do you feel just that you are destined at this point to make it to the finals and take it all down?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it was an incredible game. I was nervous, had a headache because I forgot to eat all day, and then had some Chipotle, courtesy of you guys. Gotta play. I felt great. Going to top 8, we take the pictures. I'm playing against Colin, the Wonder Boy himself, Colin. You know, I'm Kassai, the best Kassai player in the U.S. Honestly.
Hands down.
Best Kassai player in the U.S. Clutched the game out. Was good. He had a little bit of an awkward start. I powered forward, just got him on that one with like 10-0 at the end when I said my hand. Going into the semifinals, play against Florian, had a banger of a game on camera.
Yes,
Game,
yes.
Just inches. Thought I threw the game without attacking with the claw. Like immediately after I did it, didn't matter then. He had the life to gain the life to not die to the flick knives.
So epic.
Into not having the blue card to be able to give the two rune chance, so he just makes the 4 and is like, if I can keep 1 card, you always lose.
Yep.
Doesn't have the prevention, dies to the 4 card hand, barely get there, into having to play the mirror in the finals, which is
And
always
you hate the mirror, right?
the mirror is. I'd rather not play it, honestly.
But you had turn selection.
I had turn selection, which makes it a lot better. Going second gives you a decent amount of percentage points in the matchup, but it's just. It's one of those times where you're playing the mirror, and it's like if you don't draw the block cards, it's just 2 ships passing in the night. I like to play the mirror very block heavy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I love the shelters. If I could play more D-reacts and could fit into my list, that's not like the 4 block D-reacts, I would, but I just can't. The scales are just so incredibly important. They're just so huge in that matchup. It's very swingy. Try to play smart. Try to play patience. It worked off. It worked well. And, you know, we got there in that one, so now we're just sitting here hanging out.
Very handsomely,
Yeah.
I might add, because Cindra mirrors can go a certain way, and that was a decisive victory in your favor. Travis was several times having to go down to 0 daggers at the risk of, taking Art of the Dragon scale and basically having nothing to use the daggers on for the rest of the game. That was definitely not exactly the finals that I was expecting when I heard it was 2 Cindras.
I thought it was interesting. I think like the highlight of that game would have to be, you know, finding the line of daggering into the breaking point from the arsenal, flicking to get the extra resource to give it the breaking point, go again with the boots, into then attacking with the 0 for 4 and still having the resource to get the daggers back, so I never lose that. But I'm also threatening mass because he didn't block the 1 and the 5, and then now he has to give me a 3 block plus his boots on the 4, or let me draw and get the daggers back to if he wants to send a 4 card hand back at me. But I have an arsenal, so now I'm freely to block 2 cards. Like finding that line was probably the most impressive part of that entire game. I would have to say, of just like that. My hand is just like double 1 cost. I have a 1 cost on my arsenal. Oath, that doesn't work because none of the things are draconic in the blue. It's like finding that line outside of that hand after blocking 6 on the snatch was it was quite incredible, I would have to say.
And so, Peter, you are well versed in ninja gameplay. I mean, Mask of Momentum is your favorite piece of equipment in the game. What is it about Cindra that captivates you where other ninjas are a little bit lacking at the moment?
I think I've always enjoyed playing a lot of aggro decks, like kind of like an aggro kind of like combo type, like there. This one specifically, I like Cindra when it came out originally because I thought the flick chest piece plus mask of momentum interaction was just kind of incredible. Honestly, like being able to elongate the chain, like extend really further to where they have to block even more cards every single turn, chipping in another damage every single turn, getting back the daggers every single turn with Cindra. It's meticulous. It's not, you know, the deck doesn't actually do an insane amount of damage. Like, it's not doing these 30 damage turns like very often. It's doing a lot of four card 16s, 17s, using a lot of 0 for 3s, and really just flicking and getting the value every single turn with it. And it's something poetic about it at all. It's just like a deck so simple that was based off of a deck based off a card named Head Jab.
Yep.
That in WTR was just 0 for 3, go again. Blocks 2. And like the deck fundamentally is just built around that concept of like, I'm trading a card for a card.
Yep.
You can block my card if you want to, but if you want to be able to play this 2-card 8 game, you want to play this like 1-card 5 game and stuff like that, like you're going to take a significant amount of damage to be able to do that against me. I have my finishers, the 1 for 5 at the end. I have, you know, good 0 for 4s in the middle, playing a little bit more of a greedy list, and like comes down to it, you're sending 2 for 8s at me, but I've actually done more damage on this chain link, and I'm going to keep winning, and I'm going to keep making it awkward for you, keep having so many breakpoints, and little by little, you need you need a D-react in the right time, you need an armor block at the right time. Eventually, that armor is going to go away. You have to give me 2 real cards on a 4. Game's over. And
So there is a sentiment, I think, in the Flesh and Blood world that Cindra and a lot of the decks like it are kind of just vomit your hand out, you know, forehead kind of style of gameplay. But I don't think that sentiment is necessarily shared by skilled players in the sphere. What would you say to the folks that maybe haven't given Cindra the amount of clout that she deserves in terms of the difficulty to sequence her lines?
We tried being good at the game. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, the deck is probably the best deck in the format, maybe second or only Verdance in this format. It's incredible. It's consistent. It does exactly what the game plan wants to be, and it punishes players for just wanting to play their game plan, which is like really important in this game. I think I saw a good tweet by Tarek Patel recently, how he was coming back from testing for the Pro Tour for Magic, and then he was testing for Worlds for Fab, and he was talking about how Fab is less about the amount of games that you play, but the theory behind it.
Sure. Because
the game is so consistent, because the game does so many of the same similarities every game after game. It's not about it's not about like the small plays matter every single game. Every single game, there's always edges to be made. But the theory behind your deck building every single time, and what you put in your deck, why you have more 0 for 4s than everybody else, why do you play this amount of finishers, all of that adds up in the theory base going behind it. And you just having to be able to calculate that and what feels right for you, that it's a huge part of this game. And I think underestimating a deck that, like, yes, I want to play my 4 cards every single turn. I want to play my 5 cards every single turn, and I don't have a lot of resources, and I'm just gonna vomit my hand on at you. It's still like meticulous of, I have to head job here. I need the 4 breakpoint here. I want to make this a 5 here. Like, there's many times that I played throughout the day to where I ignite, and then I'm playing a ninja card that's a 0 for 3 to buff the next thing that gets the 1 cost difference over here, or the dagger becomes a 2 instead of a 1, so you can't block it with your boots. Like, the small things of this deck add up, and it's what makes it honestly just so beautiful. Like that, so many great players are winning because of it. Because they find the small details of it and they're exploiting it every turn, and that's the reason why the deck is good, and that's why it's not just a vomit deck. Like, if you want to vomit your hand on the table and just like let me block, like I will win every time. You need to be able to outplay me on the specifics of every turn, and yeah.
So Peter, I could talk Flesh and Blood all day, but let's turn to a little bit different of subject, because I mean, you're a person, right?
Yeah.
So
I'm hanging out.
You have human things about you, right?
Sure.
The main question I'm driving out is, you have a long drive ahead of you.
Yeah.
What is going to be blasting on that radio after winning the AGE Players Championship?
Man, Graduation by Kanye West, bro.
Okay, all
greatest
right.
album that ever made. Homecoming.
Want some easy in there.
You ever listen to Homecoming, bro?
I'll have to check it out.
It's great. Yeah. Going to go hang out with the guys, actually. We're going to get dinner with the AGE guys.
At Red Robin?
Yeah,
All right, I'll see you at Red Robin,
I'll
brother.
be there with you. Yeah, I'm going to get dinner at Red Robin. My local, Justin, unfortunately lost top 4 of his PQ.
Devastating.
That he went to today after dropping me off today. Graciously was able to drive me today, and then played his PQ. He's going to, he already ate, but he's going to come over here. We're going to drive to the hotel, and I got a PQ to play tomorrow. I have not won a PQ this season yet, but I've won 2 ProQuest Plus. I'm doing this kind of backwards.
You can go to Yokohama if you want.
I mean, I had some banked, but like ran in a little bit more. But hopefully we get this ProQuest invite tomorrow, and be able to,
Just keep sitting on your treasure trove of PTIs.
Yeah, more often because I'm streaming my local PQ. And,
Okay.
It's not tomorrow, but like next weekend on Sunday. And I would like to commentate it the entire time instead of having to play my round, run over, help commentate. So, I'm excited for that. Hopefully
Very
get
cool,
it tomorrow
man.
so I can, cast the whole time. So,
Well, before I let you go, if the good people in the Flesh and Blood internet world want to see more of Peter Buddensiek, where can they find you?
You can find me on Twitter at Masco Momentum. I make horrendous posts every day. Every day, just memeing, talk about how down bad I am, no women want me, et cetera, et cetera. It's really fun. And then also, mainly, they can find me on YouTube, also at Masco Momentum. Sometimes I forget to post the rest of it, but I do top 8 analysis on different events. I post my lists, sideboard guides. I do a little bit on Metafy as well at Masco Momentum, doing more in-depth guides and stuff like that with the sideboard. But that's where to find me. That always building, always just having fun with Flesh and Blood.
Well, folks, that is it for us at Arcane Games and Events. This closes out Season 3. Peter Buddensiek is your champion, and we will see you next year. AGE is out.